tops of her ears and one ground wire coming off. They're running into an EEG amplifier, the same kind of thing that you would use at a doctor's office or at home. I've had my own EEG similar to this one since 1998. I have 3 of them in my home office. Some people get baseball cards, I get EEG amplifiers. That's just kind of how I roll, I guess. But what it's doing is it's listening to the very small amounts of electricity that come off your brain. It goes into a little amplifier, which makes them stronger, goes into the computer, and the real-time processing on the computer does a bunch of different varied analysis to figure out, is your brain about to move from, say, an alpha state into a beta state? And beta is a little bit more energetic and focused, and an alpha state is more calm and focused. But most of us have many states mixed at different spots on the brain at one time. So that data all gets crunched, and it comes back to the brain as something very simple. It comes back as something that sounds like music. And there's music, and as soon as the brain is about to flop from one state to another without necessarily wanting to, we tell the brain with a little bit of static, hey, you're about to go into a new state. And then the brain goes, oh, I didn't know I was about to do that. So when I say the brain learns, there's no conscious processing. All that's happening is she's hearing music, but the organ of the brain itself gets better at regulating itself. It's kind of like yesterday, I used the power lung trainer to teach my lungs to take deeper breaths and to be stronger. We're doing something similar. I didn't consciously tell my lungs, get more lung capacity. That's not how it works. But I talked to the lungs in their language, which was, you need to make more force right now. We're talking to the brain in its language, which is a little bit more like music. And to talk to the brain as an organ, you let the brain know when it's going to flop from one state to another. So it has more ability to regulate itself without any conscious intervention from you. The way you feel that, though, is pretty cool. Because the way you feel it is, you can stay in the state you want to be in. So if you're in a calm and focused state, you're studying, you're learning, or you just like the way you feel, it becomes easier to stick to that state. And then when you want to move into another state, which isn't something we don't think to ourselves, I think I'll move to a state. But we might say, I'd like to be in a really creative mode right now. I'm going to be doing some writing. Or I'm going to be on a field, and I want to hit the perfect swing. So what does that mean? Well, that means that if you can find the state, you can stick to it. And this is a really valuable thing, and this is something that I do at home. The name for this is neurofeedback. There are many different flavors of it. This is the one that is available for people to buy and use at home, which is why I have it on the website. One of my goals is to get this kind of technology into schools, because you can do more in a few weeks for just 15 minutes or a half hour a day with a student like this than you can in many other ways. If you train students on this kind of technology, they become better students the rest of the time when they're not hooked up to a computer. So I have no interest in spending the rest of my life with the electrodes sticking out of my head hooked up, but I do want my brain to really, really rock when it's not hooked up to a computer. So I want it to be an organ I can use and I can train just like I would train my bicep or any other part of my body. Yesterday, we saw the upgraded Focus Brain Trainer, and what we did at the end of the day was we literally trained the blood flow inside the brain, which is a different thing. Here we're talking about electrical regulation. Here we're just talking about get more horsepower into the front of the brain. So when you think about improving your performance, one way of improving your performance is you get more blood, more nutrients. You eat more fat, like Dr. Terry Walls was suggesting, like you'll find in the Bulletproof Diet. You can address the brain from a cellular level, from an inflammation level, from an electrical level, from a blood flow level. All of these are huge changes that without a little bit of biohacking equipment, well, it would have been years and years of work. I once met a monk who'd spent 20 or 30 years looking at a red spot on his hand, literally at least 20 years. And he could raise the temperature of his hand like 10 degrees very dramatically. And it was actually someone else in the room asked him, how did you learn how to do that? And he said, well, I noticed there was a little red spot here, and if I focused all day, I could make it a little bit bigger. Well, it turns out, if he'd had a thermometer on there, it would have taken him like a day in order to learn how to do what he was doing. So the type of progress we can make is just much faster now because we cheat. I mentioned yesterday that when you're doing that sort of training, that it's hard work. It's like lifting something heavy. This isn't hard work. This is actually relaxing. In fact, I hope it's not so relaxing that she falls off the stool. She won't. But she might want to. And you can really feel where your brain works. When you're doing the other kind of technology, this is just a relaxation thing. What are some other things you could do to your brain? How about TDCS? How many of you in here have heard of TDCS? The people who read my blog. Why does that happen? So there are some technologies, and we'll talk about TDCS, the way it's been done historically. This is a neat little device. TDCS is transcranial direct current, or actually transdermal as well, depending on which blog you read. But this device is designed to push medicine through your skin using a small current. However, this is what researchers use in most research settings to put current into the brain. You literally put an electrode wrapped in wet gauze on the head, right here, if you want to bring more electricity to the front of the brain. And you put the other one somewhere on your body just to receive the current. And this is kind of amazing because when you plug this in, and I'm not going to actually do it on myself, although I've actually presented with electrodes on. We don't need to do that today. This can cut your learning time by 50% for some activities. People who've done the most research on this, not surprisingly, are the military. And today, one of the more boring but hard to learn jobs is to be a drone pilot. So you sit in essentially something that looks like a video game chair looking at a screen all day long, and the screen has a live video feed from one of these things, and then you're looking for targets. It takes about 12 weeks to train someone to be good at spotting targets. If you put these on during their training, it takes 6 weeks, literally half the time to get good. Yesterday, we talked about myelination as something that happens, or myelinogenesis. When you practice something 10,000 times, your body insulates a nerve, and when it's insulated, the nerve works better. Well, the other thing that drives insulation in the body is electrical current. So by slightly increasing the amount of electrical current that goes into the brain adapts biologically, and the brain will insulate those nerves because it gets used to needing to put this extra current through the brain. Sometimes in the brain, we're talking less than the amount of electricity that's in static electricity. So that spark might have more than what's going on in a particular part of your brain, but this just amps it up a bit. You might think that's a little bit crazy. One use of this at South by Southwest, I gave a talk on brain hacking, and one of the other panelists I was with had a serious hangover, and a really serious hangover, and said, "Dave, do you have anything?" So I said, "Why don't we try this?" And literally within 5 minutes, it was like the fog had been lifted, and she was able to finish the report that her boss had asked her to finish. So this can change the metabolic activity in the brain. As a medical device, which this is, a regulated medical device, this is about $400. But just this week, I received a new device. This is called the Focus Brain Trainer, and it comes with sponges. So what you do is you get the sponges slightly wet. In fact, they're wet enough already, I think. Does this look like something from a bad horror movie or what? Actually, they're not quite as wet as I wanted. And once these sponges, oh, now the floor is wet too, but that's all right. There's no electricity there. You put this thing on, which looks really cool when you don't drop all the sponges. And you literally put it on like that. $249 consumer device that runs electricity through the front of your brain while you play a video game. Why would you do this? Because you want to be good at playing video games, of course. Now, I am impressed that this company came out with this. FOC.US, $249, and literally, it gives you a little bit of a boost in your brain function. You can feel it when you do something like this, And their new app is just coming out. It's in beta right now that lets you control the settings from your iPhone. So you can literally use Bluetooth from your iPhone to talk to a device on your head that's regulating the amount of electricity that you put into your brain to make it learn more quickly. You know, it wasn't so long ago that we only had things like the electric chair that was going to do this within the lifetime of people who were alive. This is incredibly finely controlled electricity that's available at a very low price. In the entire history of humanity, the ability for you to have the ability to do this outside of either a laboratory or just to do it at all has never existed before. And this is going to drive some changes in the way we interact with our technologies and the way we interact with ourselves and even with each other. This is the beginning. This is the very first prototype, this is the first prototype I'm holding like this, but the first commercially available consumer-grade one like this. When the new uses for this come out over the next 5 or 10 years, do not be surprised to see a lot more of this kind of research. The researchers I've spoken to who use this in their labs when they were validating the technology, actually, between doing research subjects, during coffee break, they're doing their own brains because it gives you a noticeable boost. I freely admit that I have written some of my favorite blog pieces with this kind of current running through my head, and I've used it for jet lag, and it works. I'm going to put my remote control. It doesn't make you remember that. How are we doing? All right.
Good question.
Sure.
Have you used it also to learn physical activities?
There are people experimenting with that. I know that there's also something to do with snipers, like remaining calm, but I don't know the exact protocols that they use for it. I'm experimenting now with using electrical current to become good at archery. So I have, traditional recurve bow, hand laminated, and all that, and I'm not particularly well trained on it. So one of the experiments I'm working on that I'll present, I don't know if it'll be done by the Quantified Self Conference, but I'm looking at the muscles in the arm. So when I draw, like what's the angle of my wrist, how much muscle activation do I have? But part of the protocol that I'm playing with is having electrical stimulation in the brain.
Then in the art of archery.
Totally, biohacking and the art of archery. We're gonna do it. Will it work? And how do I know how do I know it worked? Maybe I was just going to be naturally good at archery. That's the problem with being N=1 experiments. But I know how long it normally takes me to acquire physical skills. So either I'll have this enormous placebo effect and I'll be all happy about it, or I'll actually measure that I'm more accurate when I'm wired up than when I'm not wired up. Even that could be placebo though, because who knows?
Definitely want to jump higher.
Yeah. If you want to jump higher, we can do stuff to your muscles. I added 9 inches to my long jump in one day with electrical current. I have pictures. Let's talk.
A couple days ago, someone asked about binaural beats. I think, does that help?
We will talk about binaural beats today. We're not using binaural beats here. So binaural beats are one of the technologies that use sound to change the brain. It's one of the first commercially available things going back a long time, and we'll explain how that works. I think it's later this morning. We talked about TDCS already. There's also a company who makes a do-it-yourself device for $99. At least there was. I'm not positive that they got all their Indiegogo funding, and their name isn't coming to me right now. But it's kind of an interesting idea to get around regulation on this. At the time the company was doing this, they were concerned that they'd be shut down for selling a quasi-medical device. So they said, hey, build it yourself. Here's this piece and this piece. You can put those together, and you've got the new thing. There will be a very strange next 5 or so years as different countries look at different angles on this and say, is this something you should be able to buy and have at home, or something that should be tightly regulated? Here's what's going to happen, thank you, Internet, is in the areas where it's tightly regulated, it won't matter because you'll just buy one somewhere else if you want to get it. It's already been like that with consumer electronics for a long time. And in the times in my career when I've worked for regulated med tech companies, like ones doing stick-on heart rate monitors for hospital use 10 years ago, those We did trials in Singapore and India. So the global environment here says that biohacking will happen, and I don't think you can stop it.
Before we go further, we just showed the internet what was happening there on the screen with Tina. We're wondering if you can explain what's going on.
On the screen?
What did they see? Yeah.
What they saw was a picture of her brainwaves. Those little graphs. You actually got a shot of the screen with the camera?
I think we're going to grab another one.
Oh, great job. So what's going on here? I can center that. We are looking at the bottom at low frequency brainwaves and at the top at higher frequency brainwaves. So we're picking up a signal from her brain, and she moved a little bit. You saw it jump. So all that's happening here is this is a visual display of the different times different parts of her brain are firing. This data doesn't look like much to you or I, because all we are seeing is a bunch of stuff change all the time. But that's what the brain does. It's not like, computer, I'm in setting A. Oh, you got it. I'm in setting A or I'm in setting B. This is low frequency, like, whoa, like delta or theta. And up here is higher frequency, going all the way up to the beginnings of gamma. So there's a lot of change happening in real time. But because the computers are fast enough, because the amplifier is fast enough, we're able to take that and turn it into music. We just take a music soundtrack and do that. It's kind of profound that you can do this at home. This is the system from Neuroptimal. I carry this one on Upgraded Self. And I do that. In fact, the coupon code, I don't know if it works for this, but if you decide you want to get one, I'll make the coupon code work for this. So the reason I chose this is that there are very few ways to get neurofeedback at home. So you have to go out and spend usually $100, $150 by going to someone's facility. There can be great value in working with a practitioner if you have a specific problem, but if you're trying to address general performance, the ability to, for $18 instead of $150 per session, to do it without driving anywhere, to do it before bed, I found it was transformative, and this is a device that can be shared with multiple people, so one family can use it, so everyone in the family gets it, or you can pass it off to a friend. So I encourage people in the forums on bulletproofexec.com to actually split one. They come with 300 sessions, and it includes a laptop and all the other stuff. So what I suggest is find 2 or 3 people who want to do it. Each of you gets 100 sessions. 100 sessions is 3 months worth of daily brain training. That is a pretty serious amount. Most people, even after 10, feel a noticeable difference. So we're talking about making this accessible to the most number of people. Again, my goal is to make this so broadly demanded that we end up putting it in schools. We end up making it something that's available, because one of the most precious gifts that you can have as a human is the ability to regulate your body and mind. And if you can just cut some corners to make it easier to regulate, that's great.
Before we go on, I would just like to ask, because we're getting a few questions coming in from the internet just about safety concerns, so just maybe you can just nail that one for us, because I got this wrong yesterday as well. Le Monaco, who I think is in France, is saying, is a brain trainer device like this dangerous if you have a history of partial seizures? And somebody else is asking if the brain gets used to this higher current level and performs worse than before if you stop using the additional current. Just a couple of concerns.
Okay. So one of the questions I think was about, or maybe they're both about TDCS, I would guess.
Yes.
Okay, good. So if you have specific disorders, you totally need to talk to your doctor. There are people using TDCS clinically and therapeutically for brain conditions, but if you have something going on like epilepsy, I would not mess around with that. If the question is about neurofeedback, it's the same thing. You can use neurofeedback to treat specific conditions with a licensed physician. That's not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is we are using it for general wellness and performance enhancement. So if you figure, if this is the average level of health, there's a whole bunch of medical stuff that happens down here. And I very much support what Dr. Terry Walls was saying. There's a lot of lifestyle stuff you can do that caused the medical conditions here. But what we're talking about doing with this technology is we're saying if you're already reasonably well, you can use it to go beyond just being well to being essentially in the direction of unnaturally good at stuff. The difference there is very important because it changes how you think about what you're going to do. It changes the amount of control you have. It really changes the horizon for you. It also changes the regulatory status of the devices, because if you are going to treat a medical condition, by law in the U.S., you're supposed to work with someone who has a license in order to treat your medical condition. I haven't treated my medical conditions. What I've done is I've radically increased my performance, and that's what I wanted to do. You have a question?
Do you have to sit, being calm, or could you be doing something like reading, working, or something like that? Would it impact the effectiveness?
When you move, it changes the way the electrodes touch your skin, and it changes the signal. So yeah, you need to be still when you're doing neurofeedback. Even breathing too much, like if you breathe real heavily, that can change the signal. It doesn't affect this signal too much, but as you get more quality signals, it changes things. There are headbands coming out, though, that don't get this level of precise feedback. There's one by Advanced Brain Monitoring for truck drivers. It uses brainwaves to know if you're about to fall asleep, and then it blinks the lights and buzzes so you don't drive your truck off a bridge. That's really good for bridges, good for trucks, good for truck drivers. I like that kind of thing. So this is a way of letting you know. If any of you have ever driven while drowsy, and most people have it one or two times in their life, you don't realize how drowsy you are, which is the whole reason that you're still driving instead of pulling over because you're about to get in a wreck. Well, what if an external device could make you more aware of your actual state versus your perceived state? And that is, for most of these technologies, the end goal. Just what's actually happening. What does the data say? Because I mentioned yesterday, my powers of self-deception are very strong, and so are yours. So I want a computer to tell me when I'm lying to myself so I can quit doing it. And this kind of stuff is really powerful for that.
Dan, can I just ask you one more question for one of our regulars here at Creative Live, the Rainy Day Store, who says, my daughter struggles with reading, writing, and math. She is about 2 years behind in school because of her dyslexia, and the Rainy Day Store also has dyslexia. Can this improve ability to learn?
I have seen children with disordered brains radically transformed by this technology. The very first time I did neurofeedback was in the mid to late 90s. I did it at a facility, and I went in for my appointment, and this maybe 5 or 6 year old was there, and this kid was almost nonverbal with something on the autism spectrum, running in circles around me screaming. Not just like 1 or 2 circles like kids will do, but like 30 circles, full screaming the entire time. I'm like, this poor kid. Why is there like a little... 6 weeks later, I came in for my appointment. I hadn't seen the kid at all. Same child walks up and goes, hi, how are you? What's your name? The transformation from like unmanageable, wild, crazy man kind of thing to completely ordered was a 6-week thing. I imagine the child was doing 2 or 3 sessions a week. But if you have children with learning problems like that, I would look at going in and doing some neurofeedback. I also had my mother go in and do neurofeedback. 13 years after Stanford University did some brain surgery on her. They severed part of her corpus callosum. She'd had the inability to feel a muscle and to feel parts of her left leg, so she walked with a walker. And after 7 one-hour sessions, she came out of something very much like this and said, look, and she moved her toes for the first time in 13 years under conscious control. The brain will fix itself whenever it knows it's broken. And to answer the question of the person with a child who has dyslexia, there's lots you can do with biohacking for brains like that. The other thing is, check out the Irlen Institute, I-R-L-E-N. Irlen are the people who showed me that I perform much better wearing my cool biohacker sunglasses, way better. So for dyslexic kids, I've also seen dyslexic kids, when you find the right color, they can put a colored sheet over their paper, and all of a sudden the words stop moving around and they can read. So it very much is about how the brain processes visual information and auditory information, and you can teach the brain amazing things doing those things, and also just movement patterns will change the brain. So there's all sorts of things. At the end of the day, everything in your body is tied into your brain. You can get access to it in a way that we never could before. It's really cool. Should I take more questions or move on?
We have some from the audience. Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
Is there any way you can kind of juice your results by maybe consuming some fat before a session or after the session?
I love this question. Can you get better brain performance by consuming fat? Last time I did the 40 Years of Zen program, this is a very high-end, 7-day focused type of neurofeedback where you go in and you actually get the same brain state as someone who's done Zen meditation daily for 40 years. I used this, and I had my top score was 4 times higher than it was when I started doing the training. And I noticed that my stamina, and the other people who had the same thing, all of us had way more stamina for doing neurofeedback. It's kind of like if you wanted to go for a long bike ride and you didn't have anything in your water bottle or you didn't eat before you run out of energy. It was very hard to run out of energy when I had enough fat in my brain. We mentioned there's only 2 electrodes on TDCS, so I'll get us caught up on this. The other one that you can use, this is the older one. We use this, I'm not going to wire myself up again, we used it the other day. This is the cerebral electrical stimulation. This is an old machine, the new ones look more medical. This is one though that's entirely programmable, and you can't buy programmable ones anymore, just no one makes it. So there's about 2,000 of these in existence. Cerebral electrical stimulation, Fisher Wallace is a company that makes one. You can go to your doctor and say, sometimes I don't feel so happy, and you can actually get a prescription for one. I don't know why they're prescription, because there are ones available, like the Oasis is another one that you can just buy. And these ones run a current back and forth across the brain, and the speed of the current moving from one side to the other tells your brain what state to be in. So if you want to be in like a really good state for writing, I found I put that thing on 50 or 60 hertz. In other words, 60 times a second moving back and forth. I write just endless creativity, and there's a video online on my YouTube channel where I literally talk about augmented authoring. Like, what are the things that let you create words faster? CES is one of them. I mentioned yesterday also this came out of the Russian space program. How do we sleep less? So for creativity and sleep, it's pretty cool. And there are great studies that show frontal alpha, which is something that's very valuable, getting alpha in the front of your brain, that relaxed state where you can learn, pay attention, you're not stressed, that when you do a few minutes of CES, that it raises for many hours the frontal alpha. So you basically can juice yourself and then go do an amazing creative task, and it actually works. This is my heart rate variability. We're going to see more heart rate variability later. This is what it looked like, the spacing between each heartbeat, without an electrical signal in my brain. This is what it looks like with a signal in my brain. And you can tell there's a difference. It's not even easy to say whether that's a positive or a negative difference. All I can do is I can say what I'm doing up here affects what I'm doing down here, and vice versa. This is one type of EEG. This is the first time I did the 7-day, the 40 Years of Zen. You can tell I look a little bit different, a little bit more inflamed. But you literally have a speaker on each side of your head. Here we're using headphones. And with a speaker on each side of your head, it's just nice to be able to move around. And you sit in this chamber for hours and hours playing the world's hardest video game with your eyes closed. And that is make the sounds louder. It sounds like a pretty lame game, but you sit there doing everything inside your body, everything you can think of, to just get a louder sound. And every time the sound gets louder, you're doing something more like an advanced Zen meditator. And every time it gets quiet, you're doing something less like it. After 7 days of doing that, your brain waves have the same pattern as someone who has become an advanced Zen meditator for many, many years of practice. And the side effects of that, on my performance, this is the most important thing I've done of all the biohacks in the last 15 years. And I apologize in advance, it is really expensive. It is done by some Hollywood celebrities, by CEOs and things like that. And it's a facility that I bring my clients to, and I love doing it. And if you want more information on it, it's 40yearsofzen.com. This lets your brain optimize itself. This lets your brain optimize itself. You get the control. There are questions about protocols, though. Here's the risk, and this is something I want everyone to pay attention to. If you get an average of all the brainwaves of people watching this creative live show today, and you average them, you'd have a pretty healthy brain. Because there's some people who have unhealthy brains and some people who have healthy brains, and we average them out. Well, if you have a brain that's not working very well, you totally want an average brain. If you're an F student, you want to be a C student. But if you're an A student, you don't want to be a C student. So taking everyone's brain to average appears to be a very risky proposition, and we might lose some of those kind of special things that make different people have different abilities. So I have serious concerns about that approach, which is why the things that I use here are ones that help the brain optimize itself rather than ones that kind of pound on the brain and say, you will do this state. If I want to change my brain state, I'd rather run electricity through it rather than train the brain to behave in a different way, which would stick around after the electricity was gone. Does it sound off?
Yeah.
All right.
I think I nailed it.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
That's one way of explaining it. No, I'm kidding. So I'm going to unwire you. Do we have the paper towel thing or any sort of... One thing about this is that the electrodes have a little bit of paste. So it's not particularly sticky, but what I'm going to do is get most of it off of you, and then it'll be your job to get the rest of it out with just a wet paper towel.
I can handle it.
Sharing to take part in this demo this morning. Thanks so much, Tina. That's the great thing about Creative Live. When you come to the studio as one of our students, you do get to join in. And I know that other students will be doing things today. We've had a lot of questions about specific health conditions, and I really appreciate those coming in. What I would suggest people are asking about ADHD, anxiety, spinal cord, Down syndrome, PTSD, some very serious conditions.
Let me talk about PTSD. That's one I do want to take. PTSD is something that a lot of people have who aren't just Gulf War veterans. Car accidents, something that happened to you when you were a child, even something that wasn't that big. Don't leave yet. Those are things that can change the behavior pattern in your brain, and certainly I've had PTSD. And it changes your outlook on life, and it's an automated conditioning thing. The parts of your brain that are the parts of your body that are there to protect your meat, those automated self-defense systems to keep you from getting eaten by tigers, they get triggered inappropriately, and you end up feeling like a tiger's going to eat you and nothing's going to happen, and it's terribly uncomfortable. So one of the ways of working with PTSD is neurofeedback. It's one that's been profoundly effective, and a lot of neurofeedback practitioners have discounted rates for veterans, and I think that that's a really kind thing to do and something I recommend doing. So if you have PTSD, you know it's an issue, this is a really cool thing. Now, what did it feel like when you were doing this?
Kind of like guided meditation a little bit.
Right.
It was kind of, the music kind of like takes you up and then brings you back down.
Do you feel shaky or good?
A little bit. Like I could feel like my heart rate like climb a little bit and then come back down.
So towards the end of the day, you liked it. It's a pleasant thing.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the day, let's ask you again how you're feeling and see if there were any changes that you noticed.
Okay.
It's a nice thing to do. It's quite relaxing. I find this much more effective than just meditation. So if I had a half hour to meditate, I'd wire myself up versus just sit there and meditate for a half hour. So thank you very much. Okay.
Say, for anybody who has any of those conditions, it might be a good idea to go to Dave's Facebook page, which is at facebook.com, Bulletproof Executive, and there will be some more information about the specific, I'm not saying that right today, specific health conditions there.
Or just if they have questions, if they have questions, go ahead, because we have so many specifics coming in, and we want to just let people go.
It doesn't work for athlete's foot for that question.
Okay, all right, cool, thank you.
Well, we're going to reset here just a minute. Any questions from the audience for Dave while we move forward?
Question that I had, but I think you answered it. If I wanted to meditate and hook myself up to that, you could do that at the same time? Could you do more than one session of 30 minutes?
You can actually do a 15-minute intro session. You do a 33-minute session. There's a 45-minute extended session. But your brain gets tired. It's kind of like, can I do 3 heavy strength training sessions all back-to-back? You can, but you might not really like what happens. So eventually, your brain gets exhausted from the input. You can still keep pushing it, and sometimes you want to push through and push past exhaustion. But it can be overwhelming, and you can be really tired. Like for a couple days, you can be a bit of a zombie, so to speak. You're tired, and your brain's just processing this enormous amount of information. The act of synaptogenesis, of building new synapses, is biologically expensive and it's tiring. And this is why when you do training of any sort, you get tired and then you recover. So brain recovery is as important as physical recovery. And my own weakness as biohackers, I probably don't give myself enough brain recovery. So it's only a little bit of mush in there. I'm going to skip past some of the direct stimulation. You can use lasers over the head and some other things like infrared LEDs. There's different places you can stimulate right through the skull, which can be amazing, but it can also be dangerous. I can tell you last night I was using a laser on the back of my head. And we saw the laser yesterday, which you can use for healing. We have one more slide on software training, then we're going to talk about spices. I promised that we talk about how you could get 10 IQ points in 20 days. This goes for all of you online, and it's free. All you have to do is have the willpower to do it. And half my clients, even the people who are coming in for coaching and who are very motivated people, half of them usually don't finish this because it's such an annoying piece of software. It's called dual end-back training. This is the most lightweight training for your brain of any of the things we've talked about. The URL to get the software, brainworkshop.sourceforge.net. This is the open source software repository. And the software is, well, we'll talk about what it does. It puts up a grid like this, and a square lights up as red, and then it goes away. Another square lights up as red. And your job is just to remember the order of the squares that lit up as red. Pretty trivial, right? Like that My Simon game from years ago. The only problem is that at the same time you're remembering which squares lit up in what order, a voice reads a letter to you. So now you have to remember a string of letters you heard and a string of things you saw. Sounds relatively simple, except our brains are not meant to do that. So what happens is you remember the location, and then you hear the sound, and then you remember the sound, and you forget the location. And most people can't even do it with one going back historically, or with two going back. So all of a sudden, you sit there, and what looks like a simple thing your brain won't do, and you feel stupid, like a total failure. And you have to sit there for 20 minutes every day for 20 days doing this training. And when I did it, I would get really tired, which is one of the ways your brain, like, please stop stimulating me, like, go to sleep. You get bored. You get distracted. You find reasons to not actually start the software. So the trick around this is make a bet with someone. Someone who's going to know if you did it or not. So at that point, then now you're fighting with yourself. You don't want to lose the bet, and you also don't want to do the training. So at least then you have to make that decision. Whereas if it's just a matter of, will I do the training? Actually, no matter how motivated you are, there's a good chance you might not. Because for the first 14 days, every day you feel like a failure. And then, after 14 days, synaptogenesis starts to happen, and you build additional brain capacity. Your working memory, the number of things you can remember at one time, goes up, and the brain changes. This is associated with an IQ increase measurable. I got 12 IQ points this way. One of my business partners got 18 IQ points. And at least 10 IQ points is something most people can expect from this kind of training. So I would challenge you now to go out there, download the software, and do it. You might not like how it feels when you're doing it, but when you're done, and you can remember things more easily, not things like a date from a long time ago, but when you're trying to remember a list of things, or you're doing a little bit of math, what if you could remember some things here and work on them here, and it was seamlessly integrated? It's like doubling the RAM in your PC. You can also learn to keep an eye on your subconscious, and I will be releasing some software like this. It'll be an iPhone and an Android app that's very affordable, and it's not ready yet, but we have these brain states, delta, theta, alpha, and beta. Delta is very low, like dreamless sleep, all the way up to beta, which is sort of where you are if you're on an athletic field. Theta is a dream state, alpha is relaxed and alert, and what we can do is, this is unconscious, highly alert. We can do something about learning to pay attention and remember the times when we're not paying attention and we're going to talk about spices and flavorings because a lot of these hack your brain. So I mentioned about the problem of old spices. And that's not Old Spice, Old Spices. And what happens there is different than what we're talking about here. There are some compounds in spices that are incredibly good for the brain. They turn off inflammation in the brain. A good example there would be ginger. So ginger root, whether it's fresh or it's good quality dried ginger, is an anti-inflammatory spice. It also tastes really good. A lot of Americans haven't learned to cook with ginger. It's not a traditional spice that you likely found in your kitchen as a child if you grew up in a lot of the U.S. But if you go to a Thai restaurant, it's incredibly common to find it. And incorporating this in soup or with fish is really easy to do, and it's something I recommend on a regular basis because your brain works better when it's less inflamed. Cilantro tastes really, really good. At least I love it in guacamole. But cilantro also helps to move mercury out of the body. Mercury is something that slows your brain way, way down, and we have a problem with mercury in the fish and mercury in the environment because of all the coal we're burning. So doing things that help your body get better at eliminating toxins is a good idea. Parsley, in limited amounts, can help your kidneys. You don't want to eat like 15 heads of parsley necessarily because it actually can clog up your kidneys if you have too much, but it adds a nice flavor, it's a good garnish, and actually eating parsley and drinking parsley juice is a good idea. The other spices that are really powerful ones, oregano, rosemary, all of these have herbal uses outside of flavoring of your food. So if you're going to eat a spice that has antioxidants in it or even protects your food, that's a pretty cool thing to do. Same thing with thyme. So these are the spices I tend to focus on when I'm doing a recipe, because these are the ones with the most cognitive benefits. Apple cider vinegar should be a staple in your kitchen. You should have some of it available because all recipes need a balance of sweet and sour, and getting that sour flavor in can be hard to do, and that's the way to do it. You also could use MSG. Don't recommend it though, because this is one of those things that takes your brain in the opposite direction. In the US, if something is 75% MSG, it must be labeled. If it's 74% MSG, it can be called spice or spice extractives, or any one of these things. Yeast extract, malt extract is always mostly MSG. Flavoring can be MSG and often is, and all commercial salad dressings I've been able to find have an MSG derivative in them. In fact, Whole Foods has a ranch dressing. The recipe for ranch dressing, by the way, is garlic, some sort of cheap oil, and MSG. That is ranch dressing. There's nothing else in there to speak of that gives it the flavor. So the Whole Foods organic 365 ranch dressing that I looked at last time was essentially that list, but they had organic spice extractives. So organic MSG is possible. Quick question?
Yeah, on the MSG you say 75%, like in ingredients, is that, like I don't really understand what that means.
So if this was 100% MSG and I wanted to sell it, I would add 25% or 26% yeast, and then I would have something that I could call yeast. Right?
Okay, but if I've got a packet with 20 different ingredients, how would they apply to that?
One of the ingredients will be spices or spice extract, and that ingredient is mostly MSG, but it wasn't all MSG, so they didn't have to say it was all MSG. So most yeast extract, yeast naturally makes a lot of glutamate, so you put some salt in there, you process it a lot. In fact, if you want to make MSG, it's easy. Take a bunch of broccoli stems or other vegetable debris that you can't really sell, mix it with acid for a while, cook it down a little bit, and then add a bunch of lye, sodium hydroxide, and it'll precipitate out the MSG. I actually have to add some salt in there too. But it's relatively simple to make from any vegetable. So they basically find sources of vegetable amino acids, textured vegetable protein, textured soy protein. All of those have a very high amount of MSG in them, but they're not 100% MSG, and it's naturally occurring MSG, so you don't have to label it as MSG. So this is a major problem. MSG increases restaurant revenues because when you have it, your body wants sugar so you can increase the amount of energy in your cells to get it out of your brain. What glutamate does in the brain, it excites the synapses. It causes synaptic firing inside the head. So when you have MSG, your synapses start firing more. And normally, you squirt some glutamate you fire, and then you pull the glutamate out. It's called a reuptake process. When there's excess glutamate in the system, you can't suck out all the glutamate from a synapse, so the synapse keeps firing and firing and firing. This is why there's such a correlation of migraines and other problems with MSG, and it's also why restaurants want you to eat a little bit of MSG, because you'll order dessert because your body wants the sugar, and you'll order more drinks because you're thirsty. So they make more money. Most restaurant owners and chefs, they don't know this. They don't even know they're buying MSG. They know if I use these ingredients, people really like it, and they buy more stuff, and that's how it's reflected. But they're hacking your brain without knowing they're hacking their brain, and instead of having the biochemical understanding, they're looking at the economics of it and saying, I think that this spice thing obviously works because people eat more when I put it in there. But the reason you're eating more is because your brain's like, please don't kill any more of me. I'd like to deal with this. It also makes you fat. So watching your MSG and avoiding it is a big problem. It is incredibly common. If there's a sauce in a restaurant, the chances of there being MSG in that sauce are very, very high, which is why I tend to say when I go into a restaurant, could you put only salt on that, please, even if they're cooking meat. It's very common for them to salt meat, and they take some spiced extract and they toss it on the meat because it tastes good. The fact that it does something to your ability to process sugar and it does something else is a big problem, which is why you should pay attention. There's another spice. This is turmeric. Turmeric is an amazing spice for the brain. It can actually give you energy, and it's very, very anti-inflammatory. It also lowers coagulation of the blood. Turmeric is not a spice I learned to cook with as a child. It was something that, stained your food bright orange, and I probably never had turmeric till I was 20-something. If you go to an Indian restaurant, though, you're eating some turmeric. I use it now on meat, especially that I'm going to be cooking on a grill, because it's such a strong antioxidant, it can help to protect the meat itself. And the recipes you see that I write about on the blog very much focus on using spices for their antioxidant properties inside of you as well as on your food as you're cooking it. There are other foods like miso. Miso naturally makes a lot of histamine, and it makes its own naturally occurring MSG, which we call umami as a flavor. I don't recommend using miso because you'll also get the food cravings. Miso soup at the beginning of your meal equals how much more sushi are you going to eat later in the meal? A significant amount. Now, a chef who's paying attention to what you eat would say, this soup, it's so good, it makes people love it. They come in, they feel very satisfied when they leave, but the mechanism of action there is it's tricking you into eating more than you should eat because your body's like, get this out of here. Then again, if you're starving, eat the miso. But we aren't starving right now here.
Do you recommend fresh spices over the ground and powdered? You've got quite a mix of them there on the table. Does it make any difference which is used?
The quality of spices matters. If you have good quality fresh ones, they taste better. They're less convenient, though. If you want to make an oregano-crusted piece of grass-fed lamb, which is amazing instead of a pepper crust to do an oregano crust, crusting with fresh oregano doesn't work very well, so dried is really nice. When oregano's in season, I guess I'm that kind of a chef. I have a big dehydrator, so when it's in season, I'll buy like a huge amount at the farmer's market and I dehydrate it, and I know that's really good. That's the maximum flavor. But if you just buy the organic oregano that's not powdered but is crumbled individual dried leaves, I recommend that for most people most of the time, unless you have a little herb garden, in which case you'll get more antioxidant and more health benefit activities from doing it that way. Turmeric is one to watch out for. A lot of the turmeric that you can buy like in a bulk bin, it's been oxidized, it's been exposed to light and air, and there are mold contamination problems with that delivery system. So I wouldn't go for the big bulk thing like that. In fact, when I use turmeric at home, I actually buy turmeric vitamin capsules and I just break them open and sprinkle it on, because then it's always fresh and it's less messy that way, believe it or not. When you just pull a capsule apart and sprinkle it, I don't get orange fingers as much.
Just in regards to that, a lot of stunt people are starting to use turmeric instead of Advil all the time.
Yeah.
Do you recommend that, or just cooking with it is better?
I take turmeric. One of the problems I've found is that when I take a lot of turmeric, and I as a guy who formulates vitamins that do unusual things, I work on putting turmeric into different forms where it absorbs even better with fat, and you can get your absorption so high that it actually will give you a nosebleed. Like, it makes your blood runny like aspirin or Advil would. It definitely works. I don't know that I'd use it instead of Advil, but Advil over time can have some very negative effects on the lining of your stomach, and not just the Advil brand, any of the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. So if you've just been injured and you fell out of a car while driving, which is something you do for a living, right?
I think they're using it. I mean,
like
using it more of it because everyday things that you're
Uh-huh.
training, you're sore and all of
Yeah.
that, so that you're not using it all the time. And when you have a major
That would be
crash.
the right way to do it. Taking a little bit of turmeric every day is a really good idea. I think that there's great evidence for that. It's one of my favorite herbs that has an effect on the body. I take turmeric every day. And yeah, if I fell out of a car for a living, I would take Advil when I was all bruised up and beaten. So there was a time in my life when I would take no, Advil or any of those other things. Being opposed to drugs or opposed to natural solutions, it doesn't actually make sense because neither of those categories is anything other than an idea. But the individual substance itself, risk-reward for each item. And those drugs are relatively safe for occasional use when taken with food. But turmeric, you can take it every day. With or without food, it's not going to rip up your stomach.
A couple people want to know, including AME and Mr. Porter, how much turmeric do you take?
Here.
Do you personally take?
How much do I take?
Or do you recommend?
I probably take a gram. But see, I mix several different forms, and mine are liposomal encapsulated. I just launched my glutathione, which it's right here, this same kind of thing. So the way I might take it would be in a format like this, where you actually are squirting a little bit of gel into your mouth because it goes right through the stomach lining. So I'm getting way more biological activity than you normally would, and you can only take glutathione that way. So when I'm experimenting in my little biohacking facility at home, I'm usually taking forms that either aren't available on the market yet or are very high end. So what I would say there is, if it's within reason, get the turmeric that has been supercritical extracted so that you can get a higher amount of the bioactive parts. But if all you can afford is regular turmeric capsules, take those, and they'll work fine. You just need to take a lot more because turmeric doesn't absorb very well if you just take it as a powdered capsule. You either need to put fat in with it. By the way, I wonder if some of my recipes put turmeric in with fat so you get more out of it. They do. Or better yet, if you standardize the amount of turmeric oil in the turmeric and you take that, which is a proprietary way of getting it, you can get your blood levels very, very high. So it's kind of a long answer to a simple question, but the quality of your turmeric supplement matters greatly. So don't skimp if you can avoid skimping. If not, some turmeric is probably better than no turmeric. So you can get the low-end brands for $6 a bottle. If you can go to the $10 bottle ones, you're probably getting a lot more for your money.
This has been a subject that's really engaged the audience clearly, and we're going to talk about stress in a second, but let's just ask one more question because there's something apparently you talk about on your website. Pete from Austin, Texas is asking about pink Himalayan salt.
Pink Himalayan salt is something that I take on a daily basis, and we talked about using that for stress, and it was on our spice table. The thing about salt is that salt can have a bitter metallic taste or it can have a very sweet taste. It can be finely ground or it can be in big flakes. So if you're finishing a dish for flavor, you might want to use big crystals like a Malden sea salt or the Swedish salt crystals that are shaped like little pyramids because they're crunchy and delicious. But if you're going to be using salt for trace minerals and lack of pollutants, the pink Himalayan salt is kind of hard to beat.
Real quick on the oregano, I was trying to get to when we were still talking about it. I had a biohacking story that I didn't know I was doing it about a year and a half ago, but I got diagnosed with a fungus in my nose. It was causing like bad nose breath. Believe it or not, I never heard about it.
Bad nose breath.
It's kind of weird.
I'll kill your dating life.
Yeah, my fiance was like, "You can't kiss me right now. Your nose stinks." So I had to the doctors wanted to put me on this barrage of antibiotics. Mm-hmm. That's all they wanted to do, and I'm like, So I got on Google. I found one thing somewhere. I think it was on Yahoo Answers, and the guy had the same issue. He's like, "Yeah, I just got some oregano oil from the health food store, and put some on a Q-tip, rubbed it in my nostrils, and it was gone in like 2 days." So I was like, I went over down to the health food store, got a bottle of oregano oil for $5, and I did the Q-tip thing, and also I put 5 drops inside of a neti pot and rinsed out my sinus with that, and it was gone in 2 or 3 days. Gone, never came back.
You're fortunate it turned out that way, because some of those oils, like if you'd done it with tea tree oil, you probably would have been in an incredible amount of pain.
The oregano oil burned like you can't believe, but I just sucked it up.
So be careful. You can actually hurt yourself with some of these things. Test a little bit first. But yeah, a lot of these spices have profound antifungal benefits. Oregano oil is one that you can also use on toenail fungus. Like it's a pretty strong, actually antimicrobial for both fungus and bacteria. So it's worth Googling a little bit. It's so cool. When I started doing this years ago, you had to like buy books, and then what was in the book might be good, and there wasn't an opinion on it. But now you can find the one other guy who needed a nose mint, and you guys can strategize on what to do about the bad-smelling nose. This is why the internet and the cloud itself has totally changed all of our abilities to take care of ourselves, because you can always find that other person who dealt with the same thing you are. And there's even companies out there, 23andMe, who does genetic analysis, acquired a company called Cure Together that my friend Alexandra started. Alexandra Carmichael had some health conditions and said, what if I got 500 other people together who had my weird symptoms and we ran our own studies on ourselves? How cool is that? That's citizen science the way it ought to be. There isn't really. Some stress has benefits, like lifting heavy things, going for a sprint, and then your body says, oh, there was physical stress. How do I fix that? How do I deal with it? So this is what we call hormetic. One of my favorite kinds of stress is temperature. So I haven't been doing it this last year because I've been on the road too much and it's hard to find enough ice in a hotel room. But when I'm at home for a reasonable sounding, water, and it's really cold for about a minute, and then it just becomes profoundly relaxing. Well, you don't get to recover, and the stress doesn't stop. So ongoing, relentless little stress, lots of stress. And what's beating people up everywhere is that instead of that, they just have kind of a medium amount of stress all the time. No recovery. Maybe a little exercise, but you want to be down here. So this is why I talked about adaptogenic herbs. And this is the thing to think about with stress. You can control your stress, and you want to make sure you do that. And one of the ways is by controlling your environment. The other way is by controlling what's inside of you. And then applying stress as a tool rather than being a victim of stress.
Yeah. I believe you talked about it on the Joe Rogan show, but do you have any more insights on the sensory deprivation tank? You know, doing that as far as something meditative or therapeutic for relieving stress or getting that dermal absorption of magnesium from the Epsom salts?
Floating definitely in a float chamber can reduce stress. When you do this in a sensory deprivation tank, you go into this strange pod-looking thing. It's full of water that's been impregnated with magnesium sulfate or Epsom salt. You do that because it makes you buoyant. It makes you float really easily, and the water is heated up to the temperature of your skin, and you're usually naked when you do it. So you go in, and all of a sudden you're floating in darkness. You can open your eyes and you see nothing. You close your eyes, it's the same. You're not touching anything. So when this happens, you can feel like you're falling. You can feel all sorts of strange things. You become very aware of your body. The reason is that right now there's an enormous amount of background noise coming into your body. If you're sitting there at home, you're in a chair probably. And in your chair, the chair is pushing on your skin, and you don't pay attention to that. You're tuning it out. And you've got light all around you. The light's coming into your eyes. And you're hearing my voice, and you're probably hearing a fan or a refrigerator in the background. All of those things are always there, and we just ignore them, but they cost you something. When you go into one of these sensory deprivation tanks, all of that goes away, which lowers your stress dramatically, but it also increases your sensory acuity. So you start hearing sounds, you start seeing little things, even though it's dark, you have visions and all. So it can be a really transformative and, for some people, a terrifying experience, but it's also usually a performance improving kind of thing to do. So if you get a chance to try a sensory deprivation tank, I would say it's totally worth a try, and it's a very safe thing to do. However, make sure that it's clean. You know, these are like a swimming pool sort of thing. So you want to go into a well-maintained sensory deprivation tank. And I would try it the first time without any music or anything else like that. You may be kind of shaken up by it, depending on your own nervous system conditioning. Some people relive past traumas and all. It's a healing thing, but it can be hard work depending on who you are and where you come from and things like that. We're going to talk about braised beef.
You've been doing, for those of us who might be just joining, we've been doing a lot of these cooking demonstrations throughout the course of the workshop. If you could just tell us again why we're doing them, and also I want to mention that these recipes are in the bonus material, right?
Yes, these recipes are in the bonus material, and part of what you can do as a biohacker is you can control what happens inside your body by looking at what happens inside the food around you and how that food interacts with you. So the Bulletproof Diet, which I think we have we don't have that one up there. The Bulletproof Diet is something that I put together over many years of looking at how you can make foods so that they enhance your performance. We're putting these demos in throughout the day to show you sort of hands-on examples. The other thing is, being good at cooking, that's nice. You can make amazing many-hour gourmet meals. I'm also about getting a lot of benefit in a little bit of time. So I work on recipes that are pretty quick to prepare, don't require excessive amounts of time or tools or skill. In this case, we're going to make braised beef. Yesterday we talked about how you would want to really pay attention to the quality of your meat and how important that was for the quality of your own health, and eating industrial processed meat is not a good choice. So we have some grass-fed steak here. Now, this has been sitting out for a little while, but can we get a close-up of this plate? If you look at it, you'll see that some of the steak is a little bit brownish and some of it's pink. You actually are trying to get steak with less of the brown on it because there's going to be a higher amount of histamine in this. The steak has been out of the freezer for a while. This is going to sound funny, but frozen meat is a good idea. If you're eating an amazing steak, if it's been properly flash frozen, it'll still be an amazing steak. The grocery stores defrost some of the meat they serve you. Others of it was vacuum sealed in special bags that allow the meat to sit for 60 or even 90 days sometimes without spoiling. I would rather get freshly killed meat where they hang the meat, they butcher it, and then they freeze it, because freezing stops the degradation. When you do that, you can take a steak out of the fridge, you can defrost it overnight, and you can cook it the next day, and you'll actually get fresher meat than if you go down to the average grocery store and buy steak. You'll also save a lot of money. On the Bulletproof Executive site, I have links to some of the best sources of grass-fed meat in the U.S., and you can get it for around $5, $6 a pound for ground meat, and more for steaks. And I've tested lots of different suppliers, and the ones I recommend have the most flavorful, fattiest meat. And when it's done right, the fat's a little bit of a yellow color. Like that kind of white, pale fat is from animals that didn't eat the right stuff. So what we do here in this recipe is use green onions. Now on the Bulletproof Diet, green onions are in the middle. They have less of the things that lower alpha in your brain than garlic does, but this is an example of choosing where you're going to be on the roadmap. You don't always have to be perfectly perfectly on the green, less inflammatory, more performance-enhancing side. A lot of people feel great on green onions, and this is a great food for you. Other people, if you're maybe an intense meditator, or you're doing your brain training with that dual in-back software, in that case, I would say steer clear of these, because you're really trying to push your limits. When you're going to push your limits, be super clean, and when you're not trying to push your limits, hey, do whatever you're going to do. So, first step of this recipe is we add some onions, a little bit of broccoli, and sliced fresh ginger. Remember a little while ago in the spices segment we talked about how to use ginger? This is an example of how you use ginger. I'm adding them into our saucepan, which looks suspiciously like a glass bowl because this is a cooking demo and we're not going to spend 10 minutes cooking these down. And what we're going to do now is cook this in a saute pan on about medium-low heat without any oil or liquid for 5 minutes. So basically that's like dry sauteing. And then we're going to let it start cooking down, and you can add liquid after that. And the liquid there is the other ingredients, which is a cup of water, when the veggies are done, you take this off, but first we add the carrots, let's see, olives, and I'm going to squeeze a few of these oranges. I'm not going to squeeze all of them. Normally you would use a juicer. Oranges are not particularly high on the diet because they're high in fructose, so they're something that I say don't eat a lot of. But we're talking about eating a good amount of beef, and we're adding a little bit of orange. So less than 25 grams a day of fructose. We're still well within that if you have an orange in a dish like this. It's not a big deal. We're going to add 1 bay leaf for flavor. If you've never cooked with whole bay leaves, you don't eat the bay leaf. I've seen that happen more often than not. It's kind of funny. Teaspoon of apple cider vinegar. This is an amazing thing. You really want to keep the apple cider vinegar, because if you don't add that, it doesn't come out right. And it was such a small amount. It was just a teaspoon. If you pay attention to the amount of vinegar you use, sometimes in some recipes 10 drops of vinegar takes it from a boring, bland dish to something that is just a little bit cheesy and just bouncing full of flavor. That's probably the single hardest ingredient to get right, so add your vinegar slowly. In this recipe, I said a teaspoon, but depending on how much meat you have and everything else, you may, when you're done, taste it and say, I want a little bit more of that. Some oregano, sea salt, and when the veggies are mostly cooked down, you can add a little bit of sesame oil and ghee or butter. Ghee is preferred for cooking because it doesn't have any of the proteins that butter has, so ghee doesn't burn like butter could. You do that, and then the final step, we're going to add the meat. We'd cook it down until the meat was just done. By now the vegetables are already reduced. So you cover it and you cook it gently, and when you're done, you have some pretty amazing beef. And the final thing that you do after it's done cooking mostly is you add a little bit of MCT oil. What we're trying to do here is boost the amount of medium chain triglycerides in your food. This meal would have no medium chain triglycerides. When you do this, it keeps your body in fat burning mode and it helps to fuel the brain. That's one of the main reasons you use this kind of stuff. A little bit of MCT like this is going to be undetectable. You're not going to taste it, you're not going to see it, but later, after this meal, you're going to be strangely satisfied and your brain will work better. So this is something that you find me sprinkling on most of my recipes, but I add the MCT oil at the end. It is heat stable to 320 degrees, but just because it's heat stable doesn't mean that you want to cook with it, because the bottom of the pan on a typical electric stove gets up to 400 degrees. So why bother destroying the oil when you could let the oil be added at the end and still taste good?
Quick question on broccoli. My friend Blake wanted me to ask. Broccoli is technically a GMO food, is it not? And I think cauliflower is something that we man-made. and he wanted me to.
There may be a GMO strain of broccoli out there, but most broccoli, organic broccoli, is definitely not GMO.
Well, I don't know the exact story. I've read a little bit about, but wasn't that something we somehow engineered? Like broccoli didn't exist until we came up with it.
Well, just about every vegetable we eat, we've civilized. Wild celery will mess you up. It's full of very strong nitrites to protect it from predation. Even celery in a field that's been attacked by bugs or in a drought isn't edible because it has too much of the nitrates in it. So I'm not sure where you're going with the question.
Well, no, he was saying that broccoli, didn't exist like 100 years ago, and I was like, I didn't really know. I remember reading something about that, but I figured obviously you would know, but maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know the pedigree of broccoli, to be perfectly honest. I can tell you that when you read old stuff from 100 plus years ago, they talked about, don't eat a lot of trashy greens, and that would have been something like kale and chard and collards. Those didn't used to be like the choice vegetables.
Dave, just a quick question on the beef. What about using dry aged? If you can get dry aged, do you like it or not?
The art of curing meat is an amazing thing, and a proper dry aged steak can be one of the best flavors you'll get. And one of the links on my site is to a dry aged place. However, a lot of the aging facilities, they get a bit funky, and dry aging introduces a potential for fungal contamination. In fact, that's part of why when you hang a half a cow, it loses 30% of its weight because there's some moisture that's lost. But there's also a layer of, basically, you can see it, it's a white mold that grows on it, right? They trim all that off, but the mold sends little tendrils into the meat, which is why it gets tenderized and flavored. That's not to say it's always bad. I've eaten a lot of dry aged meat that, because I've had Stachybotrys in my kitchen, I'm kind of the walking canary for mycotoxins. A lot of dry aged meat has that problem, and it's a documented problem in research about food safety. So it's a question of what grew on it, what quality was the facility that did the aging, and how much of a trained artisan with a focus on quality was the guy who dry aged your meat. If it was dry aged in a factory somewhere, probably not. If it was dry aged by the head chef at a high-end restaurant who went out and petted the cow before it was put there, it's probably fine. The links on my site are ones that I personally vetted as having either the right process or that I've eaten, and it's the stuff that's primo.
Thanks.
This is what it looks like when you're done, especially when you take the time to garnish it. I will tell you, in my house, unless I'm taking pictures of food for the blog, we eat it when it's fresh and hot, and I heat the plates in the oven, and I'm not going to take that much time to plate it and make it pretty, because it's not going to last very long, and that's the way food should be. You should look at it and go, that looked really good, but it's gone now. That means you did it right.
Questions coming in about the food, but also about GMO, which you just mentioned there, Dave, and I'm going to get it wrong again, but Demonical is asking why you believe GMO is bad. Obviously, there's a big debate going on right now about the science, whether it's for or against it. What is your view?
Well, the guys who raise animals for a living are finding that when they use GMO foods, that the fertility of their animals goes down, and they make less money from that. So they're switching out the diet of pregnant animals. And we mentioned that fertility is a great biomarker for health. We also know that if you take a pile of GMO grains and you put it in front of an animal, and you take a pile of non-GMO grains, they'll eat all the non-GMOs first. There are extensive studies online about the safety, especially the epigenetic effects of genetically modified foods. And I've been fortunate to spend time with some researchers who are doing work on this. And it's pretty scary what happens, because genetically modified foods also can modify what happens inside your gut. So the way we change the genes in those foods is not the way foods evolve. I've seen one approach where you actually genetically modify something, look at how it behaves when it's genetically modified, learn what the genes do, destroy the seeds of the genetically modified thing you just created, and then start hybridizing grains or whatever you're trying to change to make those changes happen in a way that's normal. But doing the type of genetic insertion they're doing has been shown to change the composition of the bacteria in your gut through something called mRNA. So it has not been proven safe. It's banned in much of Europe. And we are running one of the biggest experiments on humans that we ever have. until we've done a lot more research, there's no way I would support it, and the research I've seen that is not funded by Monsanto and companies like that shows that this is a very, very bad idea. And once the cat's out of the bag, it doesn't go back in. The other reason I'm opposed to GMOs is that they destroy the quality of our soil because of what they do to the bacteria in the soil and the fungus in the soil because of the chemicals that we spray on genetically modified crops. If you look into the system of soil and food and ecobiology, there is no moral argument for genetically modified foods that I can find. They do not help to feed the world. They do not help the environment. They don't bring food to starving people. That is just PR. It doesn't work like that, and if you look at what's sold, it's there to make the highest profit for the most sectors of industry as possible, and food is not about highest profit. Food is about fueling people. I am not opposed to capitalism. I run a company. I make products. I have an MBA from one of the top 3 business schools on earth. I'm a capitalist. But you cannot kill my children so you can have cheaper grain. It's not okay, and we are affecting the fertility of our species with genetically modified grains. So, long answer to a short question, but we can go on and on about that.
It's interesting because I was really interested in your comment about broccoli because I was looking at this recently, and carrots are naturally blue, but people didn't like eating blue food, so in the late 1800s they changed it, so they changed all the genetics so they became orange because that was more aesthetically pleasing. But I don't know if that was called GMO in those days.
It wasn't.
A similar process.
It's interesting because the companies who are trying to make it illegal for you to know your food is genetically modified, that's kind of interesting that they would do that instead of just saying, oh, it's so good for you, we'll label it as GMO and then no one will buy it. But those companies like us to think that by breeding things the way we've done for thousands of years, it's the same process as GMO, but it's not. To take a purple carrot and make it an orange carrot, over multiple generations, you take the carrots that are less purple and you allow them to breed. You pollinate those ones, and eventually you can come up with a new strain. What you do if you're genetically modifying it is, well, you basically take a gene from something that's orange, maybe your favorite kind of jellyfish, and you insert that in such a way that you're not sure what it'll do, and you see what happens. Oh, it looks kind of like an orange carrot, and you do some basic testing on it and say, there you go, let's plant it. Now, if you find out later, say, that that carrot also makes formaldehyde, which is a problem we just discovered with a genetically modified thing we released into the wild that is now making formaldehyde, that'd be a bit of a problem because formaldehyde is really bad for your liver. But we have unintended consequences that we will still not understand fully until things have been out in the wild for 20 and 30 years and have swapped their genes with other crops. So the difference between choosing a natural, I chose more orange carrots, and over time I got an orange carrot, and genetic modification of organisms they're pretty different processes, but marketing guys will tell you they're the same.
Perfectionist is asking, when supplementing, most vitamins are already above 100% of your daily needs. So how does your body get rid of the excessive amounts, and is it harmful?
So this person, perfectionist was their name?
Yes.
Their assumption that your daily needs are dictated by which country? Because they're very different depending on what country you live in.
Actually, they've not given where they're from, but...
but shouldn't that worry you that your daily needs are different in Canada and the U.S.?
Perhaps.
Are Canadians better looking than Americans?
Well, the British are.
Here's the thing. Whoever said that was your recommended daily need probably made that number in 1936, sometimes, maybe 1950. And, for instance, your vitamin D numbers are based on the amount of vitamin D that would be required to prevent rickets, which is a disease of vitamin D deficiency. Now, if your goal is to not avoid rickets, that's not my goal. My goal is to perform at the highest possible level. My vitamin D levels are going to be different. Also, in the U.S., the recommended daily necessary amount, the RDA, of 400 units of vitamin D is the same for an infant as for a 600-pound black person. And I brought race into that because if your skin is dark, you don't make vitamin D in the sun as fast, which gives you a huge advantage if you're in the sun a lot, and it gives you a disadvantage if you're out of the sun a lot. So if you weigh more and you have dark skin, your vitamin D needs are going to be an order of magnitude potentially more than the recommended daily allowance. So for the guy who says, well, this is what you need every day, like, sorry, we're not all robots. If we were all exactly the same and we all were mechanistic in the way our biology worked, then that would be a reasonable question. So the other part of the question is we have a liver and we have kidneys that excrete extra things. One of the things I'm grateful for every morning is that I have expensive pee. Because if I have extra vitamins, I pee them out. That's okay. My body is much better at getting rid of those than it is at pesticides.
Those are some strong thoughts there. Thank you for sharing that.
I love the British politeness, man. That's cool.
I'll do my best.
I like how he says.
Well, I also apologise. I've been talking about vitamins, absolutely, but I didn't mention oregano and I didn't mention parmesan.
What was that first one? Oregano? Is that like that Japanese folding paper thing?
I actually once asked a neighbour if she had oregano. She said, I hope not, I just had a checkup. Dave, what are we going to be talking about in the next section?
We're going to do more talking about stress. We're going to finish up on stress. And it's going to be pretty exciting. We've got some more demos coming up as well.
Great, and we're also going to be having a Skype call with Jeff Hunt in the next section, which we're looking forward to.
Stress technology. First one is something that I carry on Upgraded Self. It's from Zona. And this is something that came out of the military. The Air Force had a problem when they invented jets. Pilots would pass out because at the top of a curve, blood pressure would change dramatically. They'd start diving. Too much G-forces, blood leaves the brain, airplane crashes, it's expensive. So they learned if you squeeze the control stick really hard, you could control your blood pressure. So they developed a whole methodology for doing this in the 60s, and they still train pilots to tense up, and they wear pressure suits, and they do all these things. Well, there's a company that makes this cool device that has a little embedded computer and a sensor, and what it does is it literally has a little computer screen, and it tells you, squeeze really hard. In fact, it says rest, and then squeeze as hard as you possibly can. It tells you to stop. So it measures your hand force. It's the same thing on the other hand. Seems like a pretty simple thing, squeeze hard, right? But what it's going to do based on the data I'm giving it from my hand force is it's going to tell me now, squeeze, not too hard, not too light. If you follow the algorithm on this, which takes about 4 minutes total, I'm not going to do the whole demo here, it trains your vagal tone in your body. It trains you to consciously control the pressure in your blood vessels, which can dramatically help you maintain healthy blood pressure. Now, this is a $500 device with a built-on color screen and a monitor and stuff like that, but it can have really profound health-enhancing effects for people who need control of their blood pressure. But, of course, you shouldn't use these sorts of technologies if you have high blood pressure, because that would be a medical use. So I use it to maintain healthy blood pressure, just so we're really clear on that. It's called the Zona. It's on Upgraded Self, and it's pretty amazing. It takes about 6 weeks for your body to learn to reset the way the nervous system is talking to the lining of your vessels. It's pretty cool stuff. It's one of those things no one's ever heard of this, and it's really interesting. If you go to Zona's UK site, they have a lot of research up on their site over there. Another piece of technology that I referenced is temperature feedback. It's about $20 off Amazon. It's called Stress Thermometer. It has a little cord, little temperature sensor, and you literally say, turn it on, put it on body stress mode, and it'll actually tell you the temperature of your fingers, and you can sit and stare at it, and you can make your fingers warm again. If you have cold hands, this can be useful. If you have sweaty palms, this can be useful. But it actually causes a relaxation response in your body. I'm not going to probably take the 1 or so minutes it would take to get into the state to change that right here on stage. Who knows, I might even get performance anxiety. Bad automated meat protection system. But what this can do for you, if you're interested in entry-level, basic, easy-to-do biofeedback, it's kind of a neat party trick. It's just not nearly as powerful as some of the other technologies we had. But you consciously control the temperature of your skin, and you probably didn't know that. We're not going to do the adrenal demo here because it's too simple. All you do is go in front of a mirror, shine a bright light through the side of your eye, and watch how the center of your eye contracts. The iris contracts. If you don't have much adrenal stress, you should be able to hold it contracted for probably 30 seconds. But if it starts going wah, 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 which it will if you didn't get enough sleep or you're overtrained, that's a sign that you have entered the beginning stages of adrenal fatigue. And you might want to try salt and water in the morning, adrenal glandulars, more rest, and you might actually not want to try intermittent fasting when you're in a state of exhaustion like that. It is extremely common for people to not be able to keep their iris contracted. So it's an early sign of adrenal dysfunction. Sweeteners and sugars from the Bulletproof Diet. If this is interesting and useful for you, check out bulletproofdietbook.com. Please sign in there, and you'll get the first chapter of the book for free as soon as it's released. Actually, before the book's released, you'll get the chapter much earlier than the book. And I'd really very much appreciate that, because that'll help me work with publishers to help them understand the demand for the book. So if this is helping you, please help me back. You'll get the full infographic for the Bulletproof Diet when you sign up and register and pay for the course here. That's part of the bonus that you get. You'll be the first people ever to see this infographic. Sweeteners and sugars are a real challenge. If you're eating paleo or you're eating all the way bulletproof, it's nice to taste sweet. So the traditional natural sources of sugar are things like fruit and honey that are high in fructose. And we've talked about what fructose does to your leptin and to your triglycerides and to the aging of your tissues. So fructose isn't a preferred source of sweetness at all, even though the American Diabetic Association will say, oh, fructose is low in the glycemic index, it must be a good sugar. That's why just eating on the glycemic index, or the index of what sugar does to raise your blood sugar, is not necessarily the right thing to do. Xylitol is a sugar alcohol. We discovered xylitol during World War II. In Denmark, they had no sugar. They wanted something to put on their pancakes. So they tapped a birchwood tree. I don't know if they had pancakes either during World War II, to be honest, but whatever it was, they wanted sugar. So they discovered they could eat this, and when they did, they had a huge reduction in cavities. And after the war, people went out and did the research and discovered that there was a kind of sugar alcohol there that when bacteria eat it, it prevents bacteria from sticking to things. So xylitol is used today in toothpaste, in mints. It's used as a sweetener. And interestingly, if you use xylitol in a neti pot or in Clear brand nasal spray, spelled with an X, that's something I use to prevent a sinus infection on a long flight, because it keeps bacteria from adhering to the linings of your sinuses even. You can cook with xylitol. The trick with xylitol is start slowly, because your body makes 6 grams of xylitol a day in your internal processes. It's a naturally occurring substance in the body, but you're not used to taking 50 or 100 grams. So if you say, oh, xylitol is great, I'll take 2 cups of it, you will have disaster pants. So what you do is, or disaster trousers, what you'll have to do is start out with a tablespoon or so and see how it affects you. It may have uncomfortable effects for a day or two. It doesn't for most people, but if it does, you can see your tolerance. I would say 95% of people that I've talked to tolerate xylitol. It has a slightly cool, not quite minty, but a cool flavor. It is relatively easy to cook with, but it will not caramelize. So if you want like a nice, something blended in with butter, like to make a butter frosting, or you're trying to caramelize something, you're not going to get that. But you want a sweet taste, you can get a really nice sweet taste with some bulk, and it's got 40% less calories than sugar. Not that I count calories. 20% of people think stevia tastes bitter and not very nice. I'm one of those. It's genetic. It's also not epigenetic, so that's not a gene that I can turn off by changing my environment, at least not that I know how to do. So, if you like stevia, it's fine to use it. The new Truvia stuff appears to be stevia and some other things. I'm not so sure about the whole process behind that. Just haven't done the research. There are other sugar alcohols that are useful here. Sorbitol in small doses is probably fine. High doses of sorbitol have been linked with stomach cancer, and I don't recommend sorbitol. Other sugar alcohols like erythritol work fine. What we're doing with the sugar alcohol is we're giving you the sweet taste, but the metabolism of a sugar alcohol is very different than fructose or one of these other sugars. Then we get down here to dextrose. This is a double-edged sword, to be perfectly honest. If you have healthy bacteria in your gut, dextrose is probably going to be fine. If you have a problem like a bacterial overgrowth in your small intestine, a problem called SIBO, you may find that dextrose is used in fermentation when they're brewing things like beer and wine. So dextrose may cause uncomfortable effects, or it may be just fine. The reason that dextrose, which is glucose that comes from corn, is useful is that it can raise your blood sugar without raising the problems that come from straight fructose. A normal sugar molecule, which is sucrose, is basically half glucose and half fructose. If you're going for dextrose, you're essentially getting only the glucose side, and you're cutting out the harmful fructose from the diet. So it's not nearly as good for you as these other things which don't have the effect of raising your blood sugar levels, but it's an acceptable sugar if it agrees with you. These are very personalized. Some people love this taste, some people don't. Some people love this and don't like it. But you can try anything over here. Raw honey, if you're going to use a sweetener that has fructose in it, it's the preferred one. It tastes delicious. You mix that stuff, in fact, one of my favorite recipes is to mix that with upgraded chocolate powder and MCT oil, and you get like a really creamy sauce. It's pretty amazing what you can get that way because it's a little bit sticky from the honey. So if you want to drizzle a chocolate thing on top of a dessert, wow, it's something to appreciate. But raw honey is a sweetener. You're going to go out of fat burning mode, especially if you don't have MCT oil at the same time you eat it. Sorbitol we talked about. Maple syrup and coconut sugar both have a reasonable likelihood of containing mold from what happens during processing, especially coconut sugar. Coconut sugar is great on the index. If it's high quality coconut sugar with a good production process, I find it's usually not a good production process. Brown sugar has more nutrients and is probably better for you actually than cooked honey. The difference between cooked honey and raw honey is pretty apparent here. That is what typical raw honey looks like. It may be filtered even though it's raw, and cooked honey is very runny and transparent. Another thing that's going on with cooked honey is that cheap Chinese honey is coming in, and some of that stuff has been shown to be heavily doctored. There's a new process they do where they ultra pasteurize and ultra filter honey to the point there's no pollen left in it, and you can't tell genetically where the honey came from. So there are rules about importing Chinese honey because of pesticide levels and all, and the honey industry now is going through steps for bulk honey to remove all traces of genetic origin of the honey to make sure that they can take the honey from one country, route it through another country, relabel it, source, and then sell it to a Western country who will pay more for the really low quality honey. Can you believe companies are doing this stuff? It is so uncool. This is why I'm so obsessive about the processing for my own stuff. I want to know every step. I want to know who touched it. I want to know why they did each step, because it's not okay to do that. And your honey actually should have naturally occurring pollen in it. That's probably part of what honey does. Coconut sugar looks brown. If you never tried it, it's actually really good. It tastes great, but try how you feel afterwards. Stevia can be a liquid or a powder. This is a powder. And powdered stevia usually has something to make the powder, and oftentimes it's corn sugar from GMO corn. Likewise, dextrose here, get dextrose from organic corn and see how you tolerate it. Dextrose is a corn product. Some people don't do well. When we get down here, you get the really poor quality sweeteners. These things don't do good things for you. High fructose corn syrup. You can buy this at Whole Foods, by the way. Isn't it kind of cool they sell corn syrup at Whole Foods? They do. By the way, I ate Whole Foods guacamole for lunch. Like, I'm not opposed to Whole Foods. I'm happy there's a Whole Foods, but come on, guys, you can do better. White sugar, we've all seen that. Fruit juice concentrate. This actually is just fruit juice. Fruit juice concentrate is more syrupy than this, but it's harder to buy fruit juice concentrate. So what they do there is they basically get some fruit juice. Let's see, if you're going to juice 100,000 pieces of fruit, do you look at each one to make sure that it was appropriate for eating, or did you dump the truck into the back of the juicing machine? Yes, there are acceptable limits for insect parts in your fruit juice and your fruit juice concentrate, as well as number of fruiting bodies of mold and a bunch of other things. I'm not saying fruit juice concentrate is always bad. It's not. I'm just saying your chances of getting something that is not a heavily processed product are much better if you squeeze the fruit yourself or if it's fresh juice versus something that was boiled down and concentrated and reconstituted. This is a whole process versus natural thing. And finally, let's talk about artificial sweeteners. When I first started learning about nutrition, I lost my first 50 pounds. I had 50 more to go. And I started looking at sweeteners. And I found some pretty amazing stuff. Let's see if I don't have this one here because it's harder to buy. It's called acyl sulfame potassium, or ACE-K they call it. Stuff tastes just like sugar. I went crazy on it. I would make these like stupid cheesecakes that were like so full of fat and some protein, and they were sweet and delicious. What they don't really tell you is that acyl sulfame potassium is linked with benign nodules growing on your thyroid. Yeah, I grew those too, so I quit eating it. That was not a comfortable thing to discover. So actually here it is, acyl sulfame potassium. It just looks like a white powder. So it is not a sweetener I recommend. It's one that's commonly used in sports beverages now. Sorbitol, I mentioned, sugar alcohol. And finally, we have NutraSweet, aspartame. This is really bad news. It's worse for you than MSG. 80% of the adverse food effects that are reported to the FDA come from this stuff. It was declared unfit for human consumption by the FDA scientists. So the company that manufactures this, the CEO of the company, came over to the FDA to run things, vetoed the scientists, said it was safe for human consumption, left a year later to go back to his post running the company that makes this, because we have no corruption in this country. This stuff is really not fit for human consumption because it does convert to formaldehyde in the body, and it converts to wood alcohol, and it's an excitatory neurotoxin. It literally makes cells in the brain, synapses in the brain, fire and keep firing and firing and firing. So it attacks the eyes, the liver, the brain. It's just really not something that you ought to put in your body, and if you have kids, it'll make them misbehave, so don't give it to your kids. I think we covered all of them except maple syrup. So.
A couple of things. First of all, because aspartame is excitatory, would you say it's kind of addictive? Because I have a lot of friends who love Coke Zero, and it's in there, and I used to have an addiction to Coke Zero.
It's highly addictive.
Right.
Yeah. You get a little buzz from it.
Yeah.
It's designed to do that, man. Caffeine plus NutraSweet, you're going to be like, check this out. Up, down, up, down, up, down. That's a great business model. Okay? It works for bad coffee, too. Coffee made you feel good. Coffee toxins made you feel bad. Coffee made you coffee. So you have to keep doing it. But when you are using a sweetener, it should not cause cravings for more of it or other sweeteners. That's a sign that the food you ate was not good for you. And if there's one thing that any of those diet sodas will cause, it's cravings for more diet sodas. That's just what they do.
The second one is D-ribose. Where would you put that on here?
D-ribose is a faint sweetener. It's a 5-chain sugar, but it doesn't have enough of a sweet kick for most people to use it economically. It's pretty expensive. It's more like a nutritional supplement with a sweet flavor. You can sprinkle it on something to get a sweet flavor, but some people, I think it tastes like vanilla. I kind of like it. Some people think it has a strange sugary taste, but a pound of D-ribose is like, I don't know, $30, something like that. Maybe half a pound is $30. It's quite expensive. So that stuff, I would say, use it cautiously, and I'm working on ways to make it like more affordable, but right now I think it's out of reach for most people as a sweetening agent.
So green but expensive.
Yeah.
I don't think you touched on agave or sucralose, and those are two big ones I think everyone has a misconception about.
Thank you. I did not touch on those. That was an oversight. So agave is cactus-based high fructose cactus syrup. Did I just invent those words? That's so cool.
I think you did, but it is.
Wow, HFCS, it even rhymes. It turns out that the species of agave has a whole bunch of different variants, and some produce toxins and aren't really that fit for human consumption, and some are pretty sweet. But overall, there's huge amounts of fructose, as much as you'll find in a high concentration high fructose corn syrup in agave. There is no reason to prefer agave over anything else, except that at least the agave isn't GMO. That's a pretty small reason to eat agave. Eat raw honey, not agave, you'll be better off. From a sucralose perspective, sucralose has been shown to really change the composition of the bacteria in your gut. The way they make sucralose is they expose sugar to high amounts of chlorine for long periods of time until the sugar is damaged. The sucralose industry claims that sucralose does not absorb into the body, but other studies show that roughly, I want to say 40% of it doesn't come out of the body. We just don't know where it goes. I don't want to find out in my body. Not enough research on it, and the research I've seen is not promising. I don't eat sucralose on a regular basis. Occasionally it might sneak into something. If I had to eat an artificial sweetener, it would be either acyl sulfate potassium or sucralose on an extremely rare basis because there wasn't much other choice. Thank you.
What do you think about molasses? Is that more like honey?
Molasses is more like brown sugar. It also tends to be one of the higher in mycotoxin sweeteners. So yeah, I should put molasses on here actually. Bulletproof team, if you guys are listening, will you help me add that? Okay. Next up, did you have any audience questions, or are we good?
We don't actually. We'd love to hear from you. If you've got any thoughts on sugars, anything that Dave has touched on so far this afternoon, we'd love to hear your comments. Join us in the chat rooms, and we'll definitely get those on air.
And did I mention bulletproofdietbook.com would be the place to go to get the full list of all these things, and I would appreciate it.
Got a couple of people asking about monk fruit, and I'm not sure.
I haven't experimented enough with monk fruit. It appears to be sweet. Like my initial review of literature seemed like monk fruit was okay, but I haven't dug into like the biohacker perspective, so I don't feel well enough educated to give you like a thumbs up green or red, but probably green or yellow, I would bet.
Hi, Dave.
And I had Jeff on my podcast a long time ago, about last year, and invited him here to be with us today to talk about overtraining. Because Jeff, maybe you're probably the master of measuring overtraining right now. Can you give us a little bit of your background as an athlete, as a cyclist, and what brought you into looking at overtraining, even though you're a competitive guy? Like how did you get there?
Sure. It actually, the story of it goes back quite a while. I was a competitive cyclist at the highest level as an amateur in the late 80s, and part of what I did then was go through a program at the Olympic Training Center, and during that I was working out 4 times a day with a 2-hour recovery day on Sunday. It was kind of the only thing that was built into the week for recovery. And by the end of a few weeks there, I ended up digging myself into a hole that it literally took me months to get out of. We'd just done too much. My body couldn't absorb it. Everything was thrown out of balance. And it took a really long time before I was competing or performing at the level that I was at before I started all that training. So fast forward 20 plus years, and one of my classmates from high school and I had been in touch since we were the only 2 endurance athletes and come out of our class. And we were just comparing notes along the way about our experiences, and he had also gone through something similar where he overtrained to the point where he was out of commission for months. And as a coach, he's a coach of a world champion cyclist, the thing that he struggled with most was trying to figure out how his athlete was holding up to the demands of the program that he put her under. And it's something that's pretty easy to predict when somebody's living kind of a lifestyle that is ideally catered towards performance. If you're getting massages every day and sleeping 9 hours a day and eating well and all those things. But when you're dealing with people who are dealing with real life stresses and trying to balance, exercise, whether it's competing as an elite athlete or exercise just to get the most out of the time that you spend training, and trying to balance that with all the stresses of having a family and raising kids and having a job and travel and all those other things, we realized that it would be really helpful if we could somehow quantify that for people. So that was kind of the background that got us to creating RestWise.
What are the data points that you gather on RestWise? And I want to make sure to preface that question with our audience has definitely some CrossFitters. We have some high-level athletes, but there's a lot of people who are watching from home interested in sort of how do I be better at whatever amount of exercise I get now? How do I know if I have too much? So answer the question both for the high-performance athletes as well as the rest of us. So.
Sure. So that's been a real revelation for us. We started this as endurance athletes who had competed at a very high level, but as we got more and more into it, what we discovered was that the same chemical and process that you go through when you start overtraining is essentially the same thing that happens to you when you're just overstressed in general. So your reaction to stress is the body produces adrenaline and cortisol, and eventually if you have some downtime, your body's able to adjust that and get that back into balance. And the same thing that happens when somebody's training too much is they end up with an imbalance, essentially of cortisol, but of cortisol relative to other hormones like testosterone. So what RestWise does, we're measuring 10 things which have all been studied very carefully individually, and we put them all into one system so that it would give a more global picture and a more accurate picture of what your overall recovery state was, which again is equally relevant whether you're stressing yourself solely through exercise or if you're stressing yourself by balancing exercise with a busy life schedule. So the things that we're tracking are heart rate, and just a quick correction, I heard some talk about heart rate variability before I came on. And that's actually not something that we currently incorporate into the product, although we're talking to a partner about making it one of the an additional variable that we do track. But so we track heart rate, meaning just your heart rate in the morning, to see whether or not it's elevated, how much you slept, how well, your weight, and then a series of more subjective questions that are very kind of qualitative, but have also been shown to strongly correlate with the more quantitative signs of overtraining. So energy level, mood state, subjectively, how did your training go yesterday? Were you already kind of showing some signs that you couldn't keep up with the program, or were you didn't go as it should have? Appetite, urine shade is an indication of dehydration, and then any presence of an illness that might be compromising your ability to recover. And then the one thing I haven't touched on is one that you mentioned, which is oxygen saturation, which is an optional field that we track, and if you enter it, if it turns out that it's out of the normal range, which is unusual, then it starts to affect your score. But for most people, that doesn't actually play into the overall score unless they're acclimatizing to a higher altitude.
Jeff, that is totally biohacker thinking. Yesterday we had Dr. Terry Walls, who recovered from a progressive mitochondrial illness using a nutritional approach, and one of the things she said that was most interesting was that how you feel is most important. And what you've done that's particularly cool is you've gone through and said, what are all the ways your body's going to tell you that you're overtrained that you probably don't know about and wouldn't notice unless you had a questionnaire? And that's kind of profound. Is there anyone else who does stuff like this, or are you sort of breaking a new field where, like, how am I doing today becomes more quantifiable?
It's interesting because people have been looking at this, sports scientists have looked at this for years, and and there's some that have taken complex sets of questions and distilled it down to just that one question and to give a reasonable indication of how someone's doing. But it's great to hear you say that, because the pushback we get sometimes with RestWise is that it's not purely quantitative, and particularly as all these devices come out that purport to be able to give you a really accurate picture just by measuring one thing or by things that are purely quantitative. The mind is a very complex organism, and it has a good feedback mechanism that we don't fully understand, but what we do know is that questions like your perception of your own energy level, or as you say, more generally how you feel, are pretty good indications of what's going on at the at the hormonal and molecular level. So to getting your question, no, we really are the only ones who put this together. There are people who've done this as coaches individually with their athletes, but it's generally been asking a series of questions and then sort of trying to make sense of it. The real power of RestWise is it takes that information and it looks at each of the questions individually, and based on the science and the research that's been done into each of those questions, figures out how to analyze the answer to that question, and more importantly, how to incorporate it into the overall weight of the algorithm. And then it pulls that all together, analyzes it, and distills it down to a single number on a 1 to 100 scale, so that you or a coach can very quickly get the bottom line feedback that you need.
Do you have people who aren't endurance athletes actively using the platform, busy business people, soccer moms, or is this pretty much hardcore trainers right now?
Well, so it's really interesting. It's gone from, we conceived the product for ourselves. My co-founder Matthew and I are both endurance athletes who performed at a high level. Our scientists quickly said, it's not just athletes, it's not just endurance athletes, it's any athlete. And that has since expanded to, it's not just athletes who are focused on athletics, it's people who are just under stress in general. So, we've got two branches that we're taking the product, two different directions. One is towards executives who are just under a lot of stress and trying to manage that stress. So we did a pilot program started about a year ago through a group called the Energy Lab, where they were working with executives who were under stress and trying to use RestWise just as an indication of how much they should exercise, not to get the most out of, not to achieve maximum fitness, but just to really get them the most benefit from the limited amount of time they had, and benefit being stress reduction and overall sort of physical fitness, not so much performance. So that's one group, and that it turned out to be incredibly useful, not just from the feedback, but also, as you had mentioned, from the process of just going through and saying, being aware of what your stress level is, being aware that your mood is worse than it normally is. And so it was useful not just in trying to make adjustments to their lifestyle, but also in even how they got through the day at work. If you go into work and you know that you've admitted to yourself that your mood is worse than normal. We've had people tell us that it makes them think a little bit differently about how they interact with with colleagues while they're at work. So that's one direction. The other really interesting thing that we've kind of stumbled into is use of RestWise for people who are recovering from some sort of medical compromise. And initially, the way this came to us is we had a triathlete who had undergone various treatments for cancer. He'd actually had a series of two different treatments that involved both surgery and chemotherapy. And for about a year after that, he wasn't able to figure out how he should train in this post-cancer life that he was living. So he came to RestWise. RestWise gave him the feedback he needed to adjust his program to something that was appropriate for somebody who'd been through that and whose body had been compromised in such a profound way. And he got incredibly good results from that. And through that, we were inspired to do a research project in conjunction with Livestrong and the YMCA, where we studied two groups that were going through an exercise program, one of which was doing the exercise only, and the other was doing the exercise with RestWise as a guide. And the results were actually very compelling, and were just presented last week at the Physical Rehabilitation and Medicine Conference in Las Vegas. So, as we've expanded, our fairly narrow notion of RestWise being for endurance athletes has really gone beyond just, even just the pure athletic world.
How often do you tell an executive to work out less?
I would say that we less often tell them to work out less than tell them when to work out or when to work out hard. Now, you'd be more likely using RestWise to conclude that, workout would be great, but there are going to be all sorts of benefits of going to the gym and maybe doing a light jog for 20 minutes or just lifting weights. And from a stress reduction perspective, that can almost always be beneficial if it's at the right intensity. So we're much more likely to guide somebody to doing less intense exercise than to just say, overall you're doing too much. But that said, we have a lot of people who are triathletes who are trying to balance training for 3 different sports and performance with being high-level executives as well. And probably our best known case study of that was somebody named Sami Inkinen, who is running an online real estate firm with, I think, about 100 employees. And managed to go to the Hawaii Ironman World Championships and finish the race in under 9 hours, which is almost heard of for an amateur, while training only 10 hours a week. So in his case, he was already training a lot, and what RestWise got him to do is train less, mostly because he had such a busy schedule that he had to make the most of the limited time that he had.
It's interesting because I was hoping when we first talked, it must have been almost 2 years ago, that you would go in the executive direction. Because when I work with clients, especially triathletes or endurance athletes like marathon runners, I'll ask them to get their cortisol levels drawn, and they're usually CEOs or some kind of high-end, very busy type A executive, and the cortisol levels are always high, and the sleep quality is usually low because the cortisol is so high. So then I'll play around, not as scientifically as you guys are, but I'm like, okay, how many times are you doing intense workouts versus unintense workouts? And for a lot of them, I do heavy 3 times a week instead of every day. And how do you quantify whether someone should do a heavy, if you don't feel good today, you're tired, do a light workout. If you feel good today, what are the biggest 3 data points that would jump out at you if you were working with someone like that people listening could take home and say, if I feel like this, maybe I ought to take it easy on myself today?
Yeah, I mean, what you described is something which is quite common, which is the vicious cycle that you can get into with being overstressed and then not sleeping enough because you're overstressed, and then you're not repairing yourself the way you should be at night, so you're more stressed and you're more vulnerable because of the lack of sleep. So I would say of the things we track, sleep is the number one most important thing. Second, probably the most important quantitative thing is just simply heart rate. That's something that's been used throughout the years as a sign that your body is just not in balance. If you've got an elevated heart rate, it's more than say 5 or 10% above your norm. And then, I mean, I guess the last is really just the power of what you've alluded to twice now, which is just taking a moment, pausing, and whether it's filling out a questionnaire like ours or just being introspective for 30 seconds and really asking yourself, do I feel like I want to do this workout? Am I excited about it? Do I have energy to do it? Or is it something that I'm dragging myself through? Because if you try to push yourself through something intense, you may do actually really well the first day, but if you keep that attitude, then that's going to catch up with you quite quickly.
And how would that manifest when it catches up with you?
Kind of a prolonged period of lethargy, disinterest, worse ability to sleep, compromised ability to focus and concentrate. All of those are the same signs that you get from excessive stress due to just your lifestyle, but also through training.
If someone was to go through a few things on the WHO list of major stressors, like a divorce, death in the family, a major move, that sort of thing, do you think that your test is likely to come up with similar levels of stress measurements as someone who is athletically overtrained? Would you expect there to be a big correlation there?
Well, so we've that was the first question that we wanted to answer when we developed the product. So the first thing we did is we did a partnership with UK Sport, which is the science body that supports all of the British Olympic athletes. And they did a study with 2 of their different groups, one of which was comparing RestWise score to a testosterone-cortisol ratio. And based on the results, they ended up using just RestWise and not doing the invasive test because there was a strong enough correlation. So that's testosterone-cortisol, but the bigger variable in that is cortisol, and so we're quite confident that it does reflect changes in cortisol level. So if there was a major life stress like that, it would definitely show up in RestWise. I think the question is, if you went through something like that and it created stress that was prolonged for more than say a few weeks, then RestWise calibrates everything against your norm. So if you allowed yourself, you didn't address the root cause of the stress and make some behavioral modifications, and you just got to the point where you'd accepted that level of stress as part of your life, then our questions that are geared towards whether you're normal, below normal, or above normal would start to yield a normal answer, and then your score would kind of recalibrate higher because of that. So the key to using RestWise effectively is to take the information and do something with it to the extent that that's within your control.
What are the top 3 things people should do besides modulate the intensity of their workout that they might learn from looking at RestWise, figuring out that their stress levels were high? What other things do you suggest?
Well, the way some people use RestWise is to experiment with the other things that we know are really important with respect to recovery and well-being. So RestWise can be helpful if you're experimenting with different diets. If you are changing a training plan to switch a balance from one activity to another, see how much that's compromising your body. Those are again, sleep. Again, to circle back to that, you may use that as a RestWise to if you're experimenting with different times of going to sleep, or different foods that you might be eating that might affect your sleep. RestWise is a good way to quantify and track what the net result is of those various changes that you're making in lifestyle overall.
Jeff, thanks a ton for coming in. I know that you're on vacation right now, so thanks for taking a little bit of time to talk with us about stress and how it affects athletes and the rest of us. I really appreciate it. Would you please tell the listeners where they can learn more about what you guys are doing?
Sure. Our website is restwise.com. And anyone who's interested enough to want to start tracking their own information, we offer up a free trial. So feel free to jump on board, use it for a month, and then decide whether or not it's something that you want to continue with and pay for.
Thanks, Jeff. Have a great rest of your vacation.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate your.
In the 10 to 12 difference about the load of stress compared to frequency. So would it be far worse in terms of stress to do one of these super intense workouts once a week versus something that's moderate 3 times a week?
That question of how do I feel is going to be the most important one. If you can get a little bit more sleep on one night selectively, I would suggest doing the heavy exercise once a week and getting more sleep that night and maybe the next night. But then the rest of the week, it's not like you should just sit in a chair. You can move, but I wouldn't necessarily do major workouts. It may be different for you and may be different for someone else. It's going to be very much, even probably controlled in some part by what kind of muscle fiber you have, what kind of condition you're in, what other kinds of stress. I think this is one of those things where Jeff's message there was, how do you feel? Like the color of your urine? Really? Well, yeah, the color of your urine will tell you an awful lot about how your system's doing. In fact, when you drink bad coffee, you'll have clear urine, because as soon as you drink bad coffee, your body says, dilute that stuff, get it out of here, and it'll pull moisture out of your blood. It'll get water out of the blood to keep the toxin level in your kidneys as diluted as possible, which is why if you drink bad coffee, a half hour later you have to run to the bathroom, but if you drink good coffee, it doesn't have that effect. Weird things like that. Who would have thought to correlate those things? He's looking at when people are stressed, what does it do? I'm guessing when you're stressed, I don't know their algorithm, but I'm guessing when you're stressed, you're probably going to have more frequent urination, so you have a lighter color sort of thing. So there's all kinds of strange variables there, but they may change from person to person. So for you, 3 moderate intensity workouts might make you feel best, but for someone else who's maybe more on the muscle side of things, they want to do that one intense thing because that's what their body wants. Dr. Terry Walls said, how do you feel? Jeff said, how do you feel? And the biggest problem that I had when I started doing this 15 years ago is I had conditioned myself to not believe how I felt. I was actually really afraid that if I listened to how I felt, that I would probably be wrong. And of course, we all know that if you're wrong, then that means you're a bad person, right? So you get stuck in this weird cycle where it's hard to actually know that what you're perceiving in your body maps back to a behavior or something. And because there's that uncertainty there, it makes us maybe discount that more so than we should. And this provides a bit of a rational basis for you to think about how you trust your instinct, how you trust your gut feel, and there is value in doing that. I've found that there's also value in getting data, whether it's a structured survey like RestWise, or whether it's getting data from a heart rate monitor like the one I'm wearing right now. Either one of those things is useful by itself, but when you put them together, you have, I felt this, the data supported it, I have pretty good assuredness that this is the case. If you just go one or the other, okay, maybe I'm sort of telling myself I should be happy now, or I shouldn't feel that, and you get in this weird loop where the automated systems in the body will do something, and then you don't notice it happening, and you get the placebo effect. If you just do the data says everything's good, but you're going, I really feel like crap today, but the data says I'm good, I'm going to work out. Well, either the data collection is wrong, or you're getting the wrong data, or there's a variable you didn't consider. So you've got to have both. Actually, that's not true. You can do one or the other, but if you have both, you'll just kick more ass, which would be the goal. This is a $40 heart rate monitor I bought at Fry's Electronics. It gets pulse oxygen, and it tells your heart rate relatively quickly. So you can get one of these things, and I've even used it on an airplane when someone had a heart attack, and give it to the doctor on the plane, because it'll graph out your heartbeat on one of its many little settings. If you want to know your heart rate very quickly, this is probably the fastest way to do it. And there's a talk online I have about using oxygenation on airplanes, and you can actually track how quickly your oxygen levels drop as the airplane goes up and how quickly they rise. What I discovered in my research there was that I'm one of the people who has a delayed response to low oxygen. So as the airplane's taking off, my oxygen levels in my blood don't correct as quickly as I would like, which may mean that I'm stressed or that I basically didn't get enough sleep, but it tends to be an ongoing thing. But then, as the airplane starts to descend, my response comes on. So as the airplane's starting to land, and for the first hour after I land, I have hyperoxygenated blood. So I get all these amazing ideas right when I'm supposed to be turning off my laptop when the airplane's landing, which is terribly annoying. That's what paper's for, I guess. But most people are not going to know that about themselves unless they're running a little experiment. But if you fly frequently, it's actually not a bad idea to have one of these and see how far down your oxygen levels go. Some people drop into like the low 90s. And if you think you're going to get that presentation done and you're at 90% oxygen saturation in your blood as opposed to 98 or 99 where you ought to be, the odds that you're going to perform very well on an airplane are pretty low, which is why vegging out might be the right decision to make on that flight. This device is made by a company called Viridian. It's a SpO2 monitor. You can buy these on Amazon. You can buy these at Walgreens or somewhere. It's a very common thing. Of course, they used to cost hundreds of dollars in the hospital. Let's talk some more about the way the heart talks to the brain, because the heart is really tied in nicely with that automated meat protection system that we have. There's an electric connection with the heart, and we've all seen heart rate monitors, EKGs, things like the Polar monitor that I'm wearing right now. There's a hormonal communication between the heart and the brain. The brain makes hormones that the heart listens to. The heart makes hormones that the brain listens to. Yes, your heart does make hormones. There's a mechanical communication between the two. It's called a pulse wave. And so when the heart beats, there's a physical thing that happens in the brain. And there's a study from 2003 from my friend Roland McCready, who spoke at the biohacking conference I put on earlier this year, about there being an electromagnetic signal between the brain and the heart, which is relatively controversial and not widely known even in cardiologist circles. But if you take a very sensitive magnetic field detector, there is a field the shape of a donut around your heart, and it's tipped at 8 degrees to the left, if memory serves, because that's the way your heart is mounted in your rib cage. So you can actually map the direction of the magnetic field. Literally, it looks just like a donut from Dunkin' Donuts, and we know which direction the field flows and everything. Magnetic fields continue on indefinitely. they just get weaker and weaker in power over distance. So we know the brain is definitely affected by magnetic signals because we can take a 10-ton magnet and put it on your brain and give you strange altered states. This has been done over the past 20 or so years in neuroscience research facilities, and there's an article written about some guy who had a spiritual experience, and they can turn on amazing art skills. If you don't know how to draw, you get a big enough magnet in the right place over your head, you can suddenly draw like savant level drawing. Pretty amazing stuff. So we know that you can affect this with that signal. We know there is a signal here, and the research that Atkinson and McCready did shows that there's 4 levels of communication between here and here. And that's why changing what the heart does can change what the brain does. And here's the kind of weird thing. We can count the nerves that run from the heart to the brain, and you can tell if a nerve is basically sending in one way or another, or basically whether it's a sending nerve or a receiving nerve, to put it in really, really simple terms. And what they found was that 80% of the nerves are sending information from here to here, not vice versa, which means that there is at least an argument to be made. I wouldn't say it's conclusive, but an argument that the heart is one of your sensing organs. But when an emotion gets into your brain, there's 2 ways it can go into the brain. The thalamus part of your brain is like a router. A router's job is like that thing you have in your living room that gets a signal from the cable company in order for you to have internet access. So all of the internet comes into that box, and then it gets sent to your iPad, or it gets sent to your computer, or wherever else it goes in your house. So that box makes a decision about where to send things. The cortex part of your brain is the logic. So when the signal from the internet comes into your house, goes to that box then has to, when it sees a signal, say, should I send it to the iPad or should I send it to the computer? So receiver, then there's a decision. And in our brain, we have this other thing that isn't present in your cable system at home, and it's called the amygdala. This is one of the more interesting parts of the brain. This is the heart of the meat protection system, the autonomic nervous system. The amygdala's job is to look around all the time to find a threat. And it matches threats really, really, really fast. So what this means is that if a guy in orange glasses beat you up in 2nd grade, your amygdala took a snapshot of that. And the first time you walked in this room and you saw me, your amygdala would have said, threat, emergency, kill or run. And your rational brain, and it would have said that in under 1/3 of a second. And then after 1/3 of a second, your rational brain would have said, oh, that must be Dave. How cool, I get to see Dave. But if we had a biosensor or an array of them on your body, literally we would have seen changes in the dilation of your eyes, the amount of CO2 and oxygen in your blood, your body temperature, the spacing between each of your heartbeats, the electrical conductivity of your skin. All of that would have changed before you noticed. And that change would have cost you, because all of that priming to fight or kill didn't go towards having a better day. It didn't go towards having a hot day tonight. It didn't go towards anything. It just got wasted. If you can do that less, you unleash a huge amount of extra potential for you to do something useful, even if it's just play cards. It doesn't really matter what you do with it. It's free, and you're wasting it right now. And it's the amygdala's fault. Why would you have an amygdala? Because it keeps your meat alive. You can see the amygdala in action. You ever accidentally lean against a hot stove? Or touch a hot pan or something? You pull your hand away, and then you realize how hot it was, right? What moved that hand before you thought about how hot it was? Like, I smell burning hands. That's not how we do it. Well, it was the pattern matching. Heat, danger, move. And it happened so fast that you didn't get a serious burn. You were not paying attention. You came too close to the edge of a cliff. Magically, you pulled yourself back from the cliff. Same thing. Fall down, die, get eaten by tigers. That's danger, pattern match danger, move away. All automated, don't even have to think about it. Very convenient. And it works for dogs, it works for deer, it works for fish. Anything with a vertebra, basically. So that's kind of cool, actually. I'm not sure if fish has an amygdala. I'm pretty sure if they have a vertebra, they do. If they have a spine, they do, but don't quote me on that, please. On Twitter, there's someone right now who studies fish, very upset, right?
Sure, they're going to be looking. We've already got all the cat lovers out there, so now we've got the fish people.
So what this means is that there's a slow track for processing. Your heart, let's say, picks up something like an emotional field, one of these electromagnetic things we're talking about, and it sends some data to the thalamus, to the cortex, to the amygdala. So you went through the logic here. And that's what you want to be able to do when you're dealing with an emotion, whether it's fear or love. There's a heart component. That's why we talk about people dying of a broken heart. Like throughout history, we know that there's a gut feeling and there's a heart feeling. There's books written about your gut brain. There's books written about your heart brain. There are neurotransmitters made in both of those things, and those are part of the operating system and the complex system that is our body. So if you assume that those have anything to do with the brain that we talk about all the time, our conscious brain in our head, the model that I use is that you have different layers of consciousness in the brain, but that they are heavily influenced by and they receive signals from the gut and the heart. In this case, the signal from the heart goes to this part of the brain that says, what do I do with the signal? And it says, oh, let's think about what to do with the signal, and then let's do something with it. Let's think about it. But we have this fast track as well. And the fast track is kind of interesting because here, if it might be an emergency situation, it goes from the heart to the router directly to the emotional pattern matching without any logic. And this is why when someone says something that pushes your buttons, you tell them to go screw themselves. You know very well that the right response was to pat them on the shoulder, even if they're a total jerk, and say, is everything all right at home, in the most condescending tone you know, because that's going to make them even more mad, right? Well, what's going on here? What's going on here is this problem. They push your buttons, and when they push your buttons, you bypass the logic, and your router sends it directly to the emotional pattern matching, which says basically kill or run away, which are two very common emotions. I'm afraid or I'm angry. What if changing the way your heart beat could influence whether signals from the people around you, signals from the environment, went through the slow track or the fast track? Because your job as a human being is to use this logic thing that we have in order to modulate your behavior. Yet, if you allow things from the environment to go through the fast track, things that shouldn't go through it, you will behave in a way that you're not proud of, and a way that doesn't help your performance and doesn't help the people around you. This is a graph of what the heart math software does. And now we'll get into the questions that were coming in about heart rate variability. A stressed animal, one who just saw a tiger, or one that's about to die of a heart attack, including a person, has a very even heartbeat. An even heartbeat, evenly spaced heartbeat, I should say, which means it would sound like this: da-dum, 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 da-dum. The space between each heartbeat's the same. An animal that is less stressed, that is parasympathetic dominant, in the zone, is going to sound more like this: da-dum, 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 da-dum. You can hear same number of heartbeats, but spaced out very differently. This is why heart rate isn't that useful of a measure for the kind of things we're doing here, because you could have 60 heartbeats in 10 seconds and no heartbeats the rest of the minute. That's 60 beats a minute. Or you could have one beat exactly every second. Neither of those would be a very healthy pattern, but one beat exactly every second with no spacing would be a sign that something's wrong, that you're highly, highly stressed. No one has heartbeats that are 60 in 10 seconds and then none at all, because that would be called flatlining. But what that illustrates is that there is data in that signal about the spacing between them. When I say the space between a heartbeat, literally, when a heart beats, it's here, and the next time the heart beats is here. You measure, was it a half a second, was it 1 second between these, and then you go to the next heartbeat, and you say, how long was it before the next one happened? And when you graph that out, you get a graph that looks like this. At least it looks like this if you are training yourself to have a highly variable heart rate. So what this here is, this is how many beats per minute. So this heartbeat was at 95 beats per minute. This heartbeat was at 61 beats per minute. So this beat was very fast, this beat was very slow, this beat was fast, and this beat was slow. That's an ideal pattern for someone who's parasympathetic dominant. Now, it would be really cool to say, so all you have to do is just sit here real quick and just change the spacing of your heartbeats. It's really easy. Everyone try. There's no switch for that in your body. It's just not going to happen. You could spend years meditating, but there's a better way. And when you do this right, you feel it very, very noticeably. And I'll show you on another graph here what it looks like when you do something different. Here is when I'm focusing on making my heartbeat coherent, is what we call that, when not only is the spacing variable, but it's rhythmically variable. What that means is that this was, say, exactly a slow heartbeat, a fast heartbeat, this was a slow heartbeat, this was a fast heartbeat, this was a slow heartbeat. I could also go fast, fast, slow, slow, fast, fast, slow, fast, slow, fast. So what I did here that was pretty good is most of the peaks were about the same, most of the troughs were about the same. And then someone distracted me or something happened when I was recording this, I don't remember what, and I stopped paying attention to it. And you can see a huge difference between paying attention versus not paying attention. This is what a heartbeat looks like without a lot of variability here. I think I was actually stressed because usually my heartbeat doesn't quite look like that, or usually my heart rate variability doesn't look like that. This is not my heartbeat. You can also do something like this. In this case, when I added the electrical current going back and forth across my brain to put my brain into an alpha state, there was a noticeable change in my heart rate variability. In this case, it actually went down a little bit. It was still highly variable, but the waves weren't as big. This is an interesting thing that says what you do to your brain changes your heart, what you do to your heart changes your brain. This is the bulletproof HRV Sense application. We have two apps. The Food Sense application is free, and that's the one that looks at your food sensitivities. That's also built into this app, which costs, it was on sale for $2 or $3. It may be as high as $5. I'm not sure where the team has it today, but it costs $5 or less for HRV Sense, as in not C-E-N-T-S, but S-E-N-S-E. I'm wearing a $60 Polar heart rate monitor that uses Bluetooth. It's a little strap that goes on, makes you look like Iron Man. And it gets your heartbeat, your heart rate here, and it's quantifying my heart rate variability right now. And I will now look at, here, this is what you'd find on a hospital-grade monitor. This isn't quite a hospital-grade signal, but Polar's getting pretty darn close with their technology. Low frequency and high frequency variability are things that a cardiologist would track. They aren't that useful for you. What is particularly useful, though, is something that you're going to see right now. One, you can use it to help you relax. You breathe in and breathe out as it tells you to. When you're seeing it on the iPad, it moves pretty smoothly. When you see it on the screen, it's a bit jerky. But the most important thing here is that you get a track of your stress throughout the day. I'm relatively stressed today. One of my team, the guy who was helping to prepare the content, is recovering from a really bad GI virus in the hospital and has been for the last week. So for the past 5 days, I've been doing a lot of the content that I thought was going to be ready, and I've been going on an average of about 3 hours of sleep every night for the past 3 nights, and teaching this for you all day, which is why when you see my stress line, this orange line up here, it's pretty high, and I would expect it to be high because it's normal and healthy when you're standing on stage in front of thousands of people doing your best to project what's happening. That's actually a healthy kind of stress. I love what I'm doing right now, but it is a stressor on my body, especially without enough sleep. This showed that that's happening. Now, my heart rate variability is reasonably good here. If I sat down in a room and did some breathing exercises, I could consciously raise it. by several points, and if I did it for longer, I could raise it even more. But if I saw a really big dip right at the time when, my cousin came in or something, then, okay, why did I dip there? Or I had a meeting with my boss. What happened? Why did my heart rate variability go down? And what you find when you have this app running is that even when you're having a conversation with, say, a family member, like sometimes things will happen and your heart rate number will start to drop. And when that happens, it's because that emotional pattern matching thing just bypassed your logic and started getting ready to fight, even though it was your mom on the phone. That's kind of cool. You have a thing that tells you when you're about to react in a way you didn't want to react, because you can see your number was at 60 and it's dropping to 50 and then 45. And there's a couple things you can do there. You can take a deep breath, you can hang up the phone. Either one's okay. You should say bye first. But that's exactly the sort of signal that would be very hard to pick up without something reminding you of what you're doing. And when you look at this blue stuff over here, that is just my plain heart rate. So yeah, my heart rate went up and down. It's relatively elevated because I've had an extra cup of bulletproof coffee and because I'm on stage under bright lights doing what I do. So it's normal for it to be where it is right there. If I was resting, it'd be around 59 or 60. The thing is, if you wear this all day, not every day, that would be just ridiculous, but just for a week or two, you'll know what are the things you do that decrease your heart rate variability. When that number goes down, it means that your nervous system is stressed, whether or not you notice. If you go out and you have 3 glasses of that red wine, and your heart rate variability drops then, and it's lower for the next day all day, which it often is, that tells you something about maybe you want to switch to vodka. Not that I don't like red wine, I really do, but I can tell you, you'll feel and perform better on vodka than you will on red wine. It's just biochemical. I'm so sorry, red wine people. I like red wine too. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that my heart rate variability doesn't lie. Of course, you can save this. It goes up to the cloud, and you can look at your history of your sessions. You can look at minimums and maximums. You can look at even power frequencies if you want to get into the really geeky stuff. And you can tag each of these sessions. I was in a meeting, I was sleeping, and you can get your heart rate variability all night long and see how well you recover at night. It's not bad for like $5. So I'm not trying to sell you on a $5 app. What I'm trying to sell you on is the idea that you can get data relatively painlessly and relatively easily. You can have the app running in the background on your iPhone, your iPad all day long, and you can understand what your body is doing when you're not paying attention to what it's doing. And even when you are paying attention, you can know what it's doing that you don't know how to watch otherwise. This is years and years of personal growth work in an older society. You'd be that strange guy with feathers in your hair sitting on the outskirts of the village in a cave somewhere trying to figure this stuff out if you didn't have the ability to have technology to let you apply what's normally a very hard to develop skill to make it an easy to develop skill so you can do whatever it is that you wanted to do. The other app, the free one, I'll show you as well, which is called Food Sense. I haven't done it today because this is built into the other app that uses the heart strap, but this is the free one that I talked about yesterday. And here you literally say you want to measure your pulse, and you can say heart rate monitor, or you can say manual entry here because it knows I have a heart rate monitor. So here you can use a heart rate monitor, or you can type the number in if you get it from somewhere else. But on the iPhone, not the iPad, you can put your finger over the flash and over the camera, and it'll automatically do everything. You just leave your finger there for a minute, and it'll collect your pulse. In this case, I'm going to get it from a heart rate monitor. And because I've used 2 different heart rate monitors with this, it may ask me to do this again, which isn't very much fun. We're not going to mess around with that if that's the case. We'll just do a manual entry. As a matter of fact, I've never installed both apps on the same. Yeah. Never mind, we're not doing that on the iPad. It's the same. It's the same app essentially that you just saw with HRV Sense, but it's one only for using on your finger with the flash. It's just that this device, the flash doesn't work like it does on an iPhone. So I'm not going to try and troubleshoot that demo while we're doing it. The main point there is heart rate does one thing, and that's what we're getting from the food sense. Heart rate variability does a different thing, and that's what we're getting with heart rate variability or HRV Sense. They're both extremely useful, but for very different things.
I was also using this for the last few weeks, and you also had the functionality for the HRV recovery when you can track it in the mornings. Did you want to explain that?
You can detect there's 3 different things you can do with the main app. You can detect your stress all day long, which I find to be the most fascinating one because you can see how you're responding to what's around you. But if you're looking at overtraining status, you can look at how quickly your heart rate recovers in the morning, and there's also a training module. And for length in this class, we're not going to go into detail on those other 2 settings, but it's a relatively rich feature set to let you get data, whether it's for training, whether it's for detecting overtraining, or it's just for detecting and controlling stress throughout the day. Now, this is different from the device we saw the other day, the heart rate variability training device from HeartMath. This is the $99 inner balance sensor. I'm not going to demo it again because you already saw it yesterday. It's the one that had the circle in it that got big and small. I also carry these, and I use this frequently because it's a very tiny sensor. You don't need to wear a chest strap with it. And if you want to teach yourself to put yourself into a parasympathetic dominant state, this is the fastest way that I know of to do it. If you want to know if you're doing a good job all day long, this heart rate monitor plus HRV Sense is the best way to do it. If you're sitting at home going, I have no idea, that's too big of a decision, flip a coin. They both do really good things.
Coming in about the app. This one I think you may already have touched on, so apologies, but Drachner was just basically asking, does the app record all the time, or do you need to be actively using it? I think you said it does run in the background.
It records all the time, runs in the background, and it's got a pretty decent range. It's a Bluetooth range, so if you leave this on your desk, you're fine. If you leave it on your desk and go to the conference room in the other building, there'll be a gap in your signal.
And Snowcat is asking, do you have a particular polar HRM you recommend for use with your HRV app?
I think this is the H7, or someone on Twitter from my team probably. I'm forgetting the exact model number.
Yes, let's go to yours.
I saw a question somewhere out here.
Yeah. I mean, just to help you, that the H6 does the same as the H7,
okay.
So it could be either.
Yeah, I think I have the H7. That's the one that the developers recommend. I've worked with Sweetwater on the development of this app, so this would be the H7 then. Thanks for the reminder.
All sorts of comments, so I know you've answered this already, but people are asking, is there going to be an Android version of this at some point available?
I have a phone call scheduled for Monday with the developers about an Android version. I'm a very small company, right? Like I do this stuff because like, ooh, I want that. Like, I can't get it anywhere else, so I want to do it for myself, and then I put it out there. And I actually have an Android device. It just isn't very fast. So yeah, I'm talking to the developers. It's just takes a lot for small companies to develop for both platforms, and this will not work with HTML5 for all you geeks out there. But I do have some other HTML5 apps that will be cross-platform, and all of my future apps, the plan is to make them cross-platform. But please don't post on Facebook Android with a question mark one more time, because I'll cry. All right.
So obviously this runs on Bluetooth, as you mentioned, and Derek WW Wyatt has been asking, talking about electronic interference with your body the other day, as we were in the first day. How does Bluetooth add to messing with your body's electric field?
I think it does. I would not want to wear a Bluetooth heart rate monitor 24/7 for the rest of my life. I don't think it would be particularly healthy. So I use this to learn, but I don't use it to monitor all the time. If there was a non-invasive way to do it that didn't even require an EMF field on my body, I would love to do that. You probably will be able to do this coming up here. Some of the new video game boxes, like the new Microsoft one, even from across the room, they can get your heart rate by looking at the change in the color of your face. Every time your heart beats, you turn red. You didn't know that? You actually do. You just can't see that it turns red like that. So eventually, we may have it to the point where the camera on your iPhone will be able to tell you your heart rate variability, or one of those Android devices too. It'll be able to do that, but it'll do it remotely by looking at your face with a camera. We're not there, but it's coming, and it's coming probably faster than most people think. What I learned from working on my own heart rate variability is that conscious control of it's not even that hard to do. I'm a certified HeartMath coach, and I'm an advisor to the HeartMath company. And when you sit down with someone and you spend a half hour walking through, they always get it. Most people, when they plug the device in, they start breathing, they realize there's some little thing I do, and we don't have words for it. But it's like you tell someone, balance on a bike, and they say, how do I do it? I don't know how to balance. And you say, well, you do that thing where you like lean this way, then you lean that way. There isn't a word for how to balance. We just say you do it. So the equivalent for your heart is there's a way to do it, and there's a little switch inside your body, and this illuminates the switch for you, so you can start playing with it. You're less of a jerk when you've trained your heart rate variability. You get less road rage. You're nicer to other people. It actually works. Even though I've done a lot of neurofeedback and I'm a pretty calm guy, I noticed that if I was doing heart rate variability monitoring in traffic, when someone would cut me off, every time the light would turn red, which meant I was going into I want to kill that guy mode. So it took about 2 weeks of driving where I could see the sensor without touching it, which would be illegal. Or I could see the sensor just setting the phone on the dashboard before I could realize, all right, someone cuts me off or doesn't cut me off, my heart rate variability doesn't change. I literally trained my nervous system to stop wanting to kill the other drivers because it was wasting my time. Your cortisol goes down when you do this, and that's pretty well known, but I noticed it myself. And in fact, when I started doing this training, I had a lower cortisol level. This was a blood measurement, but it was 107, which is the lowest I have in 7 years. And I spent more time, subjective but still valuable data. I felt like things were easier.
A question from Cooper, is decreased heart rate variability while adapting to become a fat burner by restricting carb intake normal? And if so, can you talk more about that effect? And he's in London.
Increased heart rate variability or decreased?
Decreased. Did I say increased? Decreased.
Oh, so someone's adapting to fat burning and the heart rate variability dropped?
Right.
It's because when you're adapting to fat burning, especially if you're losing extra weight, it is a stress on the system. And this is why when we talked about bulletproof intermittent fasting, I suggest maybe even taking an adrenal glandular or doing it when you're well enough rested. If you're super, super stressed and you throw the stress of intermittent fasting on the body or the stress of, say, taking ice baths, those are all stressors that stack on top of each other. So whether the stress came from throwing a kettlebell around or jumping rope or from a death in the family, it's a big bucket of stress, and you can pour stress in from however it's going to come from, which is why if you have a huge emotionally stressful event or something else like that, you probably don't want to go out and do a super heavy workout. You want to do a light workout, which is going to let you burn off excess adrenaline, but you don't want to do a really heavy one.
Do we have any questions from our audience here? Yes, please.
You find a heavy workout as a stress reliever?
You know, I also find that opiates are a good stress reliever.
Well said.
The reason I say that is not that I use opiates, but that this runner's high, there are people who get literally addicted to exercise because they like the opiate effect. When your body exercises really intensely, it makes you feel good. So you can rely on that opiate effect to deal with stress. What they teach people who are like in combat situations, like SWAT team members, you want to read an amazing book on this. It's called On Combat, and they talk about the physiological response of the body to really extreme stress. And when you look at that, this is in SWAT people, but when you look at what they do, if you are doing SWAT team work, after that, you're not going to be able to sleep until you do a workout, because you have to release those stress hormones. They keep you awake. You're too pumped up. So you go for a 45-minute run, or you lift a few weights, and then that drains the stress hormones, and then you can sleep. But if you didn't have something that stressful to pump up your stress hormones, you're just using the opiate effect to feel really good. I worked out an hour and a half a day, 6 days a week when I weighed 300 pounds because of that effect. I felt really good doing it, but it wasn't necessarily biologically the thing that was going to make me live the longest or perform the best. So just to put a closure on that, if you're feeling a bunch of stress like that, and exercise is a way of coping with the stress, you've got to find out where the stress is coming from and deal with that. So then the exercise becomes something you do because you want to do it, not because you have to do it. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
You talked about the amygdala a little bit, where like it keeps you alive, basically. So like if we were boxing, you threw a punch in my face, I would close my eyes or whatever, react somehow. And then most boxers can train themselves to keep their eyes open. But how do you keep them still being afraid of wanting to get hit? You know, because, I mean, yeah, you can train them to keep their eyes open, but you don't want to train them to stick their chin out. So how do you differentiate?
Wow, that's a tough one. So we have survival responses, and one of the best ones, you ever watch a kid learning how to swim? Our survival response is, get the heck out of that water. You're going to drown. Like, there's no air in that water. Do you know that? Like, run. Okay? That's what happens in every nervous system of every kid, unless they were, like, you know, raised swimming every day, which means they never develop that response. But that same thing is going on there. So what you're talking about there, it's kind of like the nuanced question from the dog whisperer. Like, how do you train the dog to put the popcorn on its nose and wait versus just sit in the corner? Like, they're just different levels of skill training. And I don't think I have a short answer to that. In fact, even the long answer to that would probably be a guess as to what are the techniques you go through to train the nervous system that way. Because, yeah, you don't want to stick your chin out, but you also don't want to flinch, right? How do you train the flinch? And training the flinch is the number one thing that we're talking about in all of this, because you're flinching thousands of times a day and you don't even know it. So detecting the flinch is the first step to training it.
What are we going to do when we come back from this break?
We are going to talk about happiness, which is going to be kind of cool. We're going to talk a little bit about happiness as it relates to 40 years of Zen. We're going to talk about sweeteners and sugar and how you can get a sweet flavor in what you eat. And we'll mention houseplants, and then we're going to talk about sex.
And it's bulletproof for sex, but I can assure everybody we're not going to be doing a live demo. But before we actually take our break, let's just get some final thoughts from our students here in the audience and some questions about this morning's sessions. Any thoughts? There we go. Mark.
I'm continuing to, my thinking's kind of evolving, where I thought I was going to just be learning a lot of stuff and then trying to apply it, but now I'm starting to view myself as kind of a walking feedback loop. So I need to, the journaling aspect I really never thought about. And it sounds like a couple of the guests, as well as Dave, really promote the journaling and tracking the inputs and what's the impact that's having on my body. I was trying to think of what I was eating yesterday and what I did and how that manifesting itself today.
Awesome.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I've been using the HRV and trying to figure out what was stressing me throughout the day. So one of the things I found out that, I mean, this could be related to my CFS, but I'm like in the red all the time. But one thing I did find that relaxes me is lying down, and I can get it into the green and the blue if I lie down, and I could even be working or something, and it will go into the green or blue. So that might work for a lot of people.
You probably have low blood volume. Let's talk at lunch.
Okay.
So,
Yes, please.
So, like, because I own a gym, there's 400 people that are constantly coming to you with questions about how to get better. I use a lot of your stuff, but also with my friends, and everybody asks, like, oh, why do you put butter in your coffee, or why do you do this, or why do you do that? But then they challenge you on it a little bit, as well as they'll complain a little bit, and you know ways to help them or things that they can try, but they're not open to it. And what do you do to help convince people? Because, I mean, if I was your friend and you're constantly trying to upgrade me, I might be like, hey, man, I'm good right now until I ask for help. So what do you do?
The last thing you want to be is that guy at dinner who like tells everyone how to eat. Everyone who loses 50 or 100 pounds goes through a phase of evangelism where you have to tell everyone because it rocked your world so much. And then you go through a phase of disillusionment because everyone around you is so stupid they're not doing what you said. You sound like you might have reached that phase. And what it comes down to is when people want to hear that stuff, they'll see what you're doing and they'll ask. And the rest of the time, just do it. And if they ask, answer the question, but don't tell them what to do. And then maybe they'll ask, maybe they'll take it, maybe they won't. But whether they do or they don't isn't a reflection of the quality of your gym or the quality of your teaching or the quality of you. It's totally about them, and it's usually about the state of their meat protection system and how flexible it is and whether it's ready to allow them to upgrade themselves. If they're not ready, you're not going to be in a position to make them be ready. Like, that's their work to do. When they're ready, just be available and answer the questions and let them do it. And if they walk out the door fat and they die 5 years from now, they totally did that, and you offered, they didn't accept.
We have a really interesting question here, Dave, actually, and we've actually had a number of people relating to this topic, but it might be a little bit unsettling for some people. But Emperor of Ice Cream is asking, Dave, when you do one of your self-experiments with or without the HRV, how do you deal with messy and confusing data, such as the fact that effective detox protocols might initially make you feel bad rather than good because of the toxins coming out? And some people have pointed out that the high fat initially at least gives you some diarrhea.
The high-fat diarrhea problem is, I love the polite way you put that. That was so cool.
I did my best there. You know, the British don't go to the toilet at all. So that's all right.
I want to hear disaster pants with a British accent.
Disaster pants.
Oh, disaster pants, sorry.
But we call them disaster trousers.
All right. Here's the thing. When you first go on a high-fat diet, your pancreas it forgot how to digest normal amounts of fat in the human diet. It takes about 6 weeks for your pancreas to switch over to making the enzymes that burn fat. So what you do is you take betaine HCl, which is stomach acid that helps to make the fat mix in with the digestive fluids, and you take a digestive enzyme called lipase. Most digestive enzyme formulas have lipase in them. So increase the stomach acid, at least temporarily, by taking a capsule. Take a digestive enzyme. After about 6 weeks, your body will have adjusted and you'll be able to digest the fat just fine. This is because you trained your body to eat sticks and twigs and to try and optimize what it could get out of those. And the truth is, you should eat some sticks and twigs, and you should eat some fat. And when you do that, you'll get more out of your sticks and twigs.
And so what about that starting to feel bad before you feel better?
We call that a Herxheimer effect or a detox effect. And especially when you switch to fat burning mode, to ketosis, they even call it carb flu. Like when you first give up carbohydrates, you're going to feel not so well for a week or two. And most people just say suffer through it. I'm lazy. I don't like suffering through it. So there's a couple things that dramatically help when you're in that detox mode. One of them helps so much that I went out and upgraded it, which is coconut charcoal. Your body's producing a lot of toxins, so what you do is you take charcoal that binds toxins in the gut and you feel better. It works remarkably quickly. The other thing you can do is things like saunas and things like L-glutamine, the amino acid. 20 grams of it is a relatively heavy dose. Even 10 grams is a pretty heavy dose. You buy it as a powder if you're going to take that much. But if you're feeling like a zombie when you're doing a detox thing or when you're first switching over, L-glutamine will usually turn your brain back on. So the combination of charcoal on an empty stomach and L-glutamine on an empty stomach usually gives you your day back, and then it's not so much suffering. And that bulletproof coffee in the morning, no joke. The coffee makes you feel really good if you're feeling like a zombie. After doing the neurofeedback?
I feel pretty fantastic. I had an epically terrible night's sleep last night, and had my bulletproof coffee this morning, and even that wasn't going to get me over the hurdle. So it's just like a very clear sense. I can't really explain it.
But it's different.
Very different.
Okay. That's not uncommon. The meditation effect from that, it feels sort of like you took a nap, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I find that over and over when I do this with other people, that you feel just upgraded in some way when you're done. So I'll ask you again after lunch, and we'll see if the effect changes throughout the day. And if you're listening to this, like we've never met before now, none of this is scripted or planned. This is just real time, at its finest. We were talking about stress, and then we were talking about braised beef. And now we're going to talk about your autonomic nervous system, which is something that controls your stress, or at least that reflects your stress. And we have about 10 minutes before Jeff Hunt from RestWise comes on. And the reason we're talking about autonomic nervous system function first is that Jeff is going to talk with us about how he gets data from the body to determine how stressed you actually are. Your body is terrible at understanding the difference between something's about to eat me, or I'm going to starve to death, and another email message came in. So to your nervous system, an email that might be from your boss telling you that you did a bad job is exactly the same level of threat as, I think I heard a tiger around here, I should be ready to fight. And this is one of the reasons that once a day you heard a crack in the woods and maybe you got ready to fight, but there was no tiger, so you went back to your hut and you did whatever. We're kind of evolved in that way. But when 500 times a day a message comes in and goes bong on your phone, each one of those also might be a tiger. So 500 times a day your nervous system thinks a threat came to you. And you change your genes, we talked about that earlier in the class, in response to a stressful environment. So you can either choose to turn off the email notification, which is a great way to lower your stress. Just look at email when you want to. You don't need to know every message that comes in. But better than that, you could train yourself to not go into that mode whenever a new message comes in, or whenever something else happens that clearly is not a threat, but that your body perceives as a threat. This is a really big change in how you think about yourself. Because you have your consciousness, you are slow. You're really smart, you understand all this complex stuff, but you're so slow. If it's faster than a third of a second, you missed it. And the part of you that's causing all the trouble is faster than a third of a second, so you don't really see that it's the one that's causing the problems when the emails come in. At the end of the day, you're tired and stressed. You don't know that it's because all day long you've been getting ready to fight invisible tigers. About 90% of your body processes happen from your tiger brain, the mammal brain. And one of the things that happens in the autonomic nervous system, the sympathetic part of it is the part that speeds up. Get ready. And there's two things you get ready for. One is to fight and the other is to run. The typical fight or flight response is the sympathetic response. Your parasympathetic response is the calm down response. So you want to be a little bit parasympathetic dominant, not too much, and ready to move smoothly between these two modes. But if you have both at the same time, that's really stressful. And that's what we get right now. You're sitting in a chair at your desk, and you're trying to be calm at the same time you're getting ready to fight tigers. It's like trying to drive a car. You accelerate, that's sympathetic. Put the brakes on, it's parasympathetic. Now, put the brakes to the floor and the pedal to the floor and see what happens. And, well, if you're in a Prius, nothing happens, but that's the same thing that happens when you put the accelerator down too. It just kind of sits there and barely moves. But, by the way, I used to have a Prius, worst car ever. So, there's another marketing team right now going, oh my goodness, did that really just happen? It did. Low heart rate variability is tied to arrhythmia and myocardial infarction, which in normal speak means irregular heartbeat and heart attacks. This is a study from 1995. So heart rate variability is the measure of your sympathetic or your parasympathetic dominance. When your heart rate variability is low, then you're more likely to get a heart attack or an arrhythmia. In 1997, they showed that when your heart rate variability is low, that you are at increased risk of cancer, diabetes, and chronic fatigue. This is why when I talk about stress, and we look at heart rate variability as a very strong marker of how stressed you are, it's pretty important to get an understanding of this. This is why a lot of my biohacking is around looking at the heart. In fact, it's interesting that a lot of the signal in the body actually goes from the heart to the brain. Duke University in 2004 found that if you had a lower heart rate variability, you tended to have more negative emotions like fear and greed and anger and depression and things like that. That's not, oh sorry, I have that backwards. They found that when you have the negative emotions, you have a lower heart rate variability. That means that if you're looking at your heart rate variability in real time and you see that it's going down, you can check your inner processes and see if negative emotions are happening. Now, it would seem intuitively obvious that, well, of course, if I had a negative emotion, I would know it. But that is a very, very poor assumption. Because your negative emotions happen at the speed of your brain that's ready to fight tigers, and they are reflected in your conscious, slow thinking brain. What that means is that your body can flip into a more negative emotion like fear. It can do that faster than you'll notice it happening. So all of a sudden, there's a feeling here that had no reason for happening, and it happened for the reason that whatever that automated meat protection system called your nervous system decided was appropriate. That's why you could have had a subconscious fear response to an email coming in. If you're watching your heart rate variability on a monitor, you can actually see your nervous system do this to you. And that is pretty darned incredible, because now you have a signal and you can start training your nervous system. Hey, there's no need to be afraid when an email comes in. Let's talk about this. One of my clients is a really heavy-duty hedge fund trader. I started working with him on his heart rate variability, and he taught himself to be in a parasympathetic dominant state, to be calm, using the kind of technologies that we're going to demo after Jeff comes on. Then he put his monitor on and he went to work. And the second the market bell that rings was in panic mode. And he didn't even know what was happening. So it took him a couple of weeks to teach his nervous system to be calm. This is the same thing you do if you're training like a dog for a SWAT team or to be in combat. Dogs are afraid of loud noises. So you condition them and you train them to be able to tolerate it. You can train your nervous system kind of like a dog in order to be able to tolerate a situation without freaking out all the time. Where we get into trouble is that we don't know our nervous system is freaking out all the time, so it's kind of like that dog is running around in circles, but you're not paying attention to it. When do you feel this? When you lay down at night to go to sleep and you have a racing mind that won't stop, that's a pretty good sign. There's something going on there in that nervous system. It's just going on too fast. That worrying is exactly this kind of response. And the technology that I work with here on myself and with my clients is one that lets you quickly train that instead of spending many years meditating about it. So vanilla historically has been used from an aromatherapy perspective, and even as a food for that. And you have vanilloid receptors in the brain, and this can activate them in a way similar to what, say, a hot pepper would with capsaicin. So you take vanilla, you take xylitol, butter, and upgraded MCT oil, and you blend them together with hot water, and you get like a vanilla something, I don't know, a hot vanilla drink that is really delicious. The vanilla, when you drink it that way, gives bona fide university research about what coffee does for your emotional state. There's some other supplements you can take too. Things even like vitamin B. If you're low on vitamin D, you're not going to be in a good position to be able to to make the neurotransmitters that you need to be happy. Same thing with vitamin C and vitamin D. Your basic vitamins, many of which we've already talked of having well-functioning emotions. If your body is failing, your emotions are going to be off and you're not going to be feeling happy the way you'd like to. Another thing that you wouldn't expect is that houseplants actually are shown in studies to increase happiness. There's a pretty good argument that you should have at least a houseplant and probably several. And NASA even did an experiment. I kind of like space programs because, I mean, who doesn't like astronauts, right? But on top of that, it's such a great biohacking experiment. They can get all the data they want from astronauts. I mean, they have astronaut diapers, for goodness sake. Everything that goes in and comes out of that was developed originally to keep bones strong in space. And things like the cerebral electrical stimulation device, designed to let you get more efficient sleep in less time so you can spend more time fixing stuff in space. Who would have thought when those things were being made like 30 years ago that they would be filtering down the way they are now? I think it's way cool. NASA actually looked at the effects of houseplants on happiness, and I believe in that study it was depression. There's also lots of sources of indoor air pollution. There are species of plants that remove formaldehyde, and in the resource guide that you get when you register, we list all the species of plants that are specifically known to pull formaldehyde out of the air, and benzene, which is a different set of species, and even trichloroethylene. But that is enough about plants. While we're finishing the setup for Get Some Ice Cream, I'm going to tell you what Get Some Ice Cream is and how it came to be. Get Some Ice Cream is named that because I created it as a way to get enough of the right kinds of healthy fat into my lovely wife, Dr. Lana. At home, she doesn't make me call her Dr. Lana. But when we decided to have kids, she had polycystic ovary syndrome, and she was infertile. She was 35, and we wanted to have kids. So I started some of the research. I'd already done a lot of anti-aging work and some of my own weight loss work, but I started looking a lot at hormones and what you could do to turn hormones back on, and the effect of small doses of toxins on hormonal regulation. And realized I needed a way to get lots and lots of healthy fat designed for hormone creation into a human being, and it had to taste good. So over the course of about 2 years, I perfected this recipe, and you're going to see all the ingredients in a minute here. But what it involves is egg yolks, a whole lot of egg yolks, from the biggest, baddest, heaviest eggs you can get from the healthiest chickens out there. You want yolks that are so orange they hurt your eyes when you look at them if you can get them. Not omega-3 eggs. And you use the yolks, not the whites. You might use a couple whites, but this is about getting the fat and specifically the phosphatidylcholine that's in the yolk and all the nutrients, the biotin, all the other things that are inside there. If you imagine what a yolk turns into, a yolk is everything you need to make a baby, because that's what it is. It's going to be a baby chicken, and it's going to feed on the albumin and incorporate that, the albumin, the egg whites. So from that perspective, I said, all right, let's add some of those. And what are the other sources of healthy fat that our bodies use to make hormones? Then how do you make it taste good? And how do you make it a normal part of what you do every day? The answer was, if you're not pregnant, bulletproof coffee certainly helped in the morning. But what do you do at night? Because if you drink a big hot cup of bulletproof coffee at night, you're going to be really productive, but you're not going to sleep very well. And sleep is important, especially for fertility. The recipe for Get Some Ice Cream came about from this. And there's a challenge. Making ice cream is hard when you make it at home. If you want to follow the normal ice cream book recipes, you put a ton of sugar, a ton of milk, maybe some cream, a couple egg yolks, and it works really well because you're basically using some stuff that mixes to be a softer ice cream at first, but then it freezes pretty hard. When you're doing it with the amount of fat that we're talking about, getting the consistency right is a problem. If you go to bulletproofexact.com, you can see the recipe, and we have a new write-up of the recipe in the resource guide that makes it a little bit easier to get the consistency exactly the way you want it to be. One of the tricks for getting the consistency right involves having a seriously good blender. You just don't want to mess around with a bad blender. One of the other problems in teaching you to make this kind of ice cream is that if you put 9 egg yolks in, eggs are different sizes. So it's hard for me to tell you, use exactly a 1/4 cup of water because the ratio of water to fat is right. So if you decide to make this recipe at home, what you'll want to do is you'll want to play around with adding a little bit more, a little bit less water. Too much water in an ice cream recipe leads to ice cream that is more like iced milk when it's first made, and if you freeze it overnight, then you end up with ice cream that is really, well, you have to chip it out. It's not very good. If you don't put enough water in, you get ice cream that's almost like frozen butter. Like, you can get it out, but it isn't that satisfying. So playing with the water amount is right. But you might be wondering by now, why is it called Get Some Ice Cream?
Before you go there, Dave,
Yes.
I just wanted to give my little disclaimer, again, not disclaimer, but let everybody know out there that we are, sorry to take the but we are going to be talking about bulletproof sex as we get into this segment. And so just want to let everybody know if they do have kids in the room and they are uncomfortable with this topic to please go ahead and join us back after the next break.
It was called Get Some Ice Cream because you want to get some ice cream. What were you thinking?
Sorry. I misunderstood, Dave. Misunderstood.
I thought it was the British who were supposed to have smutty minds.
Here's what happens. An hour after you eat this ice cream, you get a signal from the environment. I'll say the operating system for your meat gets a signal from the environment that goes something like this. Hey, you live in a world, or it's a season, where there is everything necessary to make an uber-healthy baby right now. So maybe you should go try and make an uber-healthy baby. And you will find yourself mysteriously pulled to the bedroom. And this is not a joke, and it's not a random claim for a recipe. You can make the recipe without using my stuff. It's just something that I noticed had a very repeatable effect. And when I shared it with friends, they all noticed the same thing, so I published the recipe, and if you read the comments on the blog, it actually does that. And it has an effect. It's pretty well understood. Eating a lot of egg yolks, particularly in the evening, boosts testosterone in men, and in women, it boosts reproductive hormones like estrogen and progesterone. So what we found was a repeatable effect, and not only that, it's quite delicious. So what you do for this recipe is pretty straightforward. Blender. This is in grams. I have the conversions in the resource guide to the normal American measurements. I tend to use grams because I have a kitchen scale, and when I'm developing a recipe, I measure everything on my kitchen scale, and grams make it much easier to move up and down versus going by 1/3 of a cup and things like that. There's also a conversion on the website, I think. We start out with our sweetener. This is something you can vary. You like it sweeter, add more. You like it less sweet, don't have as much. Add some stevia if it tastes good to you. You can play around with this. You can make it with honey if you really want to. If you're going to eat it at night, it's not going to be the end of the world. Have some honey. Too much is not a good idea. Here we've got 4 yolks. Depending on the volume of this, you can have even more than this, and there's nothing wrong with tossing a couple extra in if you feel like it. These are just yolks. This is 4 whole eggs. You can vary the amount of egg white in this recipe. More egg whites make it actually a nicer consistency up to a certain point. The maximum number of whites you would include would be 4 whites. You could go down to 1 or 2 whites. And it also depends on how big are the yolks versus the white in the egg. There's huge variation depending on the species of chicken and time of year, which is why ice cream recipes are so hard to deal with unless they told you a quarter cup of egg yolks, and who measures egg yolks that way anyway? So each recipe of ice cream, each batch may vary a little bit. I've made hundreds and hundreds of batches in order to turn Lana's fertility back on. And we have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. We had one child at 39, one at 42, with no fertility assistance other than biohacking, and that didn't include anything beyond, say, hormones. That was our butter. Coconut oil. You'll notice it's liquid. That's because we melted it. You don't have to be quite so religious about melting everything. You can toss it all in here. The only thing that's hard to toss in is if your butter is still in a cube or like a stick of butter. Room temperature mixes pretty well. I'll make it with cold butter, but then I add the butter first and hot water. And the hot water and butter mix together, then you add the rest of the ingredients. So you might have noticed this thing is like pure fat, right? We have 8 egg yolks, like about a cup of butter, a cup of coconut oil. Like we're not exactly going crazy here. Let's make it French vanilla. What do you think? So here we add some of this stuff. You could add a teaspoon of it. It's upgraded vanilla. If you look at that, you want to zoom in on that. This is 100% pure vanilla beans. There's nothing else in here, and they've been cured. So it's a huge amount of vanilla in this, enough to last for a couple months usually. And it's all tested for mycotoxins. It also adds a really nice flex to the ice cream, so you get a few little dots in it. Now here's the other trick. 2 things you've got to know if you want to be hacking your ice cream. You've never hacked your ice cream?
I've never hacked my ice cream, Dave.
This is apple cider vinegar. Who would put vinegar in ice cream? It took me like months to figure out that's what's missing. If you want to get that little tang that comes with good ice cream, there's a tiny one in there. You need about like 10 drops, maybe 15. A teaspoon. Apple cider vinegar ice cream is not a flavor you want to try, but a little bit is totally necessary to get exactly where you want it to be. That's one secret. The other secret, oh, by the way, lime works really well. Like maybe a quarter of a lime can do the same thing as the apple cider vinegar. You just need a dash of that in there. MCT oil. If you want to scoop your ice cream tomorrow, you must use upgraded MCT oil or brain octane. It has thermal properties when it's frozen that make any molecular gastronomy kind of chef like me really intrigued. It gets a little bit soft and rubbery, but it doesn't get hard like butter does. So this provides the ability to scoop it out. If you have at least 1 egg white and the MCT oil in here, you will have ice cream that is scoopable tomorrow. Like I could write a whole ice cream cookbook for low-carb ice cream. This is like my best stuff. I spent like hundreds of hours on these secrets, and they're yours. Finally, 100 grams of water, which is, I'd say, about a cup or something. If you do no water, it's going to taste good. It'll taste like the nicest, like pudding, maybe almost like a super creamy, like kind of melty fudge sort of thing, but it is not going to freeze well. So we do this. By the way, cover the blender with your hands. If you ever get this on your ceiling, it will never come off. You could see why having a good blender like a Blendtec is pretty important. There are some recipes for making highly sugared, not so healthy ice cream that require you to cook the ice cream down into a custard in a pan. Totally not necessary when you do it this way. And you don't want to waste even a drop because it's that good. Now, especially during pregnancy, Lana was known to not allow me to freeze it. She would run in and like, pour some in a glass, pour some in a glass. It's actually quite drinkable that way. If you're highly concerned about the raw eggs, You wash the raw eggs in warm, soapy water. If you're really concerned, you could add a couple drops of iodine to the water. Almost all of the salmonella is on the outside of the egg, and you totally can sterilize it. I eat raw eggs. I've eaten 10,000 of them, maybe. Your odds of there being salmonella is about 1 in 45,000, and the odds of that salmonella making you sick are much smaller than that even, and that's for industrial eggs, not pastured eggs. So historically, raw eggs were served at the mall at Orange Julius even. So when I pour this, you sort of see very thick and creamy. That's how it should look. When you put it into an ice cream maker, it's going to be just right. And we have like a magic super freezer over here, right? Are we going to do the bag method? Do we have a lid? Oh, we could do that. Oh, there it is. Cool. I recommend the $50 kind of Cuisinart ice cream maker that you can buy. It has a metal bowl that freezes. But there's another way to do this. Is this a screw-on lid? I didn't test this ahead of time. I think it is. Not anymore. All right. We're going to have our lovely assistant, Vanna, here take care of that. And if you want to do this right now, you can. You can do it in a mason jar. And you take a bag, like a Ziploc gallon-sized bag full of ice. Put the jar, after the ingredients are in the jar, inside the bag with ice. Add salt. Zip it up. Back here. It's ready. It's harder with plastic because the ice doesn't penetrate the plastic very well. Glass works best. And you literally shake it like this. This gives you a workout. You get lymphatic circulation. But I'm not going to do this for that long on stage because it takes a while. What I am going to do is I'm going to ask our audience to help. And now a little bit later, are we going to have, we'll have some samples for the audience. This is quite a production because I got the little bowls out, but to be really clear, 1 measuring cup, that's all you need, 1 blender container, and an ice cream maker. And that is exactly the number of dishes you're going to deal with. Pretty neat. Question?
Can you add chocolate and or some cocoa butter to it?
Oh yeah, I'm so glad that you asked that because there's some tweaks that I'll tell you how to do. If you haven't had your maximum of 2 tablespoons of whey protein, if you put upgraded whey, which has a very light neutral flavor compared to most wheys, which are taste like socks, honestly. If you put this in, the scooping consistency when it's frozen is perfect, like Ben & Jerry's perfect. So a little bit of protein in there goes a long way. Whey protein works better than egg whites for making it scoopable, but it's an extra ingredient. If you want white chocolate, you must melt this before you blend it in. But you take the upgraded cocoa butter, or cacao butter if you want to be fancy about it. You melt it, a couple tablespoons, even up to a quarter cup. After the ice cream is blended, you dump it in and blend it again. And the mouthfeel at the end, it's like eating a kind of a nice chocolate bar. And if you want to go all out, add some of the chocolate powder. In fact, I could add some chocolate powder to that. What do you think? We're not going to freeze it, though, but we can freeze it. All right. I'll show you what it looks like when you do that.
Very quickly, you mentioned salt in the bag there. Should it be rock salt, common salt, sea salt?
Any salt would work,
Any
even
salt.
water softener salt, but I would use cheap salt because you're not going to drink the water when you're done. So if you put Himalayan pink salt in there, you're probably a bad person.
Sounds good.
And then another question, once you do blend, is there a particular setting that you're blending it on?
You want to get this as emulsified as humanly possible, as fast as your blender will go, not long enough to heat it up. A Blendtec or a Vitamix, both are strong enough if you leave them blending for 2 or 3 minutes. You'll actually heat it up. You can make soup that way. It kind of wears the blender out, so don't heat the ice cream, but enough that it's super, super blended. And also make sure that your bag of ice doesn't leak.
And when we're putting it in the bag of ice, some folks were asking, because we wanted to have it be done quickly, could you just put it in the freezer?
If you just put it in the freezer without agitation, it'll form crystals if there's any water in it. So your best bet if you want to go that route and you don't have an ice cream maker, an ice cream maker is easy. It has a metal bowl that you freeze, and you dump the ice cream in that, put it in a little machine that turns it, and 20 minutes later you have ice cream. But if you don't want to go that path, there are things you can do, like you make a custard out of it. Put less water in, put it in the freezer, it'll set, and you can even use a little bit of the upgraded collagen, which acts as a gelatin if you do it that way. And then you can have like a spoonable pudding consistency, which is pretty nice, but you're not going to get ice cream unless you agitate it. I have never been able to do that. If you want a milkshake, though, we can pull that off. You take what's in here, you add ice, and magically it turns into a milkshake. So instead of adding the water, you add the ice, and in a rush, that'll do. By the way, more than a few times, my kids have had to get some ice cream for breakfast because it's a great source of fat with a little bit of protein in it. There's no reason your kids couldn't have this for breakfast. There's no reason you couldn't have it for breakfast. I've certainly done that. We did. So I've incorporated the chocolate in, and I'll just pour this into a bowl so you can see what it looks like. You can have it every night, but I don't recommend you eat eggs every single night. Take one night out of 5 or 6 nights off so you don't develop a sensitivity to eggs. You don't want to do that.
We addressed the salmonella issue, but Chewbacca, who's been with us yesterday as well, just saying if you can't eat egg, are there any supplements to use that mimic the impact of egg on hormones?
Man, if you solve that problem, you let me know. Look at how that comes out. It's edible right now, right? So this would be an amazing chocolate ice cream. It's almost like just freezing chocolate pudding. I should ask Bill Cosby with his pudding pop thing to come in and talk about that.
And is this an ice cream that's good to be eaten after a workout to help with recovery?
Well, I think you're going to want a little bit of protein after a workout to help with recovery. If you upped the whey protein, yeah, it would be good for that. If it's just pure fat, unless you're doing like a full heavy-duty keto adaptation, which I don't even recommend, it adds additional stress. If you're doing heavy workouts and you need to recover, protein and a little bit of carbs is not a problem. So if you're going to do it as a recovery, I might even consider adding some raw honey in it.
So you said that this was with regard to the PCOS. Sean asked, Dave, will this ice cream help fertility in men with low sperm motility?
It will. I'll put it this way. I've never done a clinical trial of ice cream, mine or anyone else's, and this is a recipe. There's lots of evidence that egg yolks on a high-fat diet helps with testosterone production. That's been pretty well written about, like, since the 50s. Sperm motility issues are actually a mitochondrial issue. The person who's asking that question needs to mind their mitochondria. Go bulletproof for sure, and consider supplements that encourage the function of mitochondria throughout the body, and the sperm will actually be some of the first parts of the body to notice the difference and to reflect it.
Yes, Mark.
I was just going to say, have you tried making in the Breville machine?
Well, I don't know the Breville machine.
Oh, it's awesome.
What is it, an ice cream maker?
It's a standalone ice cream machine. You do no freezing the bowl, just put it on top of the countertop. I made it twice. It came out really, really good.
That sounds amazing. I would recommend anything that makes ice cream making easier. The other thing you can do that's kind of very, actually quite biohacker, is you get either dry ice or liquid nitrogen. And I've been to liquid nitrogen ice cream parties. I mean, what do you guys do on weekends? And what you do there is someone gets from a local, laboratory supply store liquid nitrogen, and you put a little bit of it into the ice cream maker, even into the blender, and poof, you can make ice cream very quickly. You can also like freeze your fingers and lose your eyes and things like that. So you should have gloves and safety goggles. But it's a neat party idea if you have someone who knows how to do it. So I've seen bulletproof liquid nitrogen parties thrown to get some ice cream. But my point here is just that you're going to eat healthy food, and if you've got any message here, you're not going to eat healthy food because you're on a diet to lose weight. You're going to eat healthy food because you like to perform well and you like to feel good every single day. And my goal is to do that every day for the rest of my life to the best of my extent. And if that is your metric, that's your goal, then you might as well find delicious, creamy, satisfying, good ways so that when you eat, you don't feel deprived. I don't feel deprived. The bacon that I have curing at home that's waiting for me when I get back does not leave me feeling deprived. Bulletproof coffee leaves me feeling happy and satisfied every morning, and things like that. So this is an example of one of the kind of infinite number of high-fat, sweet-tasting desserts with chocolate and coconut and vanilla and all the good stuff in them. So you don't have to, like, give this stuff up. You just need to know how to hack it so that it tastes good. This is not raw vegan cooking. A raw vegan version of this would have had the raw chocolate powder, even my raw chocolate powder, but it would have had, let's see, raw coconut oil, but it would have been missing those delicious egg yolks and all the cholesterol that your body needs, the raw cholesterol, all the nutrients that are in those very nutrient-dense foods, and it would have been based on soaked cashews, and you would have eaten it, and it would have tasted delicious, but you would have not had the biological impact that you're looking to get. So this is a sustainable for you way to enjoy super quality food that tastes like it should. The one thing that I haven't mastered yet is pizza that is fully on the green zone in the Bulletproof diet. I've come close, but that is really hard to do. So when I get that one, I'll share it with you. In the meantime, get some ice cream. That's the way to do it.
Nominated by some of our followers for a Nobel Prize for coming up with this ice cream. So if you do pizza as well, I don't know.
Can I be the Heisenberg of ice cream?
I don't know what comes after that. Gail, I know you had a question there.
It freezes pretty quickly. Is that part of the properties of it?
It takes about 20 minutes in an average ice cream maker. It's really a question of how good your ice cream maker is. It's also a question of how cold your ingredients are when you start. So if the water was cold that I put in here, or maybe I put in ice water with chunks of ice, the more you can drop the temperature before you start freezing it, the faster it'll freeze. So as I got good at making ice cream this way, I started using a higher percentage of ice. You want enough water to mix the butter in and to get all the fats emulsified, and everything else can be ice. If you're in a hurry, you can just make sure you add a couple extra ice cubes. It might be a little more watery, but you'll get ice cream faster. And best of all, you can just eat it with a spoon. If it's not frozen, it still tastes good.
Is there a way to hack the recipe to where you can still make the girls want to go to the bedroom but not be more fertile?
Why don't we leave that for the finishing discussion? I think I have an answer for you there.
We've had so many great questions about the ice cream. I think there's everybody interested, but I also know we need to get to our next topic, which of course is related, as the results perhaps of the ice cream.
It is, but I want to talk for a second about this question. You actually brought up a really interesting point. We talk about epigenetics and the effect of the environment on you. There is inside of us very sensitive chemical detectors, and you are attracted to people based on their pheromones, and that is, we've shown, correlated to genetic differences. So you'll be physically attracted to someone who's an appropriate mate for you from a biological perspective. You'll be attracted to lots of other things too, but that is a part of attraction. When women are on the birth control pill, it reverses that. So we've only recently discovered this, but when you're attracted to someone on the pill, if you go off the pill to have kids later, you may lose your physical attraction to the person because you've basically hacked the part of your body responsible for determining biological compatibility in a mate. So what I would argue is that you don't necessarily want to reduce fertility in a woman, because every way that I know of to reduce fertility also reduces the health of the woman. Now in men, there are some techniques to reduce or eliminate fertility that are much less damaging than they are for women, and even those have some side effects. But the short answer is you should consider being careful there, but don't sacrifice long-term health for short-term birth control. And birth control is really important stuff. You want to get it right, but if it leads to more breast cancer later in life or other things like that, if you care about this topic in more detail, my book, The Better Baby Book, co-authored with my wife about the program we use for our own fertility, we have a chapter on that and on birth control and on appropriate things for that. It's called The Better Baby Book. You can get it on Amazon. We have information at betterbabybook.com. But it's actually a really good question. Probably not the direction you thought it would go, but you should think about that, because you want to be attracted to each other for life if you stay together. And I think that's really important to understand, that there could be like very low-level hormonal pheromone things happening that you don't know are happening. Now,
conversation about birth control there. As you can see, we've reset the stage, and I do want to give a shout out at this moment to two of the behind-the-scenes people at Creative Live, both Melissa and Yuko, who are our two stage managers this week. They've had a lot to contend with, and I think we ought to give them a really big thanks for all their hard work.
Speaking of getting some, Napoleon Hill, you guys know who that is? He's the author of a book called Think and Grow Rich. Going back 50 or 70 or so years, I think it was Andrew Carnegie paid Napoleon Hill to go out and study the most successful people to find what they did that made them successful. And his book, Think and Grow Rich, is probably the first modern book in personal development. And it's still a book that is well worth reading. If you've never read it, you owe it to yourself to do it. It's, I believe, out of copyright too. Martial artists do this. Neuroscientists, entrepreneurs, Buddhists and Hindus, people following Hindu Tantra practices, Chinese medicine, mystics, Eastern practices, and Gandhi. Anyone want to hazard a guess as to what they all have in common? You know, the answer, that is true. They also all breathe. All of these various either people or disciplines or practices have noticed that sex has an impact on their performance out of the bedroom. And that's what we're going to talk about here. In fact, there's an entire chapter in the first ever personal development book about, especially for men, how controlling and harnessing this primal impulse can lead to enormous improvements in the amount of energy you have and the amount of power. Being a biohacker, I decided that it'd be interesting to understand if these people were all totally nuts. So I tested it. So I looked at the tantric practices. People don't usually know this, but the practice of Tantra is not about some kind of sex thing specifically. It was about immortality. This was a group of people thousands and thousands of years ago who wanted to live forever, didn't really have access to all the biohacking anti-aging hormones and mass spectrometers and things that we play with now. So they thought about, what can we do to control this? They looked at it over multiple generations, and they developed practices around conserving energy. So I decided I would track something that the tantric people write very specifically about, that Napoleon Hill writes about, and look at frequency of male ejaculation and frequency of intercourse. This is the equation straight out of old tantric books. You take your age in years minus 7, and you divide by 4. This is only for men. If you're a woman, this lecture is not for you, other than the fact that you may have a man in your life that you want to share this with, because the frequency of your orgasms is different than it should be for men. So for a man, you run this equation. That is the minimum number of days that should happen between ejaculations. So if you're, say 19, 19 minus 7 is 12 divided by 4. It's like every 2 or 3 days, have a good time. But if you're 40, that means like once a week, every 8 days, you should ejaculate, or go even longer. But 8 days is there. That's to conserve your health and your energy at the levels you have now. And the teaching here is that you'll deplete your energy if you do it more often than that, which sounds like a terrible thing that someone would even write something like that, but I had to test it because, hey. And then they get worse, and they said, oh no, really if you want to live a long time, you should only ejaculate once every 30 days. And wow, that seems a little insane, to be perfectly honest, but I'm a biohacker. You have to test these things to disprove them. And then it got over the top. This is also in the teachings. Napoleon Hill did not write about this, but neuroscientists have studied this in MRI machines looking at what happens inside the brain during orgasm in both sexes. And the tantric writings say that don't have an orgasm for more than 30 minutes. They don't mean 30 minutes of sex, they mean orgasm, which is a strange idea. So what I did is I decided I would follow the recommended guidance. I did not use heart rate variability with this, although I wish I did historically, but I wasn't as into that biohacking signal as I am now. What I did is exactly the same thing that Terry Walls talked about, the same thing you heard about from Jeff, about observing your wellness. And each day during this experiment, which lasted for quite a while, was I'd look at my level of satisfaction of my relationship, my job satisfaction, the amount of energy I had, basically a number from 1 to 10 of how am I doing. 1 means I'm having a really bad day, 5 means about average, and 10 means, wow, life is really good. And I would just track this on a daily basis and track a few other things, get the data, and disprove these horrible every 30 days sorts of things. So the first test was, all right, I'll have as much sex as I want, but I'm not going to ejaculate. And I'll test 8 days, less than 8 days, more than 8 days, which is my number. And then the other test was limit both. So basically do it less. Here's kind of what I learned. For me, 8 days was the number, and here's the data. The red bars are fitted to the curve, so you can see whether they're pointing up, which means my happiness is getting higher, or pointing down, which means my happiness is lower. That's my daily perceived happiness number. The blue is frequency of sex. And here's a really important thing for you guys who are looking at this. You'll notice that for most of these periods, there's less in the morning, or sorry, less in the beginning of the week or the period, and more towards the end. Less, more. Usually less, more. Finding number 1, when you have fewer ejaculations, you will have more sex. And if you're like most guys, that makes you happy. And it's more likely to make your partner happy too. So this is not something that I would have expected, but in retrospect, it makes sense. The other finding is that it's not easy to always stick to those rules. Number 1, 8 days is a very, very long time. I also found out that my happiness actually does go up when I have more sex, which ought to be relatively obvious, except just because it's obvious doesn't mean it's true. There's lots of things that are obvious, like, oh, eat more calories and you'll get fat, even though the composition of the calories, which is less obvious, has a big role to play there. So I can't say absolutely that was proven, but the couple days after ejaculation, there is a hangover, and it's measurable, and it's not something you likely know as a guy, but the day after you have sex, you're probably going to be more tired and more standoffish, and probably if you ask your partner notices that too. At least a lot of the people who've seen this talk and seen this data say, oh yeah, I know about that. It's usually the women who know about that, not the guys. I didn't know this existed. I'd never heard of it. But there is actually a post-sex hangover. So then I did the really hard test, which was the 30-day test. These are not sequential 30-day periods because I don't know how anyone could do that. But the shape of the curve here, the frequency of sex goes up more and more and more the more you go on. But my satisfaction with life went from average to like, wow, I'm like pretty happy all the time. I totally would not have predicted this. I would have thought it'd be the exact opposite. But it was consistent on the 3 different times when I experimented with that.
But do you think you're getting more happy because you know sex is coming?
You know, that is a great question, and we don't know the answer to it. It could be I'm so happy because I'm like, only 22 more days to go, I'm going to make it, right? Maybe that's the whole reason I was happy. The mechanism here, I don't know, but it's interesting that this long list of different practices who didn't know each other at different times in history all said guys live longer and perform better when they practice some sort of limitation of frequency of ejaculation. So this data really did astound me because I would not have predicted this.
Were you using Kegel exercises?
Kegel exercises.
Yeah.
You know, because this is a family show, I'm not going to go into the details of it.
Yeah.
I will tell you that if you don't know how to do yoga breathing, you don't know how to do heart rate variability training, you're going to have a very hard time achieving this. This was a huge, huge act of will. As a matter of fact, in order to do this, this is only 3 months of data, but it took 6 months to get 3 months of data because the other months I'd started the experiment and the experiment would fail. So the funny thing there too is that actually taught me something about the power for self-deception, because when the experiment would fail, we'll say, there's a little inner dialogue that says, there's a really good reason for the experiment to fail right now. The experiment's not that important. And I would convince myself with absolute certainty at the time that that was the right thing to do, which is why we have a species, because that happens a lot. But what's interesting here too is that for one of these experiments, I took that part of the decision process out of the loop. So I figure if my capacity for self-deception is so strong that I'm going to decide it's a good idea, even though I know very well that I want to finish the experiment, that I would just say, I'm not going to count days, so I don't exactly know what day it is, and I'll ask my wife to tell me when the day is so I don't know. And then it didn't matter if I tried to self-deceive, because then it wasn't really in my decision anymore, and by taking it out of the loop, it was enormously easier to do this. So what I was doing is I was exercising willpower for the first two of these, where I was using my willpower against it, which is only finite. You only have so much of it. In the last experiment, I took willpower out of the equation, and I said, whenever the day comes, but I don't know what day it is, so I can't really do anything about it, so the willpower effort was gone, and it was an easy experiment to complete. Wouldn't have predicted that either. So what I learned is that 30 days is like a year, but you can see the upward trend, right? I really was happier. So then I decided I would do like a 30-day, just like complete abstinence. And that is not actually very much fun, to be perfectly honest. And there's a gap in the middle because I missed gathering data on the day. I don't remember what my happiness level was. I didn't write it down, so I wanted good data. And even here my numbers were a little bit higher, but I don't recommend this. What I figured out is that the tantric equations worked. For lack of a better way of explaining it, every 8 days I was 1 point happier than normal. 5 is average. Every 30 days was shockingly high, and 30 days of no sex really surprised me, because that actually, my daily happiness, even though I didn't like not having sex, was higher than it was here. Which makes me think, in answer to your question, is it because I wanted to have more sex, or because I knew sex was coming? Was that the reason my score was higher? I have no idea why any of this stuff works. I just tested it and thought I would disprove it, and then I was disproven.
Question about the methodology here. Trefenwitz has asked, when you're talking about sex, was this sex without ejaculation or with?
So sex without ejaculation, the only time that there's ejaculation is if there's a red dot.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Sure, thanks for that. So I'm doing my very best to keep this, family-friendly and scientific. The reason that I'm willing to talk about my sex life in front of thousands of people is that, well, Gandhi, when he was 36, quit having sex entirely because he wanted to save his energy for this. And I always thought that sounded insane, and I'm certainly not going to do that. But I did become very aware of the impact of this on my performance. And when I talk with some of the pro athletes that I've had a chance to talk with in my work with Bulletproof, you talk especially with coaches, it's actually pretty well known. They tell their athletes, their fighters, like, don't have sex the night before, save your energy. So what I found was that amazing things can happen, including that, I don't know about a half-hour orgasm for a man. That sounds hard to believe. I don't even know how you would time a half-hour orgasm, but you can time an 8.5-minute one, and I don't recommend it. Because it's not even fun, it's just painful. So, number one, if you learn how to have less orgasms, or to have them at will, you will have more sex, and that generally makes you happy. Number two, when you do not have an orgasm all the time, or do not ejaculate all the time anyway, it changes your hormones, and you become profoundly attractive to members of the opposite sex. like head-turning attractive way more than normal, and it's correlated with frequency of ejaculation. So when I was doing the 30-day things, just the weirdest things would happen, and literally, like people would just come up and approach me in ways that were entirely abnormal for what I'm used to socially, and it was a repeatable thing. To the point that one person even said, like, "What are you doing to me?" I'm like, "What do you mean? Like, stop stalking me," kind of thing. Like, I'm married, I have kids here. But that was, it was very noticeable, and a few other people, when I talked about this first in public, I had a few other people come up after my talk at the Quantified Self meeting and say that they'd experienced the same thing. So this is another interesting biohacking thing. We know so little about our pheromones and how we interact with each other, but something changed. It was pretty strange. The things to know, yoga is pretty good because it makes you aware of these things called the yoga, they're called yogic locks. And there's things you can do in your throat and in your stomach muscles and in your pelvis to tighten up muscles, and being able to tighten those things gives you phenomenal levels of control. Learning how to breathe slowly and actually being able to make this work. If you can do heart rate variability training, doing an experiment like this becomes much easier. So, any questions? And then we'll talk about sound.
The hand in the audience went up. We've got questions in the audience too. Mark.
We now specifically spoke about the male side of this.
It turns out, and I've asked John Gray, who's a leading relationship author, he came and spoke at my anti-aging nonprofit about that specifically, and Dr. Sarah Gottfried, who just wrote a really good book about hormones and fertility for women. She's a Harvard-trained gynecologist and a friend. I asked them about this, and they both kind of laughed, and they said, like, women shouldn't do this, it would cause depression. So for women, frequent orgasms equals higher emotional intelligence and general happiness. So this actually works nicely in a relationship because you end up having more sex, which means presumably the woman would likely have more orgasms, which is going to be a healthy thing for women. The way they explain this in the very old writings, the tantric writings, was that a woman walks away from sex undiminished, although the tantric guys have some other word for sex, like the flower of carrots, or I don't even know what they call it, but it was not the word sex, but it was what they meant. So it's one of those things where do not, if you're a woman, try this, because as everyone I know, like all the stuff I've read and the research I've done says that you're not going to end up improving your health or your performance. It wouldn't be the right thing to do.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if it was on Monday or another time, but I've heard Abel James talk about, well, I know this is kind of its own thing, but he's talked about, increasing ejaculation frequency to boost testosterone. So is that something, I mean, is this like just something someone can try, or?
I imagine your testosterone would go up from this as well. Yeah, I don't know that I would recommend the Abel James method of raising testosterone that way. Knowing what it does to your mood and your performance, like that hangover, I think probably I wouldn't choose that way to raise my hormones. I think frequent sex without, in fact, I know I've seen a study that frequent sex without frequent ejaculation also raises testosterone. So there you go.
Gotcha. Dave Valentine online was asking, can the reason behind the experiment results be relating to testosterone going down after sexual climax?
It's a good theory. It absolutely could be. I don't know, but I also do supplement testosterone on a daily basis, 10 milligrams of testosterone cream for anti-aging reasons. It's bioidentical. I've been doing it for 10 years. I monitor my levels to keep them within normal ranges. Because I was obese as a kid, I don't make a lot of testosterone naturally. So I didn't vary my testosterone dosage, so I don't think that's true, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
And Ramona had asked several questions about for women. You just said didn't necessarily recommend this specifically, but do you have any research on women?
I've had 2 podcasts with Nicole Dadone scheduled. Nicole wrote a really good book about women and orgasm and is one of the most experienced researchers. I spent some time with Nicole at the Summit Series event recently in Utah, and I mean, she has read even more of the old texts than I have about this stuff and is very, very much on top of it. So if that's an area of interest, I refer you to her work. It's Nicole, Deadone, spelled like dead one. And she runs a group called One Taste, which actually has classes for women about what orgasms do for you and all of that. By the way, this is all like in good taste. This has nothing to do with like porn or any of that sort of stuff. It's, you know, adults looking at adult things, but not in an unpleasant way.
And everybody's picked up on this, Dave, so I'll put it as tactfully as I can, but everyone's basically saying that if they stay sexually frustrated, that's going to turn them into a stud. Is that right?
I couldn't argue with that. Pretty much, I've never ever been hit on as much as when I did this experiment. It was. I felt objectified.
Well,
that was kind of fun.
We definitely wouldn't want that.
Go ahead, please.
So you say you don't do this all the time. So do you do it in preparation for something, or have you done it since the experiment?
Now that I understand, I pretty much stick to about the 8-day rule. And it really took a lot of willpower and a lot of work to learn how to do that. And now that I've learned that, that part of the nervous system is trainable, just like the don't stick your chin out to get it hit if you're a boxer, or any of the other types of nervous system training to not freak out. So I feel like I have way more control of that part of my wiring, and that part of your wiring is there for the reproduction and survival of the species. All of the operating system part in your meat is there to keep you alive. So it's also to keep the species alive. So the thing that made you run away from the tiger and pull away from the hot stove is the same thing that's convincing you now is a really great time to ejaculate. She's probably fertile right now. In your mind, you're going, no! But at the same time, that may happen, and more than a few children have resulted. In fact, the continuation of the species is ensured by that kind of wiring. That doesn't mean you can't be in charge. It just means you have to train the nervous system that you are in charge. This was a struggle. It took like a year. And I learned a lot about myself doing it, and I have more power and more energy now than I did before because I have more control. So one thing that correlates with happiness there, not only is frequency of sex and things like that, but the amount of control you have over your biology. So instead of being a victim of your nervous system telling you to do something, you can listen to your nervous system telling you to do it, and you can do the same thing that I do to my dog Merlin. I say, sit, stay, and he'll sit and he'll stay. And you can train your nervous system the same way. And that ultimately is what happened here.
They were asking actually about prostate health, and Wall Street is saying, isn't ejaculation good for your prostate, and does this have any impact?
There are lots of debates online about that. There's one group that says yes, and there's another group that says it's not necessary. Where I would fall down is going more than 30 days is probably not good. Probably every 2 weeks, if you're worried about prostate health, is a good idea, but more frequently than that hasn't been proven in a study that I've seen to achieve that.
Dave, what's coming up in the next segment then? I've probably already given a teaser there.
Yeah, we're going to talk very briefly about sound entrainment and binaural and isochronic sounds. You're not going to actually be able to hear them because you need to have headphones, and it's very carefully controlled in which frequency, so in a studio you wouldn't be able to hear them. Then we're going to talk about gratitude, and we'll have Dr. Emily Deans come in and give a talk over Skype. And if you've heard some of my interviews, I was just on a recent, I'm just blanking on the name of it. It was a website for entrepreneurs. I said, what's the #1 performance-enhancing trick that I know? And I actually answered gratitude and got a lot of comments on Twitter and all about that. So we're going to talk about gratitude and how gratitude enhances human performance, which is really cool. So stay tuned. We're going to enjoy our chocolate and or vanilla, get some ice cream, and by the way, guys, is it good? Rock on.
We are here with Dave Asprey and the final segment of our 3-day The Bulletproof Life workshop. Before we give you back over to Dave for his final segment, we just wanted to take a moment and say a few words of thanks. There is so much that goes into putting on a 3-day production like this, and so we just wanted to spend a few moments saying thank you to some folks for all of their support. So I'm going to have you start with the folks on the screen here.
All right. Thanks to my friends at HeartMath, who make the inner balance that we have on upgradedself.com. HeartMath for like 20 years has been researching the spacing between heartbeats and how to use those to increase performance. It's an enormous body of work. I'm grateful. The people who wrote the software for Flux that's free, that lowers your screen, they didn't formally sponsor us, but thank you, because for almost 10 years you've been helping my eyes and helping my sleep with your software. Blendtec for the awesome blender, the one that really gets the ice cream and the bulletproof coffee to the perfect consistency, because you don't mess with Get Some ice cream. The Sleep Cycle Alarm Clock is another company who I really value, the people who make that. This is the thing that wakes me up every morning, and I can tell you for the past year exactly, down to the minute, how much sleep I got every night, and it's been useful information for me.
And binaural beats.
Yeah,
sorry.
and there's an app called Binaural Beats on the iPhone, which is an easy way. We haven't actually talked about them yet. It's an easy way for you to get an understanding of what binaural beats do.
Cool. Great.
Also, Power Lung. You saw me huffing and puffing and training my lungs to breathe better. Guys who make that have created a new kind of exercise device. We carry those on Upgraded Self. It's a really neat thing. And to Zona. Zona is an amazing application of biohacking technology in a small device that has long-lasting permanent improvements in cardiovascular performance. And SomaPulse. You saw SomaPulse. Rapid healing, better athletic performance by putting it on your legs when you're riding a bike, things like that. The SomaPulse pulsed electromagnetic field device is available at somapulse.com, and if you're watching this live, there's a code which is BP Live, or BP Live is the code that will give you 30% off.
And all that information is also on our blog, creativelive.com/blog. All right, awesome.
And
go ahead. Yeah.
And 40yearsofzen.com is something that we're talking about in the happiness thing, but 40 Years of Zen is a neurofeedback methodology that is worth knowing about. So thanks to the people who put that together as well.
All right, fantastic. And next, want to say a very big thank you to the audience here at Creative Live, not just our in-studio audience, but the online audience. All of you out there is what makes Creative Live possible. It's your support out there and your questions that make this the live experience, your engagement. There is nothing like this really on the planet, where we have tens of thousands of people around the world that can tune in and learn directly and for free from an instructor, world-class educators like Dave Asprey. So thank you for joining us. Also want to thank the Creative Live crew. My goodness, there were a lot of moving pieces to this workshop. There are for every workshop, but this workshop in particular, I just want to give a really big shout out to Melissa and Yuko, who put hours and hours and hours into preparing all of the food for all the different food demonstrations, and really went to above and beyond to find so many ingredients and so many things that we could display out here and show everything. It's one thing to talk about it, but it's another thing just to see everything that you were teaching and talking about. So special shout out to them. And of course to Brian, our line producer, and another big shout out to Michael, our content producer. You guys are rock stars and studs. I want to do a special shout out again for all of our guests. Thank you for bringing all of these amazing people that came and joined us, and to give their special piece of the world and their special pieces of knowledge. So thanks to Abel and William and Dr. Justin, Dr. Terry, Jeff, and Emily, who will be with us shortly. And
just want to clarify. So it's actually $400 off is the offer for the SomaPulse.
Thank you. Thank you.
400. Sorry, I'll do math someday.
That's all right. Thank you, JKO. Special shout out for JKO. Thank you, JKO.
I got brand new this afternoon. Just after trousers, that's it.
With a new nickname, yes, indeed. Again, thank you to our studio audience. You guys were not only guinea pigs, but also just gave a lot of depth into this course with amazing questions. And all of you coming from different places of the world, as well as different places in your life and in your bulletproof life. So thank you for being here and making your way to Seattle and being here with us.
Seattle.
Did I say Seattle? I did say Seattle.
So
it's kind of natural. It comes out that way. Everybody, I'm based in our Seattle office, but we are here in San Francisco. Thank you, Mark. Somebody's paying attention. Anyhow, Dave, it has been a pleasure to have you here on Creative Live. I know there's been so much work that has gone into this production in and of itself, and you just opened so many eyes for us here and around the world, and we really loved having you here on our platform. So thank you very much. And with gratitude, let's go into the gratitude section. I'm going to hand this over to you. Please help me give Dave a big round of applause. All right, thank you.
And an 18-hour course. It's also a lot of work to sit through one. So thanks for being guinea pigs and letting me poke and prod and attach electrodes and all the other things like that. Actually kind of fun. Now, let's talk about sounds for happiness. What do you think? I should have this up on the screen very soon here. Cool. All right. How do you use sound entrainment to make yourself happy, or just to make happy? Can you turn it on? Turns out we've known how to do this for a little while. There's monaural beats. This is a single sound. In fact, drumming, shamanic drumming, is one of the earliest known ways of inducing an altered state of consciousness. And there's certain native cultures who practice that now. And you basically bang on a drum at a certain speed, and it induces an altered state of consciousness, which can include happiness. In fact, that's pretty much what happens at a rave, right? We still use monaural beats. It's called the drummer. It is part of what makes you happy. And there are studies about music and happiness. So it's a technology, but it's a very old one. There's binaural beats. We've had binaural beats for a little while. Tibetan singing bowls, tuning forks, play one bowl in this ear and one bowl in this ear, and they go wow, 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 wow. That's what your brain hears a binaural beat sounds like. Although, if your brain's not interpreting a binaural beat, what it actually is one tone in this ear and a slightly different tone in this ear. And the difference between those two tones is where your brain goes, is it this one, is it this one, is it this one, is it this one? And as your brain goes back and forth trying to sort out the sound, your brain enters an altered state. So if the spacing between those two sounds is a brain state that correlates with happiness, you can actually induce altered states. Now, apparently, the Tibetans and a few other cultures knew about this a while back, and you'd hear ringing bells in this ear versus this ear. But it was in the late 70s, early 80s, a guy named Robert Monroe, who was a sound engineer, accidentally discovered or rediscovered this kind of technology for altering mental state. He was a sound engineer working, and he played a tone in this ear and a tone in this ear, and had a spontaneous out-of-body scary experience, and wanted to figure out what the heck just happened, and found out with EEG machines that you really could use sounds to induce states, and ended up running a very early institute that was dedicated to helping people change their brain states using, in his case, sound. So this kind of technology for binaural beats has been around ever since then. In fact, there's iPhone apps that'll do it for free or nearly free. There's also something called an isochronic sound. These sounds are stronger at affecting your brain, and one of the new iPhone apps that I'm working on uses these beats specifically in conjunction with some other techniques in order to induce very specific brain states. And this is probably the cutting edge of sound entrainment when you mix all of these techniques. So if you want, say, that 10 hertz state that we heard about from Dr. Bill from SomaPulse, the 10 hertz state that was correlated with healing, you might want to put a 10 hertz alpha brain state into your brain, and you could use a combination of monaural, binaural, and isochronic sounds. There's also white noise. Just listening to perfect white noise, which is like the sound of a waterfall or rushing waves, but a very constant white noise, can cause you to enter an alpha state in your brain. So there's a good reason to listen to meditation tapes that have just kind of a white sound, a white noise, to block out sound, especially if you're in a city. There's a low city hum that's always there. If you're going to sleep, or maybe just when you're going to sleep, you might consider turning on sounds that include white noise, because an alpha state is pretty good for sleep. And then if you have the sleep cycle app, you can see if the white noise improved the quality of your sleep or it didn't. If it did, keep doing it. If it didn't, then don't do it. Your mileage may vary. So these are some of the ways of altering the state of your brain, and thus altering your happiness and overall your performance. Because at the end of the day, I really do believe that people who perform at the level they'd like to perform are happier. Because if you're constantly struggling to do the things that you want to do, you see the world as a place where you have to really struggle all the time. Whereas if you make your life a little bit easier by using better technologies, by using better techniques, then you generally change the way you frame the world. And you are happier because you perceive the world as a place where when you put effort in, you get results back. And it's good to live in a world where you can actually change things, including the state of your own brain or of your own body. Here's some more happiness hacks. One of the most powerful techniques of all, I really perfected at the 40 years of Zen training, the one where you can raise your IQ by 12 points and do the equivalent of 40 years of meditation from a brain state perspective. The gratitude list, something where you sit down and you say, what am I thankful for today? Just this simple practice of doing it before bed or in the morning will teach you over time to be thankful for things. But just being grateful helps, and gratitude is actually measurable on an EEG as a specific brain state, but forgiveness actually starts with gratitude. And it sounds a little bit weird, but if you really want to perform at the very, very highest levels, you have to perfect the art of forgiveness. The reason for that is that that automated meat protection system, your nervous system that's there to keep you alive, it gets programmed to look at things as that's an enemy, that's a threat, and it's a very good threat detection system because it's fast. It's also a very bad threat detection system because it doesn't understand context at all. So it gets as simple as if someone swats a mosquito on your shoulder your threat detection system may very well, from then on, say, okay, whatever that situation was, that was the situation that got you hit on the shoulder, because it's too dumb to understand there's a mosquito. Fortunately, it's easy to forgive the guy who smacked you on the shoulder and killed the mosquito that was going to bite you. But there are other types of forgiveness work that are necessary if something has genuinely harmed you in a more serious way, or even if you don't really understand what all the mechanisms are that are causing a certain thing. The short answer is, if you're walking around carrying a grudge, that grudge is costing you enormous, enormous amounts of personal performance and happiness. So the very first step to forgiving someone, and by the way, forgiving someone doesn't mean walking up and saying, you know, I forgive you. You don't have to do anything, it doesn't have anything to do with the other person. It has to do with how you see the world, and that's all forgiveness is. So if there's something that bothered you, the first step to letting go of the thing that bothers you is gratitude. So let's say something really bad happened to you, like you got in a car accident because a drunk driver hit your car. That's not a very fun thing. Now, the first step is, what are you grateful for about that? And you must learn to find the good in every situation, because it's always there. For instance, yeah, you might have lost your leg in that car accident, but you got a new car. Be grateful for the new car. No joke. It's that serious. Because if you can learn to look at every situation and always find the thing to be grateful for, no matter how crappy the situation is, it is very difficult for that situation to get burned into your nervous system as yet another rule that you have to follow all the time to keep yourself from dying. So gratitude leads to forgiveness, which leads to reprogramming of the parts of your nervous system that hold grudges and make you do things that you don't even want to do. That's why, before bed, sitting down, and I do this with my kids at least most nights, is I sit down and I say, what are 3 things you're grateful for? And I'm pretty sure my 4-year-old gets gratitude, and certainly my 6-year-old does. And sometimes it's, I'm grateful for toys, and that's fine. Be grateful for something, because it's better to go to sleep grateful for toys than it is to go to sleep without gratitude. And it doesn't cost anything. If you have a journaling practice, there's actually a journal called the 5-Minute Journal that has slots for things you're grateful for. Just write down 3 things on your gratitude list that happened today that you're grateful for. And then if there's something that you're really pissed off about, write down something you're grateful for about that. At a minimum, you can always be grateful that I learned I won't do that again. That's a perfectly acceptable thing. Sounds like a simple thing. Gratitude is one of the hardest things to learn, almost as hard as forgiveness. What I learned in the course of doing neurofeedback was that there were lots of times when I would really convince myself that I had forgiven someone for something that really, really made me angry. And the neurofeedback, the EEG machine, would literally show me, nope, you didn't do it. Like, no, I'm sure I've done it. Nope, you didn't do it. It's a lie detector for yourself when you use it in that specific way. So to have a lie detector on, like, I forgive that, yeah, okay, I'm not going to care that anymore, I'm not mad at that guy anymore. And then, like, oh wait. Well, when you finally get it, there's actually a tangible feeling in your body when you forgive, especially something that's big, something you've been mad about for a while. You can actually feel it right here. It's measurable, it's quantifiable, and it's hard to achieve without some work. And the work starts with being grateful and moving on from gratitude to forgiveness. Another way of producing happiness is just having social connection with people. And we all know the way to get social connection is to have at least 1,000 followers on Twitter, right? Facebook? No. It comes down to what we're doing here, meeting in real time, face-to-face. This is why, even though I have young kids and my life has become really, really busy, I still make time to meet with people, to go to events in person, to speak in person like this, because to have social connection with people gives you more power, it gives you more energy, it makes you happier. And when you're happier, it makes you more free to do whatever it is that you came here to do, whatever it is that you decide you want to do. Because the worst thing you could really do is do stuff that you didn't decide to do, because then you probably don't know what it is you're doing. So be conscious about the decisions you make about what to do. And if you're not conscious about something and you recognize that you weren't conscious in one of your behaviors, be grateful that you noticed you didn't do something conscious, and then practice forgiveness on that, You can forgive yourself for not being very conscious and being a total jerk, and then move on. And if you do that, this little loop of social connection, especially with friends who will tell you when you're being a jerk, is its own feedback loop that's particularly valuable. Same thing goes for family, if your family will give you honest feedback, which oftentimes they don't. And finally, if you want to get real introspective, you can sit down sometime with a sheet of paper, and you can list the things that are positive influences in your life, and you could list the things that are negative influences in your life. The act of writing those things down can actually make you more happy, because it gets them out of here and gets them into a physical form. And when they're in a physical form, you might actually decide to make some changes. And you can definitely change things like that. A hack that's not up here, but one of the more impactful ones that I've come across, I learned from Professor Stu Friedman at the Wharton Business School, of all places. Professor Friedman was one of the top 100 executives at Ford Motor Company a while back, responsible for the culture of Ford, which is a pretty hard thing to do, because a company culture at a giant company like that is a pretty strange thing. What he learned over time was that you could map out the domains of your life into things like health, social connections with friends, family relationships, career satisfaction, and even giving back, like a charitable endeavor. And this goes beyond just a list of positive and negative forces in your life. But what Stu did, and his book is actually called Total Leadership. It's a cool book. He created some worksheets so you could do this, but then he asked this key question that goes right to the heart of the quantified self. The question was, how much energy, not time, but how much energy are you spending on each of these things? That was the first data point. The second data point was, how much return are you getting? How satisfied with you are this? And the glaring thing that you'll find if you have the courage to do this, in fact, I'd recommend buying Total Leadership, is you'll find there are some areas of your life where you spend 80% of your energy and you get 20% of your return. It should be the other way around. Part of being a biohacker is inherent glorified laziness, which means you want to get the most return for the least amount of invested time and energy. And I guarantee you, if you're alive, that you are spending some of your time in a way that is not giving you the return you want. So that means if it's on a family relationship, you spend 80% of your time with your family and it doesn't even make you happy, then obviously you need to upgrade your family. Get them some bulletproof coffee. I'm just kidding. But what you can do, though, is you can look and you can say, I'm going to spend less time on that because it doesn't give me anything. And you might also say, wow, I'm totally unhappy with my career. I'm going to make a change there. But just knowing that this amount of effort equals this amount of return will completely transform the way you look at what you do with your time and with your life. If you don't measure the return you get on the investment of your energy, you can spend an enormous amount of time pouring all of your energy into things that just eat it up and get nothing back. A lot of the things you've learned in the class over the last couple of days are about how to have more energy, how to realize you're wasting energy on your nervous system doing things to you that you didn't like, and then taking that energy back so you can use it for something useful. But what if you go to all that hard work biohacking yourself, you get the energy back, and then you put the energy into something that doesn't do anything for you or for your community or for your friends or for your family or for the world at all? You just waste it. So now that you've been given the skills to kind of turn up the amount of energy that you have in your body and in your nervous system and really in your life, you have to figure out where you're going to apply that energy to do something useful for you or for whatever it is that's important to you. And the core of making that decision the right way is to measure. Just like almost every other technique we talked about here, what goes in, what comes out, are they related? You can get more efficiency from this last hint that I just gave than you would get from many of the other biohacks earlier in the week. Because you have all the energy in the world and it goes nowhere, you didn't win. And this is, at the end of the day, about winning.
In fact, a few people have brought up some family issues, because you quite rightly here say that family is something that creates happiness. But a lot of people find that that's a very negative force in their life. And Ramona is saying she's somebody who's had her mum and her sister have had a grudge on me. She's very close to her family, but they are holding a grudge on me because I cannot help them with various things, and it's killing her inside. I think family, as seen as a positive, does create some negatives in people's lives.
It's a very valid point. If you're spending most of your energy and time on your family and you're getting no return on that, then, number one, work on the gratitude. It's your mom. Like, there's no way getting around that. So you can be grateful for that. At the same time, you can say, you know what? Whatever it is that's causing family grudge, it's not okay. I don't agree with it. But I am going to, and you say this to yourself, not to whatever family member you have a problem with, you say, I'm going to forgive it. And then you do the work, whatever forgiveness practice you follow. In my case, I do it with electrodes on my head because it's the fastest I know and the most thorough. But whatever forgiveness practice you want to do, and you can Google on Wikipedia how to do forgiveness. There are established steps to forgiveness now, thank goodness. It's much easier to have those. But what you do then is you say, all right, I'm going to drop it. And at that point, you have a relationship inside your family or outside that's not working. You stop playing the role you're playing in that. And when you take that step, your family probably won't like it. But that's okay. They don't have to. It's about what you're going to do with your time, not what your family's going to tell you to do with your time.
That makes perfect sense.
And when you started to talk about this and happiness, and I thought about I've heard about how Buddhist monks are some of the happiest people in the world when studies have been done on the brain in terms of the amount of time in meditation. Is that something that you can comment on, or
I believe that...
Are you familiar with that study?
I am familiar with the study, and one of the coolest things about the Dalai Lama right now is that he hangs out with neuroscientists all the time. Like, he puts together conferences for neuroscientists. And if you've heard of the Elon Musk's SpaceX and the X Prize, these are things where they put up a $5 or $10 million prize for doing something that's never been done before. Well, the Dalai Lama has an equivalent of that that's backed by whatever financial resources he has. And if you can give him a technology that will help him reach a gamma state in less than 4 hours, there's a prize with at least 6 figures on it. Now that's way cool. He's going to the biohacking community. He's going to essentially citizen science and neuroscientists and maybe neuroscience students in college. And he's saying, hey, it takes me 4 hours of very difficult meditation to reach this state, and it's a state where I can do a lot of useful things when I'm meditating. So help me out, guys. Get me there in 20 minutes. I'll make it worth your while. And that's way cool. I've spent some time with Buddhist monks in monasteries in Tibet and Nepal, and these guys they're cut from a different cloth when they grow up there. One of the things they'll do that's very dramatic, as part of their practice, they'll sit in little groups, and they'll take, like, the youngest one, and they'll put in the middle of the group, and they'll have these debates. Of course, I have no idea what they're talking about. It's in Tibetan. But the guys will sit down in the middle, and there's, like, 5 guys standing around him, and the 5 guys are like, making these points, and they'll say whatever it is they say, and they'll make their point, and they go, like, right in the guy's face, literally, like, they do this motion, like, there, like, see, I told you so. And the guy sits there in the middle and hears it all, and it's his job to return a proper argument without an emotional response, even though there's, like, lots of things. Watching this is really interesting, but you see the guy in the middle, they're all having a blast, even though they're basically, like, pushing on each other's buttons to find if there's any holes in the buttons, any unlabeled buttons. So if the guy is sitting there arguing feels something weird, he'll be like, wait a minute, I found something, and then he can put it out. So I do believe at the end of the day, especially because of the neurofeedback and the brain training I've done, that happiness is a skill. It is a teachable skill. And I think that the research where people go out and they theorize that there's a happiness set point and some people are just going to be miserable is some of the most uninformed research and some of the saddest, most disabling research out there, and I fundamentally don't believe it, because there was a time in my life when I certainly wasn't very happy very often, and I've learned to be happy the vast majority of the time, which is pretty cool.
Have you looked into any of the research connecting nature, spending time in nature around plants and stuff, and happiness?
Nature deficiency disorder? There is definite research about spending time in nature, and I'm a little concerned. The last couple of weeks, I was talking about Bulletproof with a group of senior executives in China and Korea, The only nature that I think I saw was there was like 3 trees in the middle of Beijing, and I heard like 2 locusts buzzing in them. Other than that, like it was cement and glass.
Yeah, you can't hear the birds in Shanghai.
There are no birds in Shanghai, as far as I can tell. It was actually kind of scary because I live now not even in Silicon Valley. I live on an island. My biohacking lab has 5 old-growth cedars all around it, and I can tell you there's more kinds of bugs on my walk to my office than I ever saw just on any one day than I ever would have seen when I was in Palo Alto, because it's almost sterile. So nature deficiency is an ongoing problem, and if as a society we want to be happy, I think we better invest more in parks. So that's an interesting point.
Well, welcome Dr. Emily Deanster today.
Hi, Emily. It's Dave. Joining us today. It's been a while since you were on the Bulletproof Executive podcast, and I'm really grateful that you took the time today to present to our audience about happiness. But before you get going, sorry, I wanted to just let the audience know Dr. Deans runs evolutionarypsychiatry.com, or is it psychology? Psychiatry.com, I did have it right, which is an awesome blog looking at the intersection between what we eat and what we do with our bodies and how our ancestors did it with how we behave in a modern world. So, Emily, right before you joined, we were just talking about nature deficiency disorder and happiness. So I was hoping that you could share some of your findings and your research on happiness and where it comes from and how people can increase their happiness. That would be awesome.
Well, it's interesting because in psychiatry, in general, we actually study a lot about misery and depression and the opposite of happiness. So to focus on actually normal and being resilient and being happy is good, and it's what I work with patients every single day, really trying to work with how can we take you from this situation and improve your resiliency, improve your serenity, improve your ability to just be functional in the world. And, I agree with you. I was listening in earlier how you said, everybody has the capability to be happy, to improve their lives. And I absolutely agree with that, and that's what I do every single day. I do have an advantage. One of my professors when I was in residency was Dr. George Valiant, who is a pretty famous psychiatrist who wrote a book called Happiness, and he followed a bunch of men from Harvard who were picked from the graduating classes, I think, of 1939, and it's 268 men that he followed for all of their lives until half of them are still alive. Many of them are in their late 80s at this point. It included actually John F. Kennedy was one of the people. A lot of them are still, they've kept them anonymous, but there are many, many very successful people in this cohort that he followed. And what he found along the way, what brought people happiness, what brought these men sustained happiness was love. It was actually relationships and being involved and being part of families, and it wasn't work, it wasn't the pursuit of we think if we get this car or we're just prettier or we have more money that we'll be happy. And a lot of the research in other elements also bears this out. For example, while there was one new study that sort of says maybe this isn't true, most studies say that once you have all the food and the water and shelter basically that you need, more money doesn't necessarily make you more happy. That it's actually, there becomes a problem. If you think that you're going to be happy because you're skinnier or because you are wealthier, because you have the better car, the problem is that there's always going to be someone who's wealthier or skinnier or happier, who looks better than you're going to look. So you can't really focus on those kinds of Western measures of happiness. To succeed. So what I tend to work on with people is what you were talking about a lot in the biohacking sphere of things, though we don't talk about it in terms of biohacking necessarily, but it's really about being okay in your own skin. It's about tranquility. It's about more of an Eastern definition of happiness, which has to do with, again, sort of a deep tranquility, a serenity, and you can kind of marry that with a Western definition of happiness from the Greeks, which is about using all of your capabilities to the best that you can, and then also being basically comfortable in your life. So that's sort of where I come from a clinical perspective in happiness.
What are some things, some specific practices that you might recommend for people who aren't suffering from a major pathology, but people who are interested sincerely in pursuing happiness skills? Like, what do you do?
Well, I mean, I would have to say I would try to make your present space comfortable and also optimize your brain chemistry. And I would do that via proper sleep, proper exercise, proper diet, and then I also like to add in meditation for people to really sort of help them not be too anxious and be able to just exist in their own skin for a while and get some practice with that, because it's not a whole lot of, we don't get a whole lot of practice of that in our modern lives. We're all about what's happening next, what's in my phone, what's going on, how is my calendar, I have to worry about this appointment, that appointment, or you're worrying about the mistakes that you did yesterday. Oh my God, my boss, he thinks I'm stupid, or my boyfriend doesn't like me, or whatever it is, and we don't focus on the now. And all our entire lives are actually a series of nows that happen one after another. So I really focus on just really concentrating on being okay in your own skin right now and not being carried away by this constant dialogue that goes on in our head all the time.
Are there any tricks for getting control of that dialogue in your head?
Well, meditation is a good trick for that. Some people are so type A that it's very difficult for them to go there, for them to sort of sit there. So I'll do very, very brief meditations with them, really focusing on your breathing, doing this. Some people also like the power yoga because they get a good workout at the same time, where they can't just stand to just sit in their own skin. There has to be something else going on at the same time. So we do work on that. The other things that we talk about with people who are depressed, they often have a lot of negative self-talk going on. So we try to isolate that talk. Where does it come from? It's hard to talk about without getting into too many specifics, but people will have these internal voices that will tell them basically that they're worthless, that they're not pretty enough, that they're not good enough. And you talk about sort of repairing that negative self-talk and not listening to it and just saying, look, you have this counter to it to say, you know what, that's just the way my brain's always been thinking. I am who I need to be right now. Working on various things like that. It tends to be very personal, so it's hard to talk about a specific hack that I might use for everybody.
That's a really not surprising answer, because a lot of what we've talked about with every one of the biohacking techniques so far is that your mileage may vary. It's about you. Even from optimizing your nutrition, are there basic principles there that you found work best for you, for people just to generally support their happiness and their neurological health?
A lot of people aren't really ready to go for, say, a full-scale, really clean, paleo-style diet. I find the most important thing to cut out are your refined carbohydrates. The refined carbohydrates can lead you on a roller coaster of, you get that sugar high, and then you get that crash a few hours later, so you get irritability and not feeling well. And if you can eliminate those from your diet, people's irritability and mood swings throughout the day, their alertness, everything about how they function during the day can really change quite dramatically. So if I had one, trick or a tip, I would say would be to eliminate those refined carbohydrates. That doesn't necessarily include things like, baked potatoes or parsnips or carrots, raw carrots, things like that. carbohydrates that come with their cell walls intact and sort of whole real food that you eat in combination with proteins and fats are really quite different. But those refined sugary carbohydrates, gummy bears, potato chips, all sorts of things like that can lead people into trouble mood-wise and metabolically as well.
Definitely refined carbs. What about gluten? How big of a role does that play?
Some people are pretty, I think they can eat tolerant, you always know this happy 95-year-old guy, right, who smoked cigarettes his whole life and
Yep.
and ate a biscuit every day, and he's in great health and he's a happy guy. Some people are really tolerant to gluten, but I have to say I've had some really surprising results for people, not only mood-wise with cravings and issues of that nature, but also their skin improves, their asthma gets better, things like that if they take gluten out of their diet. It's a big sell for people. Gluten's everywhere. So, when I'm just approaching someone from the general population who might come to see me for a psychiatric consult, I think you get the most bang for your buck from the refined carbohydrates, and then people who are willing to go farther, the next thing to eliminate would be gluten. That would definitely be next. And then make sure you're getting nutrient-rich foods, getting all your minerals. Minerals are really important for the central nervous system, to decrease inflammation, all the biochemistry of happiness, as you might call it, is in Serenity is entirely dependent upon minerals such as zinc and magnesium. So making sure that you have plentiful amounts of that.
What do your colleagues think from traditional branches of psychiatry when you tell people stop eating sugar and take more zinc and you'll be happier? I mean, do they laugh?
Psychiatrists are an interesting bunch because we're really dealing with chronic illnesses, tough illnesses. Psychiatrists really care about their patients because we spend a lot of time with them and we talk to them for a while, hopefully, if you're doing it right. So for the most part, I've really had very, very positive experiences from psychiatrists. I did a recent presentation at the American Psychiatric Association, actually in San Francisco, back in May, and our room was totally packed. People were lined up outside the door. They were sitting on the floor. It was about mood and food, and people, the psychiatrists are very, very interested in a whole body approach, a holistic approach. It fits into the template of psychiatry very well because we have to think about all sorts of medical illnesses, and we have to think about exercise, nutrition, sleep. So the holistic approach really fits. I have to say I would say it's one of the easiest medical professions to introduce this sort of evolutionary psychiatry, this kind of paleo question into.
That is encouraging news, because in my experience, which is certainly pales in comparison to yours, the changes in people's happiness when they get rid of those offending foods is so overwhelming and so fast that it must be even bigger in people who have really deep-seated problems.
It depends, because there's so many elements of life that can be related to happiness. Food is a huge component, but it's not the only component. So I'll have people who are under such acute stress at the moment, it wouldn't matter if they were eating, they could be eating the cleanest diet on the planet, and it wouldn't change the fact that horrible things are going on in their lives, and their partner's dying, their children are in trouble, or whatever's going on. But it can make an enormous difference, and I do think that in the conservative medical sphere and the conservative psychiatric sphere, that the contribution of food and nutrition is definitely underappreciated. And I think part of that is because it was overblown for a while. You might have heard of Linus Pauling, who said, vitamin C could cure the world, and of everything, of cancer, of every little last thing, this about folate, this about that. And when you go into each individual mineral or vitamin, they don't, if you really look at the studies, you get a whole lot of nothing. A whole lot of mixed studies, not doing very well. It's really the combination of having your right omega-3s, having your folate, having enough, again, zinc and magnesium and all of these important minerals. It's the combination. It's extraordinarily powerful, and it means more than the sum of its parts. But the problem with nutrition research is that it tends to be done piecemeal because it makes the variables easier to take apart.
Our audience has some questions they'd love to ask of you. Do you mind if we move on to some Q&A from them?
Sure, no problem.
Hi, Dr. Emily. My name is John. I'm actually one of the co-hosts here at Creative Live. And we've got a lot of questions coming in from our internet audience, and then I'm sure we'll have some from our live audience as well. We have a internet follower called Emperor of Ice Cream, a great name, and he's saying he knows you've talked about zinc, and he's heard you talked about zinc before to help with some aspects of depression. He's asking, are there any supplements that prevent a caffeine crash related to depression?
More caffeine, you mean? That's to prevent a caffeine crash. I haven't even thought about that before because normally I would say probably takes less caffeine. I mean, we have stimulants for ADHD, and stimulants produce a similar crash, and sometimes you can change the nature of the stimulant, how it's released, so that you get sort of a slower release from the body. And so to prevent a caffeine crash, I would say, just from a sort of pharmacologic biochemistry perspective, less caffeine all at once and sort of titrate your dose so it goes more slowly.
How about magnesium, salt, and adrenal glandulars?
I don't know about the adrenal glandulars. Magnesium can certainly help you chill out at night and relax. I would also try to time your caffeine, so usually it's in the body for 9 hours, though for some people it can be 14 to 18 hours. So some people are very, very sensitive to caffeine. It's not going to be out of your system before bedtime, even if you have that cup at 9 a.m. But for other people, magnesium is one of my go-to because it really helps with restless leg syndrome. It really helps with sleep. I have a lot of people who are constipated, and I have to say one of the quickest ways to make people happy is to help constipated people go again. Helping people lose weight and helping constipated people go there, it really improves their just life. So magnesium is great for that. Meditation, again, can also, if you're caffeinated, mind is going la 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 la, I must do all the things right now. Meditation can kind of help you let go. Managing your light at night, not getting on Twitter, not getting on, it's actually starting to get dark here, ironically enough, but as you mentioned earlier, putting the efflux on your computer so you get the orange light at night. I found that that's really, really helpful in helping people settle down at night, and I recommend that to most of my patients when we talk about sleep hygiene.
That's a great answer. Thank you so much.
I have a quick question. Do you have cool orange glasses, Emily?
I do. Oh, let me. They're not very sexy.
Oh, the UVEX ones. I have those at home too. Look at that. She looks hot.
If they want to look at something on the iPad at night, my kids are 4 and 6, and they think they're really cool, so they'll wear them. They don't want their sleep to be affected.
That's awesome. We have some questions in the audience, but I like this question from the underscore stoic, from Jojo4. How does a person know when to get professional help as opposed to just working on diet and supplements on their own?
Well, I would say, gosh, this is from almost everybody could benefit from therapy, probably, if you get somebody who's really wise and who can kind of help you learn a little bit about your life, your temperament, yourself, your defense mechanisms, and how they're not working. And if you get to a point where you are suicidal, thinking that you're not, life isn't worth living, that you don't really want to go on, you wake up in the morning and you think, oh crap, I woke up again, when is this going to stop? Those are obviously very telling warning signs. If you keep making the same mistakes over again, if you keep getting in the wrong relationships with people, if you keep getting fired from jobs, if your functioning is really impaired in a sort of very parallel way that happens over and over again, those are other clues that you may need someone else to kind of take a lens and look at your life and help you untangle some of those threads.
Well, we do have some questions from our live audience who are here with us. Damien, I think your hand was up. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Forrest.
Hi, Dr. Emily. My name is Forrest. I'm sitting in the crowd.
Hi.
I like your wallpaper, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It's a little busy, but
I have a question. I recently read an article that talked about treatment for PTSD with the psilocybin mushrooms and MDMA. And I didn't really quite understand it. Do you know anything about that, and can you explain it?
well, I don't know about the study that you were referring to. There's some very interesting studies into mushrooms, NMDA, ketamine, certain different receptors, changes in the NMDA. Basically, trauma causes inflammation, and it causes it via calcium fluxes, which is via the NMDA receptors and via glutamate. So we can do a number of things that can modulate those NMDA receptors and can possibly help with PTSD. Mushrooms, for example, are highly activate the serotonin receptor. They can cause pretty crazy hallucinations, obviously. But people, when they do experiments with mushrooms, something like a large number of the people said that this experience, whether it was positive or negative, because some of them had pretty negative, scary hallucinations or others, they felt that sort of from a spiritual level, it was one of the most important experiences of their entire lives. So with someone with PTSD or someone with trauma, bringing in that spiritual level, bringing in that some of the elements of forgiveness, of the world at large, of being one with sort of the world and nature, I think could be very helpful, but it's pretty out there, experimental research at this point.
Okay, we'll go back to our internet. Dr. Deans, Ryan Totten is asking, have you noticed a trend away from the typical pharma approach to the profession?
I wish. We're sort of caught between a rock and a hard place, because a lot of the research in pharma, basic pharma in rats and mice and things like that, really shows that depression in particular, that's where there's the most research, depression, schizophrenia, they're chronic neurodegenerative diseases. So you're left with this idea that if you don't treat and you don't treat aggressively, that you are left with people who are getting sicker and sicker and sicker and who get harder and harder to treat. So that sort of leads to thinking, oh, well, let's throw, tons of Zoloft at people. But nobody's born with a Zoloft deficiency. Some people can be helped by SSRIs. They're not as helpful, I think, as the original research, and a lot of psychiatrists feel betrayed by the fact that a lot of the negative research wasn't published, things like that. And so we're sort of in a rough spot in between. We got to do something, and people are asking me, I'll have therapists call and say, oh, this person's suicidal, do something with your magic pills and help them. So we're caught between this very desperate situation, really wanting to help people, and some good research in pharm and some corrupt research in pharm, and really trying to figure out, how do we help people the best we can without being corrupt and without hurting people.
Well, following up from that, Stefan from Zurich, Switzerland, is asking a question that may be for either Dave or for Emily. How about happiness and ADHD? What are the key recommendations?
I would say my recommendation for people with ADHD is to outsource. With ADHD, you will have some talents and you will have some things that you're not going to be as good at. You're not going to be good at the boring things. You're not going to be good at doing your taxes. Maybe in Zurich, it's all taken out at the beginning and you don't have to worry about it as much as we do in the U.S. You're not going to be good at really rote things. You're going to be excellent at creative things. You're going to be excellent at last-minute deadlines. But don't build your life around that. So it's really important with ADHD to outsource the boring stuff and concentrate on the things that are going to be good. Because I'll see a lot of people with ADD who didn't realize they had it, and they actually present with anxiety and depression because the frustration is so great, because they think, I should be doing so well, but why do I keep failing again and again? So it's figuring that out and outsourcing the things that you're not good at.
Great. Dave, do you have any thoughts on that? This is a question for both of you.
I think that's really important advice. Number one, whether you have or don't have ADD, there's a spectrum for people who are like the opposite of ADD to people who are like severe ADD, and then kind of even going into like Asperger's and other things like that. But it's a spectrum. So whether you technically have this or don't have it, you should understand how much return do you get from putting energy into detailed work. So whether you have ADD or you don't have ADD, if doing your taxes makes you stressed out and it's boring and you hate it and it sucks the life out of you, for God's sake, invest some money in having someone else do that stuff for you. And if it's something you really don't mind, then do it. But the internal awareness you can cultivate about what's sucking the life out of you is something you can generally quantify. And you can look at, gee, why do I always procrastinate? Why am I always late on this? Well, some part of me doesn't like doing it. And accept that. What especially men will do, because we're indestructible and driven to be perfect quite often, because that's part of the testosterone thing, is say, oh, those are my weaknesses, I better do even more of the boring things to show I'm good at that, which is totally, like Emily said, going to make you depressed and sad and unhappy, and certainly I've been guilty of doing stupid things like that. So what works really well is exactly that. If someone else can do it, if you're not adding the most value to yourself or to the world around you, and someone else can do it and it's feasible, heck yeah, outsource. I think that's the most awesome advice ever.
So a question that came in from Bob in Seattle. What is a good source of tryptophan, since it is one of the amino acids that humans do not synthesize?
Meats, oysters, vegetarian diets are fairly low in tryptophan, but your seafood and your meats are going to be good sources of that. Some people supplement outside of that. I don't know that you necessarily need to do that if all your biochemistry is running appropriately. You should be able to get enough tryptophan from foods.
And the Stoic is asking, what about specific foods that support mood or have a great influence on brain chemistry?
Well, you're definitely going to want to get your omega-3s. You're going to want to get your long-chain omega-3s, which are EPA and DHA. All the studies in psychiatry, particularly in depression, have pointed not to just DHA. DHA alone will not be helpful, though you'll see algae DHA given out as a supplement. You need EPA in combination with DHA, so your fish oils will help. Krill oil has your EPA, your DHA, and added phospholipids, which are helpful. Organ meats are really, really rich in minerals. So your magnesium, your zinc that I was talking about. Again, zinc is another one of those minerals that's going to be very low in a vegetarian diet. So I'm a big fan of whole real foods, including your organ meats, including your seafoods, and you should be able to get everything that you need for your brain to work healthy. Our brains are kind of like the canary in the coal mine. We have two really high energy output systems in our bodies, our hearts and our brains. And cardiology gets, it's a really sexy profession. They make a lot of money with all the procedures. Psychiatry, we don't have any procedures. We don't make a whole lot of money just talking to people, but the brain is a really high energy output, so you need all of your minerals working well. You need the correct long-chain omega-3 fatty acids for the neurons to work properly, for correct signaling. And then you need your protein, your amino acids, to make sure that you make those neurotransmitters so things are going well. And cholesterol, that's the other thing. You need fat. That's a big important thing. Your brain has 25% of the free cholesterol in your body. It's only 2 to 5% of your body weight. So you need new fat coming in a good system working to make sure that all your neurons are firing correctly.
Now, Mamir is asking that some people just seem to be happy all the time. Is there a happy gene, or is this just their life experience?
I don't really see those people because they don't come in to see. Occasionally I will see those people who, particularly I'll see it, older people who have just lost their spouses. So they might be depressed for the first time in their life, but they tend to have in general, a very positive outlook. I'm talking about, it's great talking to these people because really from every experience, they get a positive something that they learn from it, whether it was positive or negative. And maybe losing that spouse of 62 years or whatever has caused the depression for the first time in their life, but they come out of it and they're very resilient, happy, positive people. I wish I could bottle it, but it's part of temperament. I think there are definitely people who are just born temperamentally happier than others, but mostly it's this element of being able to look at that glass and say it's half full.
We have another question from our audience. Mark, I know you had a question for Dr. Emily.
I was just wiggling. I'm so sorry about that.
I have a question from Ash Site. How much should you focus on changing your environment versus yourself? For example, if the workplace is negative, is it you or them?
That's an interesting question because, I was a psychiatrist through a lot of people through this recent recession. And I have to say, some of the happiest people I ever talked to were the ones who were just laid off, because they were in these horrible situations, waiting for the layoff, waiting for it to happen. And when it finally happened, they were so relieved, and then they recognized all the things about that space that were negative. And a lot of our stressors, a lot of issues in our lives can be very environmental. However, some of the things you take with you. So if I move to Georgia or I move to Timbuktu or wherever it is, there's some issues of how I cope with things, of how I process, of how I maintain my relationships that could be problematic, and I will definitely carry that with me. And that could be the difference between having a boss who is a psychopath or continually going to different jobs where your boss is a psychopath. Then you have a problem. Other times it's your boss that's the problem.
I think it's always the boss that's the problem. That's my theory anyway. Cooper is in London and joining us online. What does Emily think about ketosis? Does she think it's optimal to spend most time in ketosis?
I don't think it's optimal to spend most time in ketosis for many people, though some people will benefit a great deal from being in ketosis, and everybody should spend some of their time in ketosis. Anybody with appropriate metabolism and metabolic flexibility will wake up in the morning in ketosis. And we need that time for neurogeneration and repair. I think there are certain athletes, CrossFit athletes, people who need quick glycogen, sprinting athletes who really need their glycogen stores topped up for that amount, and they can get pretty miserable if they try to do a lot of that in a ketogenic diet. Endurance athletes might have a different experience. Certainly, I think there's a lot of research to be done, but I'm very optimistic about neurodegenerative diseases like schizophrenia and dementia. I think they could benefit a great deal from ketosis. There's a new product coming out, ketone esters, that they're studying now that makes a deep ketosis a lot easier to obtain, because the diet can be a little bit challenging for many people. So I'm very excited about that. That's my stance on ketosis. Some is essential all the time, probably not for everybody.
And Dave's nodding his agreement with that as well.
All right, a question that, let me find it again, that came from Pook LaRue, and this is kind of for both of you, and maybe kind of wrapping it together. I'm a little overwhelmed by all of this. Where do I start? It all sounds so juicy. What would be the first best steps? And that question came earlier with regard to a lot of what we've been talking about over the course of the course. But what would your advice be, Dr. Emily, to your first steps towards happiness?
I would focus on two things. Sleep, making sure you have good restorative sleep, and getting rid of those refined carbohydrates. Philosophically, you can work on all these other kind of tips and tricks along the way, meditation, being more positive, learning from mistakes, wisdom, those kinds of things. You learn along the way. But you're shoveling sand against the tide if you're not sleeping, and you're just adding all sorts of extra stress to your life if you're going on that roller coaster with the refined carbohydrates.
Awesome. I think that seems to be a theme, right?
It does seem to be. Dave, do you have any thoughts on that as well?
I think that those are excellent first steps. If you don't do those, you sabotage your recovery. So whatever you're trying to do, you have some effort, but you don't have the time to rebuild after that. And if you're doing the high sugar, high starch, high grain diet, same problem. You don't have enough glucose because you keep bonging up and down with your insulin. So great advice. But for people who feel overwhelmed by this, you have to also ask yourself, okay, what part of you is feeling overwhelmed and why? Because honestly, you have the resource guides. It's all written down. You don't have to do it all at once. You probably feel like you have to, but you don't. You could close your eyes, take a dart, throw it at one of them, and wherever the dart hits, start there. There's a lot of discrete small behaviors. And one of the things that we talk about a lot in the Bulletproof perspective on things is small changes. You don't have to eat a perfect diet. Eat less sugar. You're getting there, right? You might not get to 0 sugar today, but at least you moved in the right direction. So don't obsess over perfection. Don't obsess over doing everything. Do something. That's all it takes.
Well, we're going to move on, but thank you so much, Dr. Emily, for joining us today. Do you have any parting thoughts for our audience that you'd like to share?
I would just thank you so much for having me, and just remember that nutrition is really important, and be kind to yourself, and you can always, every day is a new start, and think about it that way.
And please, by all means, share with our audience how best to contact you.
So my blog is Evolutionary Psychiatry at blogspot.com, and then you can also go on the Psychology Today website, and I have the blog there, and there's contact information there as well.
And Emily, it's time to have you on the Bulletproof podcast again, so I'll be reaching out.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to.
Thanks.
And your wallpaper's been a wonderful hit, so thanks for joining us today. Dr. Emily.
For his best. Thanks.
So I just want to say, I haven't talked to Dr. Deans in a year and a half. My team emailed to get her set up for this, and we didn't prep any of that. So her answers were off the cuff. I had no idea what she was going to say. I had no idea if she even owned orange glasses. But it's kind of cool that she does, isn't it? Like, the advice lined up a lot, which is really neat. And especially her point about don't be in ketosis all the time. I could not agree more. And this is a mistake that some people make on the Bulletproof diet. They feel so amazing once they get into it that they don't do the refeed once a week with starch. And over time, your sleep quality degrades when you do that. So all of a sudden, you got the no sugar thing, and you had the sleep thing, and then you start to lose the sleep thing. So be aware that your body is meant to be a dynamic system that changes. So in and out of ketosis is better. The other thing that came up with Dr. Deans that was particularly cool was she talked about a layoff. And we were talking about gratitude recently. In my career, I'm fortunate I did really, really well early on. So people always remember that, and they think, Dave is set for life and all that. And I always tell people the same thing. Yeah, I made $6 million when I was 26. Then the company that gave me those stock options went bankrupt 2 years later. And so everyone I knew, including me, lost the vast majority of what was basically funny money anyway, which in and of itself is a huge stressor. But since then, I've worked hard, and I've had lots of jobs, and my career's done well. But I've been laid off, and have I been outright fired? No, just laid off, but enough times, under enough circumstances where it totally wasn't cool. So what you should do if you get laid off, first thing is gratitude. And gratitude can be, I get to sleep in tomorrow, and I get to do something else. But the most important thing is have a party. Have a layoff party. Invite all your friends. Celebrate your newfound freedom and the chance to at least take a nice long vacation. Even if you're stressed about money, it doesn't matter. You won't starve. And that one thing will totally change the way you look at your layoff as an opportunity to do all the stuff that you weren't doing because you were giving so much to your company. So keep that in mind just as a piece of practical advice as you go through life and you build your career.
I'm a bit suspicious of this one, but I'll ask it anyway because he is called Bulletproof Photographer, but I assume he's not part of your organisation.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, he's sent to ask Dave what we can do to help spread the message about living bulletproof to others. Are there any specific ways he and his team could use help?
Could use help teaching other people to be bulletproof?
Spreading the message, absolutely. Sharing it with your friends, sharing it with your family.
This is what I eat. I do it for my own reasons because I have a diet customized for my performance. That's a very different message, and people are going to say, If you say, don't eat that, it's bad for you, and if you eat it, it's because, well, like, you already lost. So gluten is probably not good for most people, I would say. Like Dr. Dean was saying, there are a few people out there who can basically swim in mercury, eat gluten all the time, and eat a stick of margarine every day, and they just keep going and going. I would like to be one of those people. I'll tell you when I get there. So for the rest of us, though, when you see someone who's overweight, who clearly has problems paying attention and other things that are directly caused in some cases by what's on their plate, it takes a certain amount of willpower and self-control to just shut up. And sometimes that's what you do. You lead by example, and you lose 50 pounds, and you put butter and MCT oil in your coffee. And when people ask questions, you tell them about why you do it for you. Don't tell them about why they should or shouldn't do it for them, because they ask you about you, and if you start talking about them, you just make them defensive. So I chose to do what I do in the Bulletproof Executive, and I talk a lot about the practices that I do, the rationale for the practices, and I talk about the benefits of the practices that are available to those people who want to choose them. I answer questions, but believe it or not, I don't set out to actively evangelize and change people unless the change comes because they saw something and said, holy crap, you can do that, I want it. Once someone says, I want it, the conversation's going to happen. And your job, if you want to help someone improve their health or their performance or their well-being or their mental state or whatever else it is, your job is to get them to the point, without pushing them, to say, I want that. And the best way to do that is to be as bulletproof as you know how to be and to live the life. And when people see that you're happy and you're resilient and you don't get sick anymore and you lost this weight and you look really good and you're the fittest person in the office, they're going to ask, how did you do that? Because last year you looked like a doughboy and this year you're all ripped. What did you do? Go run a marathon and start eating only pasta? And you could just laugh and say, no. I actually started eating more food and I'm eating all these eggs and that, I put butter in my coffee. And it'll be such just a complete, that doesn't make any sense. It can't be. That you'll have a conversation and it'll be a good conversation versus you're that guy conversation.
Mo Mia is asking, please to speak more a little bit about finding the good out of things that might appear bad.
The most easy way is to sit down and look at something as terrible as you can imagine and find the smallest possible good thing. There was a forest fire. Well, I guess that soil's going to be pretty fertile next year. There'll probably be a lot of butterflies. Does that sound completely hippie? Absolutely it is. But I'll tell you, when you study what happens around gratitude and around forgiveness, you've got to find something good. My house burned down. That's a pretty traumatic thing. What if that happens? In fact, in my case, my house actually was destroyed by a flood. I had 4 hours to move my parents and all of my stuff out. And we lost a lot of stuff and lost the house. Pretty traumatic times, right, when something like that happens. But the good that comes out of it, there actually is good, because they got a new house eventually, because it changed a whole bunch of things for the better. But at the time, it really sucked. So you can choose to say, what's happening right now really sucks, or you can choose to say, what's happening really right now, yeah, it sucks, but some good things have happened and will happen from it. I could look back on my experiences as an obese, inflamed, unhappy, ADD young man, and I could say, God, it sucked. Or I could look back on it and I could say, I'm grateful that I went through that because it taught me a whole bunch of stuff I never would have known, and now I perform at a level better than I would have performed had I not learned the lessons I learned there, and I probably wouldn't be as well equipped to help other people solve problems that are achingly obvious to solve, but they just don't have the tools to do it. So that is just a shift in mindset. So there is nothing, including the most horrible things like rape and murder and things like that, where you cannot, if you dig and you look, find at least one small good thing that came out of it. It doesn't matter how small it is, you just have to find the little thing to be grateful for to unlock your ability to move to the next steps of forgiveness. If you skip gratitude, you simply will not authentically forgive. You'll believe you forgive and you will deceive yourself.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about corn. I don't think we covered the exact topic I wanted to talk about, but Is any type of corn, organic, non-GMO, is it
Yeah.
safe carb source on your refeed day? Something along the lines of that.
Corn is really problematic. The vast majority of corn, especially grown in the U.S., has a fungus that grows on it called Fusarium. It grows on the corn while it's on the stalk. And the corn goes bad very quickly in storage. When I say it goes bad, I mean it has things like fusaricin, and that's one of the main toxins, as well as ochratoxin, one of the ones that really is causing problems for cognitive performance as well as general health problems, one of the ones regulated in some parts of the world. Given that that's in corn, and so much corn is GMO, and so much corn is sprayed with Roundup, when you spray Roundup or glyphosate on corn, it binds minerals in the soil so you don't get to absorb the minerals in the corn, and the corn becomes less nutritionally dense. So, that's a long way of saying your odds of getting good corn that's healthy are pretty low, but if you go to the farmer's market and you buy organic, not GMO corn, when it's in season, and it was picked that morning or the night before, and better yet, packed in ice so the fungal problems don't happen. I used to do that in Mountain View, California. There's a guy there with truckloads of corn packed in crushed ice and picked the night before. And you can eat all that corn you want without any effects from it other than from the carbohydrates, and maybe if you're allergic to corn, or the protein that's kind of like gluten in corn called zein. So short answer is, unless it's really good quality fresh corn, or it's organic frozen corn on the cob, it's going to be a little bit sketchy, but that's the cool thing about biohacking. If you're eating a clean diet, eat 5 pieces of corn on the cob and see what happens. And if you feel great, good for you. And if you don't feel great, that's a bummer. Just wait till the corn is really good, eat it anyway, and deal with the consequences. That's okay too.
A couple more questions. This one is kind of small, and then we have some bigger picture ones. But several people are asking about what the good carbs are for those refeed days that we've talked about.
So I've got them all organized on the Bulletproof Diet infographic that you get when you sign up for the course, and I think it was in one of the slides. But sweet potatoes, and if you want to be really picky about it, peel your sweet potatoes 2 times. If you tolerate them and you've tested it, hopefully with an avoidance test and then eating a whole bunch of them, the inside part of like a baked potato would be fine. The skin of a baked potato I don't recommend. Carrots, raw carrots particularly, but even cooked carrots are okay. And white rice, unless you're allergic to it. Most people can tolerate white rice very, very well. Those would be the great sources. And as like a bulletproof chef, I spend a lot of time figuring out how to make foods taste good when you're eating a high-fat diet with safe starches. And there is a magic rice. Remember, if you eat a ton of rice every day, you're not going to be in ketosis, but maybe that's okay. Maybe you're eating a non-ketosis diet for a week or 2, or you're just eating your carbs at night. If you get mochi, which is a sweet white rice, you can buy the rice and make mochi yourself, which is a lot of work, or you can buy pre-made mochi, which is just steamed rice, a certain kind of grain of rice that's extra sticky. And it's pressed into these little things. You can put them in a waffle iron, you can put them in the oven, they puff up like a popover. You can open them up and fill them with smoked salmon and butter or pieces of meat or whatever it is you like to put in those things. And they're crunchy on the outside, they're chewy and moist on the inside. They taste very, very good, even though the only ingredient in them is white rice. So you can make amazing dessert dishes with things like this. Imagine if you did something like that and you put some of that like chocolate custard that we made there inside one of them. You can be creative. So just because it says white rice and sweet potatoes doesn't mean it can't be baked sweet potato fries. It can't be white rice that's turned into a type of bread. Like you can make pancakes out of white rice flour. So creativity in the kitchen goes a long way for this stuff.
I was going to ask about white rice flour, or if there's any processing issues sometimes involved.
You guys are not going to like my answers, are you? Many grain mills are not that well run in terms of just the regular maintenance. And more than a few times, I've eaten white rice flour that is highly inflammatory. And I don't know the exact cause. I suspect it's fungal, but it could be something else. But I've never had a problem when I just put it in my Blendtec and I blend it anyway. So I typically make my own. Also, white rice flour has such a big surface area, it doesn't keep very well. but whole grain rice can keep for quite a long time. So I tend to just put it in the blender and leave it on for a minute, and then I have white rice flour anyway. It's not any more or less convenient that way. But if you're going to eat it, I've eaten lots and lots of pre-made white rice flour, and most of it's okay. But if you eat it and you feel like a zombie, you got a bad batch. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Dave, people are still so engaged. They're still sending us questions. I know we haven't got time for more questions from our audience, but unless you have any more content for us, I do have one last question. Anything you'd like to share before we go to the final question?
I do have one final thing I want to share. Should I do that now?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. There's a quote here from Henry Miller. And the quote is, the goal of life is not to possess power, but to radiate it. So I've just downloaded like 15 years and $300,000 worth of biohacking experience to you in the most pure essence I know, and it's in the resource guides too, even more than we had time to talk about today. We didn't cover every single thing that I wanted to cover, but we sure fit a lot in here. So you have an unusual set of knowledge now, if you're willing to accept it, or parts of it, the ones that you like the most. So do something good with it. Don't go out there and be a jerk. Don't go out there and breed genetically modified things in your backyard. Go out there and help other people and make the world a better place, and that's totally what this is all about. So thank you all for listening, for spending time at home staring at a screen for so long, and for all of your time sitting here in the audience. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I certainly want to echo that. Thank you to everybody who's joined us for these last 3 days, everybody who's joined us online. It's you that make these